Hello everybody and welcome back to the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals. We're picking up right where we left off our competition yesterday. My name is Nekra and I'm your desk host this weekend, joined by Admirable and... wait. Special guest? Who's that?
This
Admirable, who's that?
This game is just all luck.
Ah! Just kidding.
Oh!
That's right. It's me. It's Frodan. It's not K3 Soju. And we don't have pizza. We have endless casting today, Nekra. I'm really excited back to be here for day number 2 of regionals.
It's going to be a great time. So glad to have you back, Frodan. And Admirable, how are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good. This has kind of been like a wacky outcome for what was happening, but you know, sometimes unexpected things take place, especially when you're playing video games on the internet across an entire nation. But we have everything in order to find out what's going to be happening here, and I'm really excited to see how this pans out because there still are some wacky, crazy things that can happen with the standings where we're at right now.
Absolutely. What you're alluding to is we did have to take a technical pause yesterday, so we paused our competition and we'll be continuing it today. So we've got 2 more games ahead of us to finish out our day number 1 of competition, and then we will be whittling down our competition to the 16 players that will be competing over 6 games today. That's right, everybody, 8 total games of TFT ahead of us for today, and it'll all culminate in our top 8 players that will advance on to tomorrow to compete in our final lobby. Not only do we have $35,000 of prize on the line for our players, but the top 2 from day number 3 will qualify to the Monsters Attack Championship. The finalists with the best average placement will also get an invite, and the remaining top 2 will qualify for the Western Last Chance Qualifier. So a ton to play for, and a lot of action we've got ahead of us today as we're going to be going through all of these motions. But the first hurdle ahead of us is to finish out our first 6 games. And so this is where we're at right now. Frodan, what do you kind of make of the standings as they stand after 4 completed games yesterday?
The first thing you gotta say is a round of applause for Juke U. A fantastic start. One of the most dominant Force 4 games we've ever seen in competition, period. 1-2, 1-1 on nearly a flawless performance, and has gapped and mathematically gained himself to day number 2. And if Juke U can continue, just like you mentioned, Nekra, that average placement might be good enough to guarantee that spot at the Global Championship if Juke U can continue to clear through to today. If obviously things go completely haywire, that is not going to be the case, but he's on track record to be right now joining Wage and Iverson to represent North America.
Yeah, that's right. Wage and Iverson already going to have qualified for the Monsters Attack Championship. So really kind of looking and maybe trying to sneak in through that bubble and still be able to compete for that $35,000 prize pool there. But we have a lot of other players, Admirable, that I feel like we need to keep our eyes on, especially looking at the fact we only have 2 more games for our top 16.
Yeah, and we can talk about the players who are at the front forever, and that's something I typically want to do, but I am an advocate for the underdog. And I really have to point this out because it is just absolutely fascinating to me that this could even be found. But mathematically speaking, Clear could still technically make day 2. This is not a joke. That is how crazy just a couple of games of TFT can get. And that's always something I want to put in the forefront of players' minds, is that this is a chaotic game at its nature. Almost always anything can happen. The fact that you can look at Clear, who started off the day with 8th, 8th, and 8th, could still technically make it. It is a wildly unrealistic circumstance that can be drawn up, but we've seen it drawn up by Darth Noob, and it is just wild to see that that's even possible. That's something to always keep in mind for yourself. No matter where you're at, there's almost always a chance.
I love that. I mean, that's great life advice to carry forward with, not just for TFT, but I feel like in other facets where you're going to be heading as well. But I want to look ahead to our very first lobby that we're going to be covering for our broadcast today, and that's going to be Lobby C. Now, when you take a look at these players and look at how they are distributing for points, we've got a lot of players there that are going to be on the bubble that really need some good performances to be able to finish it out. And I'm looking at JD Zielinski and Robin Song as the 2 players in particular that I feel like really need those points, Frodan.
It doesn't feel like regionals day 3 without Robin Songs, the most consistent player, making it to final lobby every single time. What you laughing about, Nathan? There's nothing weird going on whatsoever right now in this broadcast. The other player is
story.
JD Zielinski, as this player is a person that's been on the grind, improving a lot, has good ladder results, has inconsistent tournament performances, kind of never been able to piece together his fantastic ladder results into a tournament finish. He told me that he's kind of been splitting attention with a couple of other things going on in life, but at the same time, I think that goes to show you how these players, even if they aren't 100% on board, they're still very much in contention to advance and be a threat, and you never know. TFT is any given Sunday. We're not quite at Sunday yet, but we're getting there quicker than people might be thinking.
We really are just getting one step closer every single game that we get through. And for two players that I feel like just need to keep putting up great performances, we're looking at the top end of the lobby here, and that's Dish Soap and Garchomp Pro. Just another 1 foot in front of the other here when it comes down to the great finishes that they had yesterday for their lobbies. And so I feel like, Admirable, when you take a look at both of those players, there's not really a secret as to why they're finding success.
It's tough to find secrets as to why people are having success. Honestly, most of the players just they put their stuff out there. There are some players that kind of have that enigma aspect about them, like very creative players who are not frequently streaming. They kind of tend to beat to the tune of their own drum when coming up with lines of play. I think that set 8 and set 8.5 certainly are spots to be able to do that. There's just so many variations at place. But for players like Dish Soap, he's pretty much about fundamentals. It's about a wide spread of knowledge and then executing that knowledge precisely when the time comes for it. It's going to be all different kinds of play styles too. I'd say that one of the rarest things I see Dish Soap do is actually play one cost reroll compositions. I feel like that's something that he tends to stray away from, even when you're looking at one cost hero augments show up in the 2-1 spot where augments are concerned. But for this one, this is a lobby where it really is a lot of those players who have those substantial grounds where they're used to consistent play versus players who, well, they do a lot of different stuff and we're kind of learning how it happens. They're starting to develop their own style as well.
All right, well, let's go ahead and see how day number 1 is going to conclude here as we head into game number 5. Admirable and TF Pizza, take it away.
Technically, day number 1, game number 5 is where we're headed. 2 games until we have a cutoff from 24 players into 16 players. And Dan, I have to say, you must have been really excited about this one. You got really well dressed up.
That's right. I dressed for the occasion. And it is technically day 2, Nathan. You're more talking about it's still the first round of competition. And that is correct. We'll see what Dish Soap can do. If the points were to cut off right now, Dish Soap would be one of those representatives that we have in North America. And I think that's only appropriate. He's right now 3rd place, 24 points. Let's see if he can get things off to the right foot. Starts off with Kaisa, Lux 2. Start off to a very nice AP tree. I know Dish Soap became well known on ladder because he initially started off as a very powerful AP tree player. Back when Arcanist was still trying to be discovered in set 6, he was one of the players really pushing it to the forefront. And how appropriate is it that he's able to potentially find his ticket to the global championship through playing the AP tree in this regional?
Yeah, I definitely can get behind you on that one as well. This is a player that I feel like I learned a lot from when playing AP trees and finding the right setups for it and understanding the difference between that scaling potential you can have at the end and compositions that simply are trying to find very big burst things. I feel like that AP trees can be very difficult to navigate. They're reliant on your items, and more importantly, they're reliant on your circumstance as well. I have always found them the more enjoyable ones for me to navigate, but it's not necessarily the ones I've had the most success with. I think when you're starting with a tier and a rod and a belt here at your opener, you have a great setup to find yourself going the AP line.
Yeah, so Dish Soap has the Hyperbolic Time Chamber, which is going to allow him to level quickly. And this is just an econ-based augment. He's not leveling immediately, potentially trying to see how his early game is going to shape up, because if he stays lower level, he theoretically could hit things like this Wukong and Poppy pair. And that is something that a lot of people make a mistake. They look at their board and say, hey, I have a Kaisa, I have a 2-star Lux. Why don't I just level and start to push my advantage? But Dish Soap, very wise, he recognizes that these pairs are going to be paramount. And he's not slamming any item either, because it could take drastically different shape based on his early game. Let's say he able to find multiple Kaisas, maybe he even wants to lean into it for a little bit and use her as the item holder for Static Shiv. That is completely shut off if he ends up slamming things like that Archangel Staff, which I think some people would be tempted to do in his position.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that when you're not going to be fighting for a hefty win streak, that's one of the big questions is why use your items at that point? How much impact is it going to have on saving some of that HP? And I've always liked the way that Dish Soap plays. I have found that he is not really a player who I think tries to compound the interest on a lot of positions. He's using the tools that he has to kind of fill in the gap when it comes to something that's missing. You right now have an augment that's buying you experience effectively. Why waste your gold on that?
Well, you do eventually want to. It's just that right now it would mess up some of his odds, and he's not in a position to streak. I think ultimately that's what is the deciding factor. For example, we saw a player very briefly. I believe it was not just Disto, but Robin Songs also picked Hyperbolic Time Chamber. That means that there's going to be two players who are going to be pushing levels, trying to get to level 6 early in stage 2. That's more what Robin Songs is going to do. So just scouting, recognizing that this very, very unlikely he's able to streak. So I think that's partially why I like that decision a lot.
Being split on 2-1s here, Dan, I want to ask you a big question of what's really going to be your deciding factor on how that you want to choose augments. You know, we're taking a look at Kindle Jim's board. They're picking up Blitzcrank carry at the start of things. I think this is a very strong augment to take because you're getting a Guardian Stoneplate and a very hefty frontliner to boot. But what kind of 2s really navigate that angle where you're saying, you know what, I'd much rather have a 2-cost hero augment than a 1-cost hero one? These tend to have pretty different kinds of power levels, different kinds of play styles. What's really going to be your deciding factor when you're looking at it?
I mean, it depends on really your opening items. It often dictates how well you can play around this augment in particular. So let's say, for example, you're looking at the best offense, which was taken by Kyvix, or sorry, was that Chronic Hallucinations? It was the Pantheon augment that enabled Lulu reroll. Kyvix has a tier already, which makes it feel like it's a lot easier to lead into Lulu reroll, which is going to be the strongest 1-cost reroll that you'll be seeing all weekend long, at least the highest power level if you're able to get to that ceiling. So I think it's often determined based off your items, potentially off of the units you already have. Sometimes you have the good items, but let's say you have like an Anima squad offered, but you have 0 Anima squad. That's often like a situation you're trying to avoid as well.
Taking a look at Robin's side of the board, also having Hyperbolic Time Chamber here, but Robin tends to play that more aggressive style where he's going to push levels, he's going to try to put together any kinds of streaks that he can. He's starting off with a 2-loss streak here, but now it feels like he's kind of going the other direction. I'd say that with Robin, this is a plan that is pretty much set in stone at this point. This player almost always plays for tempo. I mean, can you imagine a game where Robin Songs hasn't played for tempo? I don't feel like I've even seen that from him.
He tries to avoid it if he can. I mean, when you're saying like if there's an opportunity for Robin to play loose streak, it has to be a really good reason for Robin to want to do so. Like underground on 2-1 territory. Otherwise, Robin will try to push levels, will try to get the advantage. We'll see whether or not paid off. There's a spatula available for anybody that wants it. Neither player's going for it. Just hope we saw him open with Rod Tier, goes for a bow. Very likely going to be aiming for a static shiv and leaning into it. Kyvix completes that blue buff. Last pick spatula available for either players, which opens up some worlds of possibility. Now, the thing about spatulas, in my opinion, is that spatulas off carousels have become quite dangerous ever since they re-changed the item distribution system where everyone's on equal number of components. Unless you take a spatula that's incredibly necessary, you're looking at if you want to go vertical infinity, for example, and capitalize off that hex or something along those lines, you have to be very mindful that you're going to be down a potential complete item. There's been so many situations where I've seen a lot of my favorite streamers and players, and even myself included, pick up a spatula, make a spatula emblem, like, oh, I have an Oxforce emblem. And all of a sudden, I feel like, why do I have no damage items for things like my Twisted Fate and Nico when time comes to it? And I look around, I was like, that's right, because I took that spatula off the carousel and I wasted 2 components for something that wasn't a meaningful power spike.
Taking a look at Garchompro's board, on a 3 streak right now, sitting level 5. Has a 2-star Blitzcrank with a free stone plate that you get from your hero augment on it. Noticing kind of a very similar frontline from these two, but Garchompro has come in with a killer opening to this tournament so far. 24 points is where he's sitting at right now. And one of the biggest things I feel like I got from Garchompro was that he felt like that his stage 2 right now is very strong. And honestly, when you look at this set in general and how it's boiled down, I feel like that stage 2 is almost at the peak of its importance in this set compared to where it's been in the past with Teamfight tactics. And so seeing him not only be able to perform well, but also finding massive units to put in play right away, this just feels like the ultimate situation for a player like Garchompro. You see this board, I feel like you should be afraid right now.
Is this what he meant? My stage 2 is cracked these days. Just hits Warwick on 5 every 5 seconds, gets 6 maximum HP. He's stacking the Warwick maximum HP early already with bow, cloak, and glove. 3 of the best components you could possibly pair around Warwick.
This is the bonus.
Pro has done it again.
This is the bonus, not the precedent to having that strong stage 2. It's when you have the stage 2 and you're getting lucky. Like this is the unbeatable combination, is if someone can pilot these well in addition to having their game plan, in addition to having this kind of circumstance show up. I feel like almost anyone who's facing him this early right now has to be a bit worried.
Oh, absolutely. And JD Zielinski, the other admin player, gaining 18 power per 5 seconds. That does give the advantage early game. So Garchomp Pro loses because he has a scaling defensive admin and JD has a scaling offensive one, which is better at this stage of the game. So well done to JD. And we'll see how much both of these admin players can leverage their early lead. I'm particularly intrigued by JD. We have a couple of players out there who still believe Hacker LeBlanc is quite strong. It does require you to have a specific setup. The admin has to be good. You want to have a good augment for it for your hero. We'll see whether or not he ends up leaning into that, but don't be so surprised if we end up seeing some Hacker action.
Looking at Kyvik's spot, and he's found himself at 11 points for this one. It is a rough spot where you're going to need 2 big finishes. But I'd say for Kyvik's, honestly, that kind of just sets a bar of what direction you're supposed to take. I feel like this is a player who is not afraid of the circumstance, has really exhibited little to no fear in almost any spot whatsoever. But finding yourself with one Lulu in a spot like this could be a little bit rough. This is a critical 3-1 for Kyvik's right now. He needs to hit, and he needs to hit big.
Well, he doesn't have to hit super hard. He's supposed to be stable, and having Lulu 1 is not stable. So the question will be, how far does Kyvik's dip? And Kyvik's needs to come up big, struggling in the standings currently, 11 points, 22nd out of 24. Still unable to even find Lulu 2. This is not the reroll you're looking for. Does end up ripping the anvil, and doesn't even get a strong component to play around. The strongest would be the gloves. We can potentially make something along the lines of Jewel Gauntlet. But this is real dicey. This is real dicey. I'm not entirely sure what Kyvik's is thinking about right now. Potentially Belt is as an alternative to glove. And now going against Garchomp, who has QSS and Edge of Night already slammed. This is a filthy start for both of our admin players.
Yeah, this is I feel like this lobby is about to get real tough real quick, and I don't feel like it's going to be across the board. I feel like it's going to be a canyon between the top and the bottom right now. Kyvik's, though, gets a glimpse at some very interesting augments for this one. You can either take the extra HP, you could take the Pandora's Bench. These are pretty strong, and I'd say that additional HP right now is looking pretty fantastic when your 3-1 roll was as weak as this one shaped it to be.
This is terrible. Now this is starting to get to the point where I'm worried Kyvik's is not going to go 8th. This is a situation where he's investing a lot of his gold into things that aren't making his boards particularly strong right now. For example, he's playing 2 Pantheon 2s and 2 Gangplank 2s. So the good news is that he's hitting some things. He's just not hitting the right things at this moment. He doesn't even have, for example, the ability to play supers because he's lacking a Malphite. And you do want to generally play for the 3 supers, 4 hearts. This is looking much more like an impromptu double trouble board than anything else at the moment.
Where do you find yourself in a situation like this? Like, is this a double down situation where you're willing to spend more gold? Is it like an all-in scenario? Like, what is the difference here in which direction you're supposed to go? Have we figured this out where you're supposed to be a bit conservative on your gold?
So the Tiny Titans is really interesting because he wants to just make sure he has enough time. And I think at this point, Kyvik's might be thinking about playing for different placements. But I think that personally, Kyvik's tournament position is so dire because he's 22nd place at 11 points that he would have to take something a little bit riskier, such as going for Pandora's Bench and trying to roll into that Lulu 3. By the way, we are moving to the 3-2 or 3-3 fight here for JD, who did take Titans but lost twice. He leveled to 6 and lost. And he looks like he was playing around with the idea of going into Hacker LeBlanc, but seems to have moved away because he has stumbled upon an early Aurelian Soul. And JD's showing flexibility with his game plan, saying, yes, it's very nice to be able to get things like the Hacker LeBlanc and potentially have an unconventional I put that in quotation marks, composition come back to the forefront. But Aurelian Soul, you hit it in stage 3 and you have items for it, you're oftentimes playing Aurelian Soul.
I feel like it's tough to not play Aurelian Soul at this point. The fact that this champion has come in to be such a strong factor in 8.5 versus in set 8. And the fact that you have it early, if you're not putting this on your board when you got AP items, I feel like that maybe you have lost it a bit.
Yeah, right now, Aurelion Sol is considered by many to be the most powerful 4-cost AP carry in the game. I do think it's debatable between him and Twisted Fate, but it really depends on what trees you're open to, because a lot of people use Aurelion Sol also as a fallback plan. They usually play, hey, I'm going to try to lean more towards, let's say, this Mech Samira, Sure Shot, Angle, AD, and it's like if I get AP items, I'll just tech in that Aurelion Sol, which is what has made Aesol so powerful. No traits required, just simply a threat and some items to get him started.
Take a look at items on the right side, and I'm noticing a major trend for a lot of this right now, which is Warmogs and Stoneplate.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stone plates because of the dynamic defenses, in particular because it seems like a lot of people were taking things like that. So we have a few free stone plate gargoyles, but also it just goes to show you that a lot of people have generally understood that Blitzcrank is such an efficient tank. Taking a look at another admin check here from Kindle Gem. Every 5 seconds, your team gets attack speed is something worth considering, given that he's trying to scale off of Laser Core. Not entirely sure if he chose that or perhaps permanent HP. I think those are the only two worth considering at the moment. I'm not sure if you saw anything that you liked.
I think that if you're going to lean towards Laser Core, that permanent HP feels great. Now, my concern with leaning Laser Core is that we have 2 rods sitting on the bench. It feels like without Mordekaiser, that's going to be a little bit tough to use. Like maybe you can just dip an Aurelion Sol on your board and hope that splash damage is going to come into effect here. Deathcap's been slammed onto Morgana. This does not surprise me whatsoever. I think Morgana is a totally fine unit to have on your board for a considerable amount of time. This is like the bootleg Mordekaiser for what Laser Core wants to do. It's some shred. It's got a powerful effect. It's got some CC involved with it. It's doing a lot of utility while also doing some damage, and that's really what the Laser Core team is all about, is just having consistent heavy damage across the entire fight.
Yeah, I think one unit that people don't play around at all, not exactly as often as I think they should at least, is Twisted Fate in Laser Core, because he actually is a perfect item holder that slots in. He has synergy with Duelist, for example, and you have the ability to have it hold the items until you get to Mordekaiser. And so I think that some people are hesitant to play Twisted Fate because they're not entirely sure how the damage works. Like, how do you get everything going? But if you'd be surprised. Sometimes if your front line's good enough, let's say you have 4 Brawler plus TF and Warwick, it's enough to carry through your mid game.
Take a look at Unwolf, who has not had, I think, the best start to the day. You're in one of those spots where you're going to need 2 strong finishes in order to find yourself into the next cutoff point. We're cutting from 24 to 16 after our next 2 games, with 6 games left to follow it up. But Unwolf has a player that I think has really surprised a lot of people who are not paying very close attention to the scene all the time. This is, I'd say that he's kind of come out of nowhere, really, and put up strong performances, and just frankly had strong ideas and great ideas for flexing the gameplay and really adapting to the circumstance at hand. It feels like a lot of players are really making their name that way in set 8.5, in set 8 in particular, because there's just so many options available that this is one of those sets where I feel like the idea of solving it just really isn't there. There's just too much on your plate.
Oh, we'll see. Taking a look at Kindle Gem's board here. It looks like he's gearing up towards Mech plus Aces is something that's potentially up his sleeve. Does have this Misfortune and the Samir already on the board, lacking that Draven and that Mordekaiser. So I don't think we're going to be able to get there very easily. He kind of needs a miraculous hit a Mordekaiser on 7 unless he wants to fast 8 it. And we also know that Mech is quite unreliable unless you get everything online quicker than expected. Speaking of getting online,
wow.
We finally have Pantheon 3 at 4-1, which is very late for Kyvix. Kyvix does not look very stable. Still on 5 Lulus. Finally finding number 6, but hopefully he can get it all together online before the stage begins.
7 Lulus. Not quite there. Rolling very 8 Lulus. Oh, that's
Nice.
9 Lulus. Wow, that is a great roll for Kyvix. But again, that is Tiny Titans at 45. Coming into stage number 4 right now. We saw Kindle Gem go to 8, press the gold button, and this is what they've come up with so far. So Kindle Gem, I think, being very aggressive with finding key 5 costs that are going to build this comp. Like, what are you going to play around? It's going to be big, important stuff. So let's start looking for it right now. We don't need a ton of gold to get it done. We need a ton of time to get it done. So let's get that time rolling right now.
Just looking like he's gearing for a massive level 8 roll down. Keep your eyes peeled for that, as Dishtop does have a every 5 seconds gain mana admin as well as Yunwil. So a lot of powerful admins in this lobby. Coming up on the hero augments. And it's going to be Prismatic.
Oh boy.
Laser Core Soul immediately taken.
Wow.
Level 8 from Kindle Gem, but a lot of other people are also going to be rolling down. Kindle Gem's just going to stop here for now. Love to see this Garen get into play. Morgana is not really that important. We can replace that. Meanwhile, we're moving over to see Yashto's POV, checking his forward admin, which is attack speed oriented things, gain mana. Getting 40 mana could be a little bit excessive, but I am curious what Disho's planning to do right now. It looks like he's pivoting into a Riftwalker composition.
Eyes are found for Kindle Gem.
That's massive. That's massive. And he's just going to go ahead and play that immediately as 6 Laser Core online. Kindle Gem is checking off all the boxes. Now, the caveat to it, his entire board is 1-star, except for his Blitzcrank and this Ashe. Is that going to be high enough quality units? Oh, no, he got Zephyr in the front line. Ripple Overdrive with that Future Sight was able to snipe that Blitzcrank.
That is not good. That is like the key to your team, is having this Blitzcrank there to hold it up. Now, with 4 Brawlers there, you were able to absorb a lot of the damage, and this, I think, is one of the benefits of Laser Core, is that a lot of your damage is coming from the drones. So this is looking like, despite the Zephyr, that this is enough. My gosh, 6 Laser Core does so much damage.
Yeah, and it goes to show you the importance of making sure that you can follow through with that Zephyr, because you need to be able to take out the back line, or at least do some significant damage and stick on it before that Blitzcrank lands back down, which is not something Ripple's been able to do. If you're looking at Ripple's position, time and a half, Deathblade Sivir 3, Spatula ready to go with Infinity Emblem, and yet it just feels like Ripple, for whatever reason, might be taking a bot 4 finish somehow. And Ripple, of course, one thing to notice as a player that tries to avoid taking lines that goes 8th place. If he goes 8th here again, this is something that I feel like ultimately would be potentially affecting his mindset, because he specifically tries to go out of his way to play lines that could potentially land him in 8th place.
We're going to find out if this is enough to get through. I have to say, I'm feeling pretty comfortable when I see this, but we did take Windfall on 4-2 to get the gold count rolling again. So this is something that is a little bit concerning to me. Is it seems like so many players in the lobby that their Prismatic is helping them find better circumstances through affecting combat. There are a couple of players who were not able to take that, and Ripple Overdrive is one of them right now. Prismatic Augments are going to be some of those powerful ones that can affect combat in the game. You don't have that. The other players do.
Ripple takes another loss. If Ripple goes 8th here, that'd be back-to-back 8th places after basically avoiding 8th place the entire set of tournament competition. Mordekaiser with a rod. Kyvix immediately snipes that, makes sure no one can do it. Ripple does have an open Spatula, could make Tactician's Crown or an Infinity Emblem, chooses instead for the sword. That is really painful. Taking a look around, JD Zelensky has a mascot emblem made. Interesting traction there. And Yunwilf will be the one taking that Spatula onto that Aatrox. Yunwilf with an open glove. I'm not sure if that's going to be for a Thief's, or sorry, a Renegade emblem, as he does have 2 Thief's gloves. Probably likely from his Prismatic Augment.
Ripple gets the level, so converting that gold into combat. Here's the Infiniteam. Still missing one. Oh gosh, it's so close to being active. Aatrox on the Infiniteam, Hex, I do feel like is a powerful addition to the team. You're getting enough items and enough presence on that front line that maybe your backline damage can hold up at this point. But I'd say this is dicey at best. I'd say Dish Soap is certainly one of the players that you want to fight right now. It feels like Dish Soap's got some stuff missing from the team right now.
He has to play around 3 cost AP with Twisted Fate, hoping that this mana generation through the admin will be good enough. And it doesn't look like it is. Remember, Dishope also has to sack one of his augments in the form of Hyperbolic Time Chamber, while some people get to still keep their hero augments.
My gosh.
Big Twister, able to actually land to the back line. Ripple just keeps free falling. Kyvix does lose again, but right now it's a race to the bottom between him and the Lulu reroll player.
Dish Soap has been such a big advocate for how powerful the mana per 5 is with the admin team, and honestly, I feel like that board showed it. That was a Twisted Fate 1 with a bunch of 2 stars in the way, and this was enough to just pretty handedly take that previous fight, I would say. That's going to be a weather check there from Dish Soap, who says, wow, lots of mana plus lots of mana, that equals more mana, and that's something that can be overwhelming at times. I'm still just surprised that this TF1 was enough to be such a winning factor in that previous fight, but maybe that's just the lineup that Ripple has put together there. It's just not good enough to really hold up.
Ripple's board was not very good because his front line was lacking. Let's see Robinson's Infinity Team board. Oh, no, it was not Infinity Team at all. It was just the Hyperbolic Time Chamber into Rift Walkers and seeing if this Jhin versus Twisted Fate, who's going to take it?
Jhin certainly doesn't have a good lineup for how this fight's going right now. The TF has still remained untouched, basically, in this fight. And with that amount of attack speed that's been built up over time, I think Jin's just got too much on the plate to be able to clear this one up. So Robinson's taking a pretty heavy hit in this one. The prep on 3-2 not having a factor. Ripple Overdrive loses again and just overwhelmed in this lobby right now. Out before you see the items at the end of stage 4. That is a brutal loss.
3-1-4-8-8. Everything was looking so good for Ripple, but kind of putting together a very dubious set of results. If Ripple, for whatever reason, goes 8th again, we might actually be seeing a crazy reversal where Ripple might be on the very verge of potentially not making. We have to check in with his actual points. I think he's still going to be okay, but he might be at that cutoff point where he can get a little bit scary. So we'll check back in later on as we take a look at Unwill's board, who was also kind of trying to figure out where he sits sandwiched between the win streakers. Kindle Gem above streaking, Dish Soap below streaking. Unwill alone at the 1 HP before 46 or 44, trying to see if he can stabilize. Finds Jhin 2. Unit quality is going to matter here the most. Can we get this Riftwalker online? Do we have items to make it relevant? Are we going to have to TG Jhin here?
There's a lot going on. Items don't feel like they're speaking a ton. The gloves make sure that you can use a glove item as well as get additional Renegade on board. So 5 Renegade looks like it's on the plate for Unwealth, but this needs to be a big round. Going up against Dish Soap, who has shown that this team is very powerful right now. A good lineup currently for where the Jhin sits, but that's a Thieves Gloves on your Jhin. And so right now I'm looking at a 2-star TF. The 1-star has been enough to get it done so far. Still out of the angle of where that Jhin is holding up. So with the time that Dish Soap has had to scale here, this is no contest right now. Big loss again, and we're in stage 5. Big losses right now are the #1 thing to avoid.
I don't know why Uno took so long to make things like the Renegade Emblem. That's just less bonus damage to start for all the units that are Renegades. Doesn't end up getting it in time for the final Renegade buff, but not enough. You can't afford to be taking losses like that. We'll see what he ends up making for the final item as well. A couple of 2-stars coming across the board. 2-star Acel for JD. Kindle Gem checks his 4th. Admin doesn't seem like it's something that interests him in particular. And Kindle Gem is just riding the +1 laser core wave. You saw why they nerfed the laser core appearance offerings to just be available at 4-2. Is because when you're able to get 6 laser core like this, it's still such a powerful tempo spike that you're able to kind of use this momentum alone to go to level 9. Does end up eating a very nasty shroud though, hits all the units of importance. He might win anyway, just on the virtue of facing the ghost version of Dish Soap's board, but you can't be getting shrouded like that. That might end up sabotaging him later in the game.
Definitely not something you want to be taking right now. Warwick is pretty big at the moment. The pair of admins is still building up over time. This is going to get stronger and stronger until other players just become overwhelming strength. Even against the ghost, this is not going to be enough to hold up, but damage is not hyper significant. Kyvix, despite getting online, takes another loss in this spot. Robinson's taking another loss. You said it's been a race for the bottom. It continues to be the case right now. Everyone in this lobby has hit something, but for some players it's been a lot later than others. That's given other players time to outscale that right now. So if you're in this position right now, the question I don't think is how do you win this lobby, it's how do I not go 7th?
Well, if your Robinson's that's the case, I just want to revisit that one thing about Kindle Gem. If Kindle Gem gets 2nd or 3rd this game, I think he'll probably look back upon that fight of how that cost him everything, because he would be streaking. He would have that much more gold. He'd have that much more HP to potentially go to 9 and hit everything he needs to do. If Kindle Gem doesn't go like top 2 or top 3 and he kind of like peters out in 4th place, I think he's going to look back at that fight and wish he positioned differently. In the meantime, we're focusing on Robinson's. He does get hit by this big undertow. Trying to see if we can focus down this Warwick from Kindle Gem, who did go to 9 immediately on 0 gold as well. Trying to finish off Robin. Robin is not strong enough, and that is a dead Robin songs, and Robin can't afford taking those losses. That puts Robson back in the hot seat of whether or not he can qualify for the top 16.
Kyvix in the same boat as well, but just barely enough HP to squeak out a 6th place. Bad news for Kyvix, who was sitting at 11 points. You're now sitting at 14 points. For Robin Songs, he was sitting at 17 points. We're going to tack 2 on top of that one after this lobby, and then there's 1 game left until the cutoff. Right now, if you came into this lobby and you had 15 or fewer points, you were finding yourself in the bottom 8 players right now, and that's the cutoff line. If you were above that point, you're going to be safe, but for pretty much anyone who's not stacking themselves up to about that 25-point range, you're worried a little bit.
Ooh, nice move from Yunwolf, trying to get a strong item in Thieves Gloves onto the Viego and moving the Chalice onto a different unit. So this is a nice little move that you can pop off that item while also trying to improve unit quality. Also, not to mention, he has Lucky Gloves, so the more Thieves Gloves he can get, the better. I didn't realize he had Band of Thieves and Lucky Gloves from Yunwolf. Seeing if whether or not this is good enough to get it done. Does still have to find Aurelion Soul 2. If he can, he's in a good spot. The matchup against Dish Dope, and that Shroud is not the worst, but also not the craziest.
It's one of those ones that's always kind of tricky right now. Shroud has felt like a very powerful item in late game circumstances. In this one, it's definitely a powerful one, and a little bit more spread out with a little bit more damage online for Unwell here as well. So this front line was able to hold up enough, overpowers Dish Soap, and finds himself with a pretty clean win. Dish Soap, meanwhile, saving up gold and looking for that level 9 themselves. Nobody knocked out in this round, and it looks like not players are at risk for getting knocked out in stage 5 as well. Pretty decent health totals with 1 fight left before we get to the Krugs. I'm sorry, to the Creeps.
Well, Yunwolf, every fight matters so much. If you look at his point standing, told you he's 21st place, 13 points. Top 4 isn't good enough. He needs to actually be able to play for top 2. He needs to find a way to charge, especially if players ahead of him like Robin Songs are going 7th in the lobby. If he can outplace JD Zelensky, who has 16 points, these are the players that he needs to make ground against. It's not good enough to top 4. That's why that fight versus Dish Up was so crucial. Every single win that Yunwolf can get is going to make the big difference of whether or not he can survive in this tournament.
Zephyr from the Lee Sin onto that Jin, and so right now it is Aurelion Sol who's trying to get the job done. Every single moment that Jin is down, that is a bad news for your damage right now. Jin does a linear amount of damage. He needs to consistently be attacking. Bad lineup so far in these shots. The front line is down right now. Warwick has a free pass to the back.
And that's just going to be a loss for Yunwolf. He barely survives at 4 HP. If he goes 5th here, Yunwolf's tournament might feel like it is over. And the miracle run from one of the rookies of the set, Yunwolf, will be cut short. But we still have another round to play before we can figure out who is going to be in that top 4. And the problem is with the current HP is that Yunwolf will have to win 2 in order to get that top 4 spot, because it's very rare for someone to die at 21 HP in stage 6. They have to take a very, very bad loss for that to happen. So you have to kind of get that +2 or that 2 extra win round differential. By the way, Kindle Gem on a 3 streak. I was kind of worried about Kindle Gem going to level 9 and having 0 gold after he just lost his win streak, but it seems like that move has paid off for Kindle Gem and is now working to see if he can pad that lead. But look at what is happening. Garchomp, JD, a lot of people are getting online. Finally, a Viego 2 for Dish Soap. But Dish Soap's still lacking a couple of other things. If you can hit things like that Nico, maybe get a 3rd item that's really powerful here. Zonia's Paradox is one of those items I'm looking at.
It's possible utilities at hand here as well. I definitely think that Zonia's is the item when I look at it. I go, that's the one I want. My question is, where does it go right now? And can you make more work out of the utility at that point? We'll have to see. Unwell, this is tournament on the line at this one right now. No crazy Zephyrs, 2-star Aurelion Sol was found. Decent lineup for the Jin in the backline right now, but not great items for this. Mordekaiser Cast not doing too much impact right now, but it looks like he's the one who's breaking through first. Big win for Unwilf.
Massive win, and Kindle Gem takes a pretty medium-sized loss, enough to make it really dangerous whether or not he actually loses one more time and goes bot 4. Garchomp trying to survive as long as he can. Warwick trying to make it work with his army of drones. JD barely survives. It's a good loss, but we can't lose anymore.
Such crucial rounds. Positioning is going to be such a big impact in this one, and with a major impact from the Ornn items coming off of the anvil. It's just crazy how much more powerful you can get in such a short duration of time. Dish Soap finding a 2-star Janna. Unwolf right now, you know the opponent. It's Garchomp. This is not a board I'm looking forward to facing at this point.
Let's see the result here. Future Sight targeting to the corner. See if he can maybe hit things like those carries. And looks like Garchomp does have the Jin caught with the Zephyr, which is nice. But the Aurelion Soul is going to hit a bunch of units that are clumped up. Garchomp does have Mordekaiser of 2. The Skylines doesn't hit the important carries, but eliminates so much of the front line. Jin has to get it done.
Big Leona
does end up
cast.
having BT kick in here. And Aurelion Soul continues to get unchallenged. Garchomp with positioning to snipe the Jin was the only thing that went well. Everything else was a disaster positionally, and ends up biting the dust. JD takes the loss, and now Unwolf has done it 2 wins in a row, and that's a top 4 to keep Unwolf in the tournament.
That is big. Honestly, when I saw the items from Unwolf in the previous round, I was feeling worried, but what ended up happening is all the utility came into place, and then the big Leona cast onto a Mordekaiser 2-starred, wiping that out before it's able to get another effective cast. Such a massive difference. Holding on for 4 life in this lobby right now is a big accomplishment when you're sitting on that chopping block and need those extra points. Massive deal.
Shroud switching over to the other side here for Dish Soap, trying to see if he can get a good opportunity to shut down the carries. Unwolf dodged it. Shroud is not on his Leona, his Echo, or his Aurelion Soul. So here comes the Meteor Showers. Twisted Fate is trying to work onto these units, but remember that Oxforce is so good at tanking this damage, not to mention the BT, keeping the Viego in the fight. And now that the front lines are starting to drop, who is going to be able to get to access to the backline carry? Jin, Flourish, aiming. Alistar trying to hold on to it. One more Meteor Shower. No, the red card drops in, and Unwolf will have to settle for potential top 4. Twister coming in and ends Unwolf by the skin of his teeth. Dish Soap does it again. That's a top 2 guaranteed for Mr. Soap.
Garchomp falling out in 3rd place as well. So Kindle Gym, you had mentioned it at Kindle Gym. This is a spot where it seemed like everything could go their way or everything could fall apart. They were sitting at 20 points coming into this lobby. When you secure a top 2 here, that is major breathing room. And for Dish Soap, consistently showing why he's at the top of those standings, why he's at the top of those rankings, and how he continues to perform time and time again. For Kindle Gym here, I'd have to say that this board is still looking pretty strong, but missing the Mordekaiser 2, I feel could be a massive difference in this one. Dish Soap's just put together a strong board, has understood the game plan the entire way through, utilized the XP that you get from Hyperbolic Time Chamber. I think both of these players put together their game plan pretty well. Top 2 from either of these spots, you have to be happy with that.
You know, just board looks pretty bad. He's playing Yasuo 1 and Renekton 1 in the name of lasers, hoping that this Mordekaiser 1 with Zonias is going to get it done. Twisted Fate is also stuck on the Warwick, and if he's able to get the reset onto another unit, Twisted Fate can lock back on. Kindle Gem looks like he is not going to have any chance to win this fight whatsoever. Dish Soap destroys Kindle Gem's Laser Core board and starts off the second day, but it's round number 5 of the round 24 with a massive dub and puts himself in contention to challenge Juke Yu for first in points and highest average placement thus far.
Oh my goodness, what an incredible lobby as well. It just felt like everything was so powerful when you ended up getting a lot of utility out of those 1-cost hero augments, and then you had a prismatic on top of that. It just felt like everybody was spiking towards the end there. But we did have a few players that had a little bit of a rough go of things, Admirable. Just a couple players that really couldn't get online. So what was kind of happening for them to not be able to keep up?
A lot of that just comes down to the way the roles are going to work, too. You know, a lot of that chaos drives how the outcome is going to work. And in this lobby, it felt like that players had an idea of what they wanted to do in mind, but that it had a bit of improvisation to it as well. And honestly, Kindle Gem is one of the big players I even look at for that. They would push levels with very little gold and then say, well, I'll just let kind of what I'm fine dictate the pace of play at this one. We're looking at a 6 laser core composition that got a Fiddlesticks 2, and online before it found a Yasuo 2 in a laser core composition. Like, that is just kind of wild to think about, but that's because of the way that Kindle Gem was pushing levels. It was utilizing the ability of being able to just find raw power because you have this laser core heart at the end of the game that's just giving you +1 laser core. You find all of these powerful units in the middle of the game, just skyrocket your levels at that point and let the powerful units drive the action.
Yeah, I feel like Laser Core definitely taking another top finish here just is something that we've seen a lot of for this particular composition, but maybe something I wasn't particularly expecting was how much admin we ended up seeing early on in that game. Dan, kind of what was going on there to push these players towards going for that trait so early?
Well, there are two really crazy admins, and something that we mentioned briefly in passing, that both Dish Soap and Noonwell found 20 mana per 5 seconds, and a really cool shout out to how Dish Soap and Noonwell were able to weave that in, right? Dish Soap, for example, had +1 admin and only just teched in at LeBlanc, so he can get that big mana buff on all of his composition. That was really powerful. And then you also had Garchomp, who did a really good job stacking that HP. Yes, he was like lucky enough to get that Warwick and have that momentum, but he was really able to lean into what made it really strong. I really like the itemization as well with both the QSS and the Edge of Night. I think some people think you only need one or the other, but recognizes that defensive Warwick with scaling HP plus a Titans is a really strong combination. So I think, yes, some of these players maybe had some fortunate things happen, but you can see how they capitalize upon it because, like we said, in these kinds of tournament environments, the good players are not going to miss a beat when they have an opportunity to capitalize on the opportunities. So really good job by all the top 4. Shout out to JD, who tried to really flex around certain concepts. He was thinking about hacking LeBlanc, teching in Acel, and ultimately wasn't able to put together a top 4. But I hope we can see JD maybe get rewarded for that and get into that top 2, top 3 so we can move on to the top 16.
Yeah, JD Zielinski was one of those players that's just kind of sitting at the bubble there with 16 points, so really nice to be able to see a top 4 finish for him, just to try to kind of push towards that end goal, because even just in this lobby alone, I feel like the way that the standings ended up coming through might really shake things up a lot mathematically when you look at the other lobbies that we had as well. So I can't wait to see what was kind of going on over there. But I think another thing that you talked about was just Aurelion Soul and the power that it was able to provide for kind of any composition, as long as you're able to splash it in as a carry. And something else I feel like I noticed is that very AP heavy to start off the day. And so do you feel like this is something that we expected Admirable, and is this something that we should look forward to for our games in the future?
Oh, I absolutely do right now. I think that as balanced as this patch is, that your AD lines are just, they're more limited. I think that they match the power level when you're able to get them there. I just think the opportunity for it is more rare. And I think that really Jhin is probably one of the standouts for that, where it's like, you need a 2-star Jhin to really get that composition rolling. It's not really too much detail around it. You can do a lot of things to kind of bootleg your front line in your surrounding circumstances for a bit, and they can kind of go deep traits. Sometimes you can find yourself in a 5 Renegade tree, and it's perfectly acceptable from that. But the AP lines have so much that you can do around them that honestly, it's a bit overwhelming to try to learn every single AP line. But as I've talked to players, as I've seen strategies come through, as you look through the data and kind of just analyze the raw numbers of it, the AP lines have so much opportunity to them. It's difficult to justify moving against that if the opportunity is there at all. So I expect to see more AP lines in this one. I think the default for it is obviously going to be the Ox Force and Spell Slingers behind it, but there's way more to it than that, and your carry options are just, I mean, it's a mile long at this point. You pick a champion that casts, you could probably build something that carries around it given the opportunity.
Hey, I'm a big proponent of Carry Nico. I know maybe that's a hot take, but I really like that particular champion, so maybe we'll get a chance to see a little bit more of that, but I'm okay seeing the Twisted Fates and the Aurelion Souls too. Let's take a look at our lobby scoreboards though, because we just followed the action for Lobby C, so this is what's going on in Lobby A and B. Setsuko, one of the favorites coming into this tournament, going to kick off there with the first place. I heard a reaction. What are you looking at?
Well, I'm seeing...
Clear didn't go in!
I was just about to say.
Sound the alarm bell! else.
Now, that being
How was I
said,
not informed of this earlier?
Clear is mathematically eliminated at this point. He needed to go first for anything to happen. That was the first circumstance. So
Oh my god.
we can't exclude that at this point. But for Clear, this is the chaotic nature of Clear. Is he going to be the best or is it going to be the worst of the tournament? Flip a coin and pick your choice. That's what it feels like to me. Wajan Iverson getting a big top 4. Wajan Iverson was sitting at 15 points. They needed to find themselves in strong top 4 positions. This is the opening to that. When I look at Lobby B, the big thing I'm noticing is that Asa is really taking a big hit in this one. Asa was sitting at 17 points. You just needed strong middle of the field finishes in this one. 8th place is a major hit. He's going to be hunting down top 2 in the next one. And then, of course, we saw Lobby C with this one. This is a very powerful lobby. Almost any way you slice them, that's the way it's going to look for this. But Dish Soap just absolutely claiming a spot there, and Kindle Gym doing the same. Big finishes for them, too. They're kind of coasting into the cutoff point of this.
One thing I want to call out is that every top player ahead of Dish Soap took a pretty nasty 7th. Jukyu and Bossa Skills both went 7th, and Dish Soap went 1st, which means Dish Soap is now only 1 point behind Jukyu. And again, remember, the reason why it's important is because average placement at the end of the tournament will guarantee you a spot in the Global Championship. So that is worth paying attention to. DP also took a 6th, who was right behind Garchomp Pro. So it actually is now turned into a different conversation entirely. Replay, yesterday was not his day. A new day, new me. And maybe a little puppy to boot. 5 Renegade Jin carry. This is a composition he was not super familiar with, but it seems like he's getting stronger. Setsuko, Dish Soap, Replay. These are the 3 players out of about 5 or 6 that are getting so much hype. And I think maybe we can begin to see why that is. Incredible result for a lot of the players who've been following the scene this set.
Yeah, I was looking at that lobby leader graphic and I was like, oh yeah, that's expected. Just kind of looking at all of the hype around them, and so you can see them as well just kind of shooting up there on the leaderboard too. Replay in a little bit more of a comfortable position now, sitting at 23 points, and then you also have Setsuko just starting to really be comfortable there in the top 16. But we still have one more game to go before we whittle down our competition to just the top 16. Admirable, it's looking pretty tight right there.
Yeah, the cutoff point right now, the fact that they're, when you at 20 points, you're breaching into the top 16, and then there are just one that's breaching outside of the top 16 at this point. This is a very tight cutoff right now. This is not one of those spots where you're hunting down like a middle of the pack, like, oh, 5th will be good enough in these spots. You're going to be aggressively fighting for a top 4 and maybe even a top 3 at that spot. So that could really shake up the strategies coming into our 6th lobby. How aggressively do you want to play? How 1st or 8th do you want to play? Are you willing to play the long game and try to look for yourself like, I don't know, maybe I can launch myself forward and actually start to hunt down some day 2 performances in terms of the cutoff point, day 2. After that point, I think it's tough to decide what your strategy is going to be, and I think a lot at this point is going to rely on your instinct. How do you feel like you should be playing, and what is going to be your major strength?
Yeah, I definitely feel like we've seen a lot of players find consistency with just going for those kind of off-the-cuff lines, or just finding something to be able to tech in that can really make that composition stronger. And so we're going to have to see a little bit more of that as our players get ready for the final game before we head into our top 16. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss this. We are just one game away from determining our top 16 players that will move forward to play 6 more games of TFT today. And joining me on the desk, we've got Casanova and Crowan back for our day 2 action. Casanova, how are you today?
I'm feeling great. We get to advance. We get to cut some players. You know, I love kicking players out of the tournament. It's my favorite thing in the world. No, I hate it, but I do love getting to see the people advance and move towards the end of the final to see who we're going to get to send to Worlds, right? Like, that's always so exciting.
Okay, the latter half of that has saved you. I got it. Okay. Crowan, what about you? How you doing today?
I'm doing good. Yeah, Casa had us in the first half, but saved. But no, I'm doing really good. It does suck to have to send players home, but that is TFT. When we reach the top level of competition, it's already heartbreaking because we know some players, even some, favorites are already going to be going home. But that's just the nature of the game. We got one more until we round it down into 16. And there's a lot of players in the bubble, so this next game is going to count a ton.
Yeah, I mean, before we get into that, I want to go back to what we ended up seeing come out from our first game of the day. And now let's hone in on Setsuko's win really quickly, because maybe a couple patches ago, you would have seen Samira and gone, yeah, okay, that's pretty normal. But what was going on in that game?
Yeah, Setsuko, I was listening to his stream as he was playing that game. He said he had messed up a bunch. He slammed early on a Last Whisper with the Jeweled Lotus, which kind of locked him into specific lines that he could take, and he ends up on Samira with that, of all things. And eventually, he just got bailed out a couple times and was able to go on a 7-win streak from 1 HP all the way to first. It looked like he was going 8th multiple times throughout the game. Really insane win. If you can watch back any game from today, that's a good one for people at home to go, check out Setsuko's stream and go watch that later on. It was a fantastic game.
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy. We were both watching it, being like, okay, he's probably going 8th here. Oh, that sucks. Like, oh, he got bailed out though with hitting a Samira augment, hitting a Samira 2 for free, and actually had a decision of, oh, do I want to go for a Sivir 3? Because it was on 3-2. He had a Sivir 2 already, and then just had a random 3 Sivir shop, bought it, was positioning himself for that. It was like, wait a minute, end up finding that Samir 2 naturally pivoted into that direction. That was the only other line he could have taken besides for Jhin, because that was one of the lines that he was talking about earlier in the game. It's like, oh, I could probably just have to play Jhin this game, and Last Whisper is not even a good Jhin item, because we talked a lot about it yesterday. The static Shiv interaction kind of on Morgana already providing that Sunder, so it's, you know, you just don't need it. But Setsuko outpositioned everybody for like 6 rounds in a row, got bailed out by a Greater Champion Duplicator. He had like a pair of Urgots, and the Urgot started with just an Archangels on it. Like, it was just there to farm a bit of gold and maybe some items if he got lucky. And then it ended up being an Urgot with a Last Whisper Slam as well. He built 2 Last Whispers to get enough power to maybe not get 8th. And then he rounded it out eventually with a Giant Slayer on the carousel that gave him that Champion Duplicator, hit Urgot 2, killed the brawlers, and somehow got a first place. Like, that was actually illegal what Setsuko accomplished in that lobby.
Wow, it sounds like we might have missed out on some hype action over there, but we've got some hype action ahead of us as we've got a lot of players that have shaken things up here, heading into our final game to determine our top 16 players. Casanova and Crowan, have fun with this one.
All right. Thank you, Necro. We're jumping into game 6 of our top 24 here at the regional finals. Crowan, this is a big one, right? This is where we cut down to our top 16. We will lose 8 players after this, and there's quite a few players on the bubble. And here's one on our screen. Robin Song sitting with 19 points. The general cutoff for this day is 25, but that can fluctuate somewhere between 27 and 24, of course. So Robin really needing a top 4, really needing just a great placement here to lock in a spot in the day 2 festivities, or the top 16 festivities here.
Yeah, and everyone expects him to, right? We've talked him up a lot about never missing a final day in the North American regionals. He's accomplished that 5 out of 5 times. If he goes home on, you know, just the first 6 games, that would be a huge blow to him and everyone who's believed in Robin Songs. He's been a staple of competitive NA TFT for so long now. This is his time to clutch up, but it's not only him. There are several players in this lobby who have to accomplish the same thing, but we'll get at their stories just a bit later, as Robin doesn't have a terrible opener here. Blitzcrank upgrade, but still, he has a lot of work to do.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Robin has got to be feeling the pressure, right? There's the legacy of never missing a final day of regionals that he has been a part of. And to lose out on that, to not be able to say that anymore, I'm sure is something that is on his mind a little bit here as we get into this game, as he tries to fight his way through. It's going to be massive. It's going to be hard to break through, but we're looking at some early laser core. We're looking at that Blitzcrank, and now we've got a 2-2-2 augment split. Crowan, what are some of the big things we're looking out for on this patch in the 2-2-2 section?
Oh, the 2-2-2 can make a lot of things work. Honestly, I think, you know, even just seeing options on the screen, maybe not as much of priority onto the Rel now that Star Guardian, you know, Kaisa has been nerfed a bit, but there's still gonna be a lot of solid options. Pike, you know, Small Game Hunter, I think, is one, especially with the Jhin line coming into fruition. He's thinking about this one a lot, actually, and you can make things like boxing lessons work. I know in the last game we were watching with Setsuko, we saw a couple of brawler players that can be huge there, and that is going to be the direction that he goes. Thought about it for a long time and doesn't really have any slammable items right now, so is just going to play a more standard line. And you can actually use this Vi augment with the boxing lessons in non-brawler compositions, as Vi is okay slotting into things that do feature Aegis, or, you know, 2 brawlers like Mech utilizing a Jax as well. It's just kind of standard opener though, and he does actually slam the Runans, so he's kind of committing to a more AD line here.
Yeah, for sure. And we saw your cut on the screen. I wanted to quickly call out Dish Soap's use of that with Wise Spending in a previous game on day 1. That was so fantastic. It was a really beautiful first place that Dish was able to play. So there are some other creative lines in some of the lesser used augments, even though you were talking about the other side of the Pike line that could be played.
Yeah, that one's gonna be a popular one. Think about all the other 2 costs. If someone picked up, say, like Burning Spirit as well, that's gonna be a really big one for Annie. And it looks like
there is one.
Unwilf.
Yeah.
Yep, Unwilf is gonna be picking that up. Ezreal, of course, Rising Spell Force. Looks like Dish Soap picked that one up. That's going to be absolutely massive at making him a carry that kind of just deletes boards, especially if you pair that with an Axiom Arc, if that comes up later and just Soap high rolls into it. But we will take a look when that second augment comes through. As for now, we're looking at the board of Kyvix, who I don't know if like actually is mathematically eliminated. I think so, though, unfortunately, because I know we are both big Kyvix fans, but wasn't able to gap the whole competition this time around in regionals.
Nope, not this time. And in this game, we see he's going to be playing the Winds of the Wanderer. This was a very popular 2-cost augment that was used during Mecha Cup. It was all over the place. Did see some slight nerfs since then, but Kyvix still picking it up. Still feels like a relatively strong augment if you can find the right items, find your Yasuos early enough.
Yeah, definitely. Kyvix taking a look at some of the other boards. Robin taking a loss into Kindle Gem there. But Ripple Overdrive, another player on the bubble, 21 points. So doesn't need a fantastic game here. Really just needs like a top 5 or really like top 4 to feel good about it. And that does influence the style of play that people approach this kind of, final, of the 6 games with. He doesn't need to take as risky of lines, just need to play some solid TFT, maybe more tempo-oriented style of play, make sure to secure that top 4 and just move on to the next 6.
Yeah, I'm starting out going loss win. Going to be facing off against Garchomp Pro here, who is going to be playing that Pike carry augment. He's got the Yorkut and is going to have that Pike 2 already. Going to be a pretty powerful unit, but it's going up against the Sivir on the side of Ripple. And yeah, with those double Nasus 2s in the front line here, it's going to be plenty of power for Garchomp Pro to grab this win.
Yeah, and that's going to be a ton of mascots on the other side from Garchomp. Has 6 Nasus already, has a Malphite, so looking towards that mascot line, and it could go into either Vex or Jin. Both lines obviously play that Rift Walker to very high effectiveness. We'll see what exactly that direction goes a bit later. But for now, an egg on the carousel, and that's what players are not going to be very excited about seeing. They love maybe anvil components, they love units just to be getting gold, but eggs, it's kind of the more unpopular one.
Yep, and we'll have to wait for them to pop to get any of the rewards. As you said, yeah, it's right away. You don't get anything out of this, right? You don't get to beef up your econ, you don't get an extra item immediately. You just have to wait and see what the egg pops for everybody. Just looking at the items real quick, we did have a Sunfire Slam, so we had some tempo-oriented slams on the right side of our screen there.
Yep.
And tempo has been kind of the name of the game so far, especially watching players like Setsuko, watching Sox playing a lot of tempo-oriented gameplay and doing quite well with it so far. And it has just been important in set 8 in general, being able to play tempo well.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things that we mean when we say tempo style of play. It could be pushing levels early. It could be slamming items every single time you get a chance to. And I think JD Zielinski right here is a definition of doing just that. Is, leveled to 5 already, has slammed a Last Whisper and a Gargoyle Stone Plate, which are both decent items. It does lock you into, I think, especially with the small game hunter playing around the Jin line specifically. And again, we just talked about it before this game, that Last Whisper on the Jin isn't going to be your ideal. You would want the Shiv instead and free up another item for the Jin, but it's still going to be good enough. JD is coming into this game at 20 points, so yet another player on the bubble needs a top 4 at the very least. And I'm not sure if that's, maybe that tempo style of play is going to be just leaning that direction. Maybe that's the thought process there.
Yeah, I mean, if he can find the Jin, if he can get this composition online with this big win streak going, right, like that should be able to get him to a spot that he can convert into a top 4. And as you said, 20 points, right? Top 4 is kind of the big place that he needs to get to ensure that he can lock in a spot, or at least put him in the best place that we know of for a spot, right? We are expecting that 25 point mark. We know that we cannot guarantee that that will be the mark, but we know that that is what the target should be for JD.
JD runs into Dish Soap, both win streaking players, and that's going to be an Ezreal 2 already for Dish Soap with a Rising Spell Force. Does not have blue buff, so he's not going to reach critical mass very fast. Yeah, he does have Samira as well. Level 5 Samiras are coming in today, real hot. Looks like the Ezreal will be able to clean this one up as well. That is really unfortunate for JD Zielinski. You would love, especially with that, playing the more tempo-oriented style of play, to get your economy there, be able to push levels and keep that win streak going, but it's not able to. Dish Soap playing a win streak Rising Spell Force Ezreal. It's gonna get a little bit awkward for him if he doesn't find tier on neutrals and has last pick for Carousel, so can't pick up a tier. That could be a bit of a deficit for him, but it's looking okay still for now. on the side of Dish Soap, and he's not really going to be one that's in too much trouble here. Maybe thinking about just keeping that average placement up for that potential world spot.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Dish in a great spot due to the win streak, but as you mentioned, just needing to find those items. Maybe you can find it on one of the heists when it opens up the log. You can find his little tier.
Yeah, true.
Maybe the little egg will pop for it. We do see Anvil's on the bench now. One for Unwilf here. And Unwilf actually is kind of our other bubble player that we need to talk about, right? He was able to top 4 in that last game that you just saw on stream. Frodan pointed out, yeah, that was important. He needed the top 4 to stay in contention. You see he's got 18 points now. Unwilf needs to be looking for a top 2. Probably just needs to look for that first place, though. He needs to play for first. If he ends up getting second, there's still a chance he sneaks in. So really got to pay attention to this board, see what he is doing, see how he can get there. And right now his econ is in a great spot, right? 47 gold here on 3-1. Does have that Burning Spirit Annie, and he is in a position to go for that AP line. He's got a static Shiv available to be made as well, but just in general, having that tier is going to be nice. There it is. There's the slam of the static Shiv. Unwolf, definitely someone we have to keep our eyes on. It looks like that Spellslinger's Oxforce path is the way to go.
Yep, Oxlinger's going to be here. Already has 4 Annies as well, so be thinking about a real tanky front line with an Annie 3. You can itemize that over, say, something like an Echo that you might slot in a bit later on as well. And Annie's going to have just a ton of staying power with those shields coming through. Burning Spirit, obviously, as well, helping her with that, helping the Ox forces a ton. And if you can itemize, your TF, your Nico, and even get to late game where you can start putting items in your Viego, that's where this comp really can shine. Unwolf has got kind of lucked into a static Shiv as well, which is best in slot for a TF. So now he's got to find the units, has these amount of HP. So I think Unwolf is primed for a potential top 2 if things keep going his way as we get, Prismatic Augment.
Yeah, Prismatic Augments immediately, new recruit as an option, but he is going to reroll it. Golden ticket available. We've seen this taken a lot from the likes of Setsuko.
Okay, yeah.
And it is going to be the pickup for Unwilf, and that does mean that this Annie 3 capability is definitely going off the charts here with the ability to get all those extra rerolls in.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think this is going to be really solid as well, especially because I think Unwolf's going to be in a position where he has to roll on 7 a lot, just to find the units, right? At least 1 copy of TF, 1 copy of Nico. It might be able to just, 2-star a lot of things while preserving economy. Yeah, Viego not gonna be able to play for Ox quite yet, and is rolling actually kind of deep for anything. Finds Rammus 2, but it's on bench right now. Unwolf's rolls there could have been a lot better, at least able to sell back up to 10. But Unwolf will not be able to carry the streak forward, I don't imagine. Although it's up against JD Zelinsky, who's carrying just an Ash 1 with Last Whisper. Might actually be able to win this one.
Yeah, JD hasn't gotten more powerful. We saw he took Windfall, still sitting on 50 gold. So he is rich right now. He's going to get very powerful very quick, but he hasn't spent all that gold yet. So able to find that win over JD. Meanwhile, in our picture-in-picture, we did see Kyvix taking Golden Ticket and rolling very deep as well, going for those Yasuos. That is expected to see a reroll augment. And now we got Tomes being popped by Kindle Gem, Crowan. First off, we've got that Prankster, and Nar is already here. That's a good hit. But double Prankster doesn't find Gadget.
No Gadget.
No Gadget is so rough for Kindle Gem here. Gonna have to find another way to play through this, because it does feel like he's committed to this line. It doesn't feel like it. He is committed to this line now. He's got 2 Prankster emblems. You're not playing anything but Nar with that.
Man, that feels so bad. Has 9 synergies on the left-hand side, so I believe that means 2 tailored augments, depending on the traits you're playing on the board, but missing Gadget on both of those takes the potential cap of this board way, way down. Prankster is like your good second choice, I suppose. It's going to make this Gnar a lot tankier. It's going to provide a lot of time when those target dummies do start studying things that take them down. But that's a massive low roll for Kindle Gem.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what he can do with this, though. With the 2 Prankster emblems, they're still relatively strong. Like you said, it essentially gives you more frontline, right? It gives you more time for this Gnar to jump around, deal the damage that he needs to do. Can that buy enough time for Kindle to go 8, get a Nunu, right? And then be able to still play that 5 Gadget later? Or is there another line that still plays 3 Gadget that Kindle can consider? I know we've seen some 3 Gadget variations as well.
Yeah, 3 Gadget can still be fine. You can hit your Gnar 3. I think we saw actually a game of that yesterday where someone was playing 5 Gadgetine and then pushed level 9 and just dropped the Poppy Lulu for some legendaries and capped out the board that way. Needs to get there first, however, and with the 2 Prankster emblems, that might be a way to do it. I would say it's definitely possible. However, we'll have to take a look a bit later as we're moving over to Robin Songs, who's carrying Belveth. And I think Belveth had a lot of success in the EMEA regionals, actually, just this morning. And that's not something that we saw a ton of NA players playing, a couple of times, but those were centered around more tempo styles of play. And Robin is going to be selling it immediately for a Warwick.
Yeah, still sticking to that laser line, picking up the Band of Thieves here for the Prismatic. So just going to be having these extra Thieves gloves. He's got 2 of them on the board right now. And he's just trying to get some extra power and items, as much power as he possibly can for this. It's kind of nice with the laser core line, because if you get really tanky items on someone too, they can still survive long enough that they just deal damage with the lasers, because the lasers pass around to everybody. So just getting extra itemized characters in general, it doesn't really matter what units they are, actually feels pretty nice with the laser line.
Definitely. Unwil found 1 TF for his troubles of rolling all of that gold. And we see the Gnar is still good enough to be winning some rounds, especially against Kyvix, who has not hit all the 3 stars quite yet. JD Zielinski finding a Jin pair as well. This is that small game Hunter Pike. No Vex, however, so we don't have 3 Riftwalker quite yet, but it's found an early Leona, and this is the composition where Leona can actually see some good play. She is going to be a Renegade. She has Aegis, which is going to fit really in with this meta of so many players playing AP. So a really, really big hit from JD.
Yeah, it's nice. And I mean, JD, we said he locked himself into needing to play the Jin line, has found 2 Jins here on 3-6 already. Yes, he's taken a lot of damage, but he took that windfall. He's looking to go to 8, it seems, just greeting it out with all this extra money that he has. And you know, from there, if he hits, he's going to be incredibly powerful and scary, and he's going to start chunking people at that point.
Getting chunked right now, however, by Kyvix, who has not hit the Yasuo 3, and actually a good job of the Jin killing a couple more units, preserving a little bit of HP. But Kyvix was still only on 5 Yasuos, even after hitting Fiora 3 and I think Gangplank 3 as well. JD still 46 HP is not bad, but the lobby HP overall is kind of evening out right now. There's just going to be a 12 HP gap between the bottom 4 players, and Just Soap, even though he was win streaking so hard at the beginning, has saved up a decent amount of gold, but has now found himself in a bot 4 kind of situation for now.
Yeah, on a 4 loss. He's still at 50 gold, level 6. We'll see where those levels come in. JD, of course, very accelerated due to that windfall. Taking a look at Ripple now, and Ripple playing the Infiniteam. He does have 1 Infiniteam emblem, so that is going to be nice. 1 backline, 1 front line on those portals. That's a really solid split. You can get the carries, but also getting just that very powerful front line is nice. And that's a Brawler emblem picked up to go with that for Ripple. So we'll see where that gets slammed. And there's the Garen. Garen 2 on 4-1. So powerful with that Infiniteam.
Yeah, stage 4 Garen 2 being copied is absolutely massive, and that only comes through because of the tomes. Cause leading to this event, we were talking a lot with each other about how tomes might be really prioritized because there's some great emblems you can pick up. Infiniteam and Gadgettine were 2 of the ones that are going to be kind of on the forefront of choices there for players, and Ripple has found that Infiniteam line, so it's going to be able to be really strong on this stage. Has Deathblade, Last Whisper, Sivir. That is fantastic to get through stage 4, especially with the front line that is the Garen carrying. Ripple can get to a 7 Infiniteam if he's able to go 8 and find an Ezreal in a solid spot right now. However, the Gnar's found its way to the back line, and that's not really what he wanted. That Garen might be tanky, but if his damage dealers go down, he's just a Garen still, doesn't really do damage.
Yeah, Kindle might be the only person that he's not beating right now. Robin is someone who's also strong, but Robin lost this round.
Oh,
that is going to be an Infiniteam
crest.
crest, though, for Ripple. That makes it really easy to go to 7 Infiniteam, and he's going to buy that straight away. That is huge. We do get that notice that Garchomp has found the 3-star Nasus. He was the one with all of those mascots earlier, so we'll definitely get to check in with him at some point and see where he is at. But Ripple finding this 7 Infiniteam, you and I have said this is one of the boards that can cap out extremely high, one of the highest of any board right now.
Oh, 2 more Sivers. It's going for Sivir 3.
And he's that close to Sivir 3. Wow, one away. He actually finds it.
There we go. 7 Infinite Team on the board right now. Just gets to put in Lucian over the Aurelion Soul. Hit Saber 3. Now we're not going to be losing anymore. Even a tankier frontline as well with the Shen. The Brawler emblem's just there to, you know, look cool. It's not actually getting any value right now, but that's fine. Both the Infinity emblems are going to be doing some heavy lifting. But this is going to be a Nasus 3 with 3 items that isn't rocking stacks on stacks. I don't know if I've actually ever seen this.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what the dog can do as it's going up against such a big hit from Ripple, having the Garen 2 front line with the 7 Infinite Team and the double Cipher 3 backline here. It's so powerful. Ripple just needs to let this win streak ride, find ways to push levels, and he could be in a spot to threaten for first in this game.
Man, what an absolute treat that sequence was to watch. Getting the perfect roll on the Infinity Team crest for the augment, and then the double Sivir shop into having a Sivir from the augment as well for Sivir 3. Already having the Garen 2 as well. 7 Infinite Team, that's just such a strong board. Moving back over to JD Zelinsky, who did push level 8. Looks like the rolls weren't quite what he wanted, however, did find a Vex, a few Vexes finally, to get the Riftwalker online. Frontline is okay, but no Echo upgrade. Rocking 2 Fiddle 1s in the front line, and still the Jin 1 as well. This is not where JD wants to be.
Yeah, never finding that Jin 2. He had the 2 Jins very early on, has not found the 3rd. It's not being able to pump out quite enough damage. The double Fiddle at this point is trying to do a lot of heavy lifting, but we've seen some of these boards be incredibly strong, and he's not doing enough damage quick enough. We're just looking at this Nasus, and yeah, his HP just dips a little bit, and then it goes back to full. Garchomp Pro has that dog running all over. He is loose and tearing apart JD's board.
Yeah, you would think pushing level 8 on Ford 2, rolling a decent amount of gold, didn't even roll to 0, still on 10 gold. A lot of players would actually really be tempted to roll to 0 there, but I think that's probably, I would say, some good discipline, because JD is going to need a lot of gold to hit everything, hit these legendary units as well. Going to need to expend a lot for that. So now we get to a double component carousel as players are going to be outfitting the rest of their carries. JD taking a potential Rage Blade. The Jin's already full items. Could be thinking about Aurelion Soul items at this point, though, because that was one of the only upgraded units on the board. And Aurelion Soul does just fit itself well as a secondary damage dealer, especially in the Jin kind of line.
Yeah, I just wanted to note real quick, we see Dish Soap has dropped from the top of the tables to the bottom here, 20 HP. It looks like he just hit Ezreal 3. I think that's what it is. Yep. We'd seen in the pip earlier him just missing on that roll down, not able to find it. And so he's been free falling in HP. It looks like his augments are okay, but he found CB as his prismatic and now second wind. So just 2 regen augments, not getting a lot of that extra damage or any of the help rolling down and finding it. So we'll see if that Ezreal 3 is enough. As we take a look at Kindle Gem's board, he's been so strong with this 4 Prankster, still playing the 3 Gadget, and he found a Misfortune 2 to back this up. Gonna be rocking double Bloodthirster and a Giant Slayer on this Gnar. That is not even the Gadgetine Bloodthirster anymore. That's just a real one, so looking for all that extra regen.
Yeah, I don't believe even placed the Shroud at the beginning of this round as well for Kindle Gem. That might have taken out a couple more units, but wouldn't have made a fight difference. However, Dish Soap has reached a very scary point. The augments, as you were kind of alluding to, aren't great. Double healing. Ezreal is going to be doing significantly more damage now, being tier 3'd. As we get to look at, once again, Garchomp's board. 6 Mascot, 3 Riftwalker. It is a kind of Vex focus. There are no Jin items, but Vex only has 1 item. Doesn't have blue buff. All the priority is on this Nasus, who isn't stacks on stacks, so will not be winning rounds consistently. As we see at the top, right, has gone win-loss for this whole stage. This is a strange one.
Yeah, I mean, it's funky, but he's getting close to hitting a lot of 3 stars here, and just the extra HP and power of these mascots regenning might be enough to keep Garchomp alive into a top 4, top 5. He just is trying to get as much average placement as possible, because Garchomp played well enough in the first 5 games that he is sitting pretty at 30 points. He will be making it to that top 16, so he doesn't have to worry about that. He's just thinking about AVP, and you know, hey, maybe this composition works together. A little experimenting, found a weird spot and was like, hey, you know what? I'm going to go for it, because either I'm a buster out here or I'm going to get some extra AVP. Either way, I'm making it to the top 16. So it's kind of working out, you know, as you said, it's not consistently winning rounds, but it is winning rounds.
Dissoap not winning rounds, unfortunately, consistently, has taken another loss down to 10 HP. Dissoap maybe contesting to win out on, the day, quote unquote, or the first 6 games at least. But maybe not anymore. I think as soon as he runs into a bad matchup, it's probably going to be all she wrote. Yeah, however, he isn't on the bubble. It's going to be players like Unwilf, like Robin, Ripple, and JD Zelinsky that we really have to focus on as we get into this late stages of the game. Positioning differences could make or break their regionals run. Just the smallest of things could make a huge difference.
Well, and looking at the spots of some of our bubble players, a lot of them seem to be in okay positions to try and make it. JD maybe in the diciest one, missing that Jhin, but he had a lot of gold. He went to 8 quickly, and he had 2 fiddles, so he might find like a Fiddlesticks 2 and suddenly be in a phenomenal position, right?
Yeah.
So we're looking at Unwilf right now. He finds a Janna. It is windy weather. That's going to be a lot of extra damage, and it's another spell slinger, so this is looking pretty good overall as a board. He's got TG on that Nico. Didn't roll well on this fight, but in general, going to be able to have items on her, items on the TF, and getting items onto this Viego. It's exactly what you said was how this comp really comes online, is once it gets that itemization on everybody, and Unwolf is almost there.
Unwolf is almost there. I think the TG Nico, even just the IE is like fine. It's serviceable, as Dissoap's going to be taking a loss here, and it's 3 units, so he is going to be eliminated. -2 HP. Unfortunate last game of the first 6 for Dissoap, but he's still going to be advancing to the next stage, the top 16, as this is Yasuo from Kyvix versus Garchomp's board, and Kyvix is getting the job done for now. But players are going to start dropping like flies. Ripple, however, in a really, really good spot, and this is so important for him, especially after he hit that Sivir 3. Had some kind of god rolls after that 3rd augment phase.
Yeah, I mean, notably, he's found an ultimate Ezreal at this point, right?
Yep.
He's found that for the Infinite Team. He gets to upgrade his comp even further. The only, cheap Infinite Team unit he has left on the board is going to be that Pantheon, which is just helping the front line a little bit. So Ripple's just in a great spot to start hitting these legendaries. He went to 80, rolled down, it looks like quite a bit. So we'll see where he can go from here as he regenerates some of this gold, eventually looking potentially to go to 9. But this board does look very strong. He can start kitting out the Ezreal next as far as items go, because he's really got items everywhere else he needs.
Yeah, this is so strong. If Ripple can push to level 9, start getting that econ back up, he's going to be in a potential lobby winning position. This fight is going to be a win once again against Kindle Gem, who was pretty strong, but yeah, not strong enough to go up against an Infinite Team board like that. A lot of players taking losses there, even who fought against the Ghost like a loss. JD dropping
just
to
took
8.
a big hit. This is the big thing to look at now, is JD Zelinsky, one of our bubble players, 20 points right now. He needs to find a way to get 5 to feel good going into those eliminations. He found the Jhin 2. He's got a decent front line here with the Aatrox, the Zac. He's got the Echo, but not able to 2-star this Fiddlesticks yet, and he's out of gold. He's got 6 Aurelion Souls right now and no gold, so it doesn't feel like he's going to be able to make that 3-star.
No, he's not. I don't believe. Running into Kyvix and the Winds of the Wanderer Yasuo. Can he hang on? Someone's going out here.
Yeah, Kyvix, one of the weaker players, but that first tornado from Yasuo just ripping up the entire front line, and there's nothing left to defend JD. Echo is doing his best, but Jhin actually takes down the Yasuo, and now can Echo hold on enough? Jhin, you gotta take out the Neela! Does not do it! And JD Zelinsky goes out in 7th, and that will be the tournament for JD. He will not advance to the top 16, and that just leaves the door even more open for Robin, Ripple, and Unwilf, who are currently our top 3.
Wow, JD Zelinsky, it all come down to that fight, but not able to get the job done. And like you're saying, it's going to make it so much more intense for the rest of our bubble players, as we got a couple players playing spoiler as well with Kyvix. Every single round that he's going to be able to take off of players is going to be so crucial. Looking at Robin's songs, the admin for him, rocking 4 admin for Laser Core with that Warwick board, is going to be Start of Combat, get 40% AD for 2 admin, and then 40% more AD for the 4 admin. Level 9 Robin has gotten to. He's in a really good spot. Has itemized the Warwick 2, the Belveth 2. Robin looking primed for a top 4, and he needs exactly that to advance into the top 16.
I love teching in this Belveth with the admin crest, with the admins he's selected. So much attack damage, right? She's able to give herself some attack speed naturally on her own with just her ability, and she's going to be cranking so much damage with all this AD alongside the Warwick. I really do love this line that Robin is taking. He's going up against Kyvix. We're looking at these tornadoes, and they're just hitting everybody. Kyvix, the positioning on this Yasuo, all those hits, insane in this fight. And you hate to see that of your Robin. You really need to just eliminate Kyvix and get him out of here. You need to just look for these placements. Just a couple more as Robin is at 19. He needs to place in the top 3.
Oh, yes, he does. We're going to be seeing a Dies of Cutscene elimination as Kindle Gem goes down -1. Going to be still in a good spot, however, to advance the top 16, almost guaranteed. But Kyvix is saying, if I'm going out, I'm taking everyone else with me. That Yasuo is farming. That Winds of the Wanderer was nerfed by 12%, but with the Manazane tech chaining ultimates together, it just doesn't care.
Yeah, I mean, that Yasuo just deleted an entire 4 brawler board. Look at all the HP. It's boxing lessons too. There's so much HP here, and that Yasuo does not care. Absolutely deleting everything. And now Robin going up against Unwilf, who we just talked about how strong this Oxforce Spellslinger's board was, but does it have enough damage to break through Robin? It's pretty close so far. We're watching for these big chunks to come through, but it looks like the CC won't be enough, as that is the Belveth getting the backline, but TF is still alive. One more chain of cast. No, he doesn't have the HP, and Unwilf going to take a huge hit as Robin stays alive. Kyvix gone. 3 of our bubble players in the top 4 fighting for those spots, and it is going to be tight. Unwolf needs to look for the first or the second. Robin needs the top 3, but really should be looking for that top 2. It's going to be such a challenge to break past. Ripple, the only one feeling comfortable now that he's made it into the top 4.
Yeah, Ripple might be secured. It's not going to be a guarantee, but feels really good. It still is going to be Unwolf and Robin Songs battling out for every single placement. Robin Songs does come into this game 1 point ahead of Unwilf, so we'll have to keep that in mind as well. Going into stage 6, 16 HP for both of them. They are holding hands right now, 3 and 4, but Ripple Overdrive has so much gold. Going to level 9, nobody wants to run into Ripple Overdrive.
Yeah, I mean, Ripple looks like he's going to walk into a first. He's got the 7 Infiniteam. He's got so much power on this board. He's going to start looking for 2-star legendaries, and he's got enough HP that even if he loses this one, he's still in okay position. Robin right now looks to be the one who has to fight him. Robin's going to have to really smurf this position. He's going to have to find a way to take down Ripple, or at least find a way to survive this round.
If you're scouting, you didn't see the Zephyr until Ripple just picked it. And that's going to be onto the Belveth.
It's on the Belveth. We just have to look right away. The stunts from the Garen, they are staggered, which is huge for Ripple immediately. Robin still has so much damage, though, with the Warwick and the Belveth, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Can't get to the backline in time, and it is going to be a loss for Robin, but does he go down? He does not. He survives. Unwilf still staying alive as well. There goes the TF. It looks like Garchomp Pro will take out Unwilf, but is it a death? It is a cutscene. Unwilf gonna fall down to Garchomp Pro, and that's going to dash his chances of a top 16. Our LCQ winner gonna fall out in day 1. And now that just opens the door for Robin. He may be okay with a third, but he needs to try his best to fight for the second.
Yeah, it's even better for Robin that a player that he's battling with toe to toe to compete for that top 16. Unwolf is going to be out. Same with JD Zielinski as well. Robin Song's feeling good about his chances, but like you mentioned, does still want to fight every single placement. If not just to secure that top 16, to still be thinking about the average placement and that potential spot at the Monster Attack Championship. But it's going to be a couple of fights here. One with Robin versus the Ghost and Ripple versus Garchomp Pro on the right.
Yeah, going up against Garchomp's goofy ghost with all of these mascots and the not stacks on stacks Nasus carry. He's going nuts with this. It looks like he's made it into the top 2 potentially with this if he can take Robin down. The ghost's gonna fall first. Garchomp gonna take a big hit from Ripple Overdrive, but actually able to sweep up quite a bit of that board towards the end of the fight. Garchomp on 1 life, Robin on 1 life. Who can avoid Ripple? That is the big question.
Oh, Ripple gonna be playing against Robin, and Robin already fought a Ghost in the last round. I think Garchomp's going to face the Ghost here, and Robin has to take on the Titan. So Robin might be going out in third here, unless he makes some magic happen with this positioning. Garchomp, yeah.
Third may be enough, but will it be enough is the question. We will find out after this game if Robin ends up in third here. We will be waiting with bated breath to see if he makes it in to the top 16. If he makes second, it feels like a lock, because he's going up against Garchomp Pro. It's all the mascots. We're looking at the dog versus the dog, the Warwick versus the Nasus. Which one can be more powerful in this spot? Belveth trying to take out the Nasus right away is going to succeed, and that should be enough for Robin to take down Garchomp. There still is the Vex in the back line, but look at all of these drones from the laser core. Warwick takes her out. Robin going to make it to second, and that should lock him in. We're not going to make the call yet. We will wait and see, but Robin's got to feel very good about his second in this game. He should be sitting pretty comfortable with that.
Oh yes, Robin getting to this point from a laser core board when he was running into so many players who were still taking him out. Like, he lost to the Kyvix Yasuo board, and it seemed like at that point he should have been kind of beating everything. Ripple, however, does get obviously a tome with this last carousel, so he's able to play to Brawler just for a bit more HP. If this front line wasn't enough already, he gets to make it even tankier. Robin deciding what to pick. No gold left to roll. Gonna be a Brawler Mordekaiser as well, but it's a Mord with no items. Does get a little buffed up from the Chalice, but it might just be Robin taking a second and feeling pretty happy about it.
Yeah, I mean, Ripple double Zephyr on the bench here. He's gonna be able to stop anything from Robin getting those things done. There's just 2 backline Zephyrs, and now is the damage there for Robin to chew through this front line? It does not feel like it is. Ripple does so much damage. We talked about the Infinity Team all weekend, and here we get to see it in all its glory. Ripple Overdrive punching his ticket to the top 16 in style. Robin should be feeling very good about that second.
My goodness, I feel like that really came down to the wire there, and it was just really impressive to be able to see both Robin Songs and Ripple Overdrive manage to squeak out some impressive finishes to be able to close out this final game, because this is where it all counts. This is it. After the scores are tallied for this game, we will figure out our top 16 players moving forward to play 6 more games of TFT today. We got a lot of action, but Crowan, what was maybe your favorite moment out of that final game that makes you excited about what's ahead?
I think the moment we realized we were in a top 4 where there were 3 bubble players, Unwolf, Robin, and Ripple. That's a lot on the line. When you get in the high stakes situation of it is potentially your final game of a tournament and you're making it happen, but there's only so many spots, right? Unwolf unfortunately not able to, make a run as deep as he needed to in that game, did not secure a top 2 because everyone is fighting tooth and nail at that point. It's just when the high pressure stakes really come into fruition, that's when we got to get excited about TFT, and it was just a treat of a game to watch, even if everyone can't make it.
I know, you both were getting so hype, especially during those incredible team fights that we ended up seeing. So I can't wait to see what happened in our other lobbies as well, because we've got those scoreboards ready for you. So while we followed the action in Lobby C because of just how tight the competition was over there. What? Claire finishing it off with a first place. Casanova, I feel like it's destiny and fate at this point.
It's gotta feel good for Clear, right? I mean, you had such a rough start this tournament, and then to turn it around at least in these last 2 games and have some decent showings, just be like, hey, look, this may be my worst tournament I ever play, but at least I'll go out with a first in it. And I still look forward to what Clear will do in the next set. I think he's still a phenomenal player. He's been on the rise, and this just was not his tournament, and that's okay. That's okay. We all get one, Clear, so we'll see you on the next time, and we'll see you doing much better.
Yeah, to follow that up as well, we've got like Setsuko and Jukyu just having some really good performances as well. Jukyu taking a 7th place in that first game of the day, so definitely needed to kind of keep on keeping on to look at that average placement down the line. But Crowan, Malala also getting a first place over there.
Oh yeah. Love to see that from Malala, a player that's getting a lot of hype recently. Was already in really good position though, so it's definitely in a lock for top 16. A couple players who jump out to me, Kurum and Cottontail, actually, who are both going to be at 25 points exactly after that game. So this cutoff is going to be really, really wild as we take a look at the lobby winning compositions. Claire did it with 5 Renegade Jin. So we did see some Jin success, even if JD unfortunately didn't have it in the lobby that we watched in Lobby C.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of verticality here is the 5 Renegade, the 5 Gadgettine, and we saw the 7 Infiniteam clutch out the win there in Lobby C. But the moment that everybody's waiting for, which 16 players do we get to send forward to play 6 more games of TFT today? And it looks like 25 points is going to do it, Casanova.
25 ended up being the cutoff. Both Kurum and Cottontail get to sneak in. Not even a tiebreaker, but Wasian Iverson right on the bubble does not sneak in. Our Worlds Qualifier player already, but he will be dropping out here at Regionals. Kron, I mean, this is awesome.
Yeah, that's honestly really surprising. I think for Wasian, every single tournament this set he has done really, really well. And yes, there was less pressure. Maybe he's trying some things out, still competing for prize pool, right? And there's, you know, what, 35k on the line, so that's a pretty big deal. But we're still going to see Wasian again. It's not the last we're going to see. He's going to be competing in the Monsters Attack Championship. But man, the players who didn't make it, who've really given their all and really been some heavy hitters, everyone in that bottom 8 has done a lot of work, a lot of preparation for this event. Unfortunately, I had to say goodbye to them. We get to be excited about the top 16 at least, because there's some heavy hitters there too.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough because you look at that group that's in the bottom 8 and you see a lot of familiar faces from that big conglomerate study group that has been able to show up to these tournaments, but there's still half of those players in contention. I'm looking at DPay right now. I'm looking at Basso skills, maybe not having a great start to the day, but definitely still able to clutch out that top 16 to be able to move forward to those final 6 games that we're going to be playing out today. And honestly, the field of competition, it was already so tight when we had 24 players enter into the weekend, but it's 16 left, and so we're going to take a short break to allow our players to get ready to go through our next 6 games on the docket. We'll see you guys shortly. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals. I am so excited to welcome two special guests to our broadcast. That was not TF Pizza earlier today. We've got Appies, a breakout star from set number 6. How you doing? Welcome to the broadcast.
Good. Just chilling, enjoying watching regionals.
Been a good show so far, so we're really excited to have you here. And of course, how could I forget Riot Aniko, former competitor turned rioter. Aniko, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing alright, thank you. Hope everyone's having a good time watching.
I think we've been treated to some excellent games, but I'd love to allow the audience to get to know you both as well. So, Appies, would you mind telling us a little bit about your history with TFT as a competitor?
Yeah, I started playing in set 3, and then pretty quickly started getting better at the game. Objective or not objectives, I was still pretty bad in the grand scheme of things for a while until about set 6, where I started to be a little bit better in tournaments, and I had a little bit of a lull in set 7, set 8. I think when you trying to work on like mental and stuff, in relationship with the game. But in general, looking forward to set 9, and love TFT. All good.
I think we all love TFT. I think we can all echo that sentiment there. Aniko, what about yourself? You were a competitor, and now you are on the Riot team. Can you tell us a little bit about that transition and also what you're doing now?
Yeah, sure. It's been really amazing. First of all, I was excited to join the team because I knew I was going to be working with really smart, talented people, and that was definitely confirmed when I arrived in LA and started working and got to meet everybody. I'm just like a month or so in working now, and I've already learned like a crazy amount from everybody. And it still doesn't really feel like a job to me, which is the best part. I mean, I still enjoy playing TFT. I still enjoy watching, talking about it. I go home and I'm like always just thinking about the game and stuff like that, and my boss is telling me like, don't think about it too much when you get home, don't talk about it too much, and stuff like that. But it's great. It's really amazing. I love working for Riot so far, and hopefully we can continue that trend. I think we will.
Well, we're all super lucky to have you on the broadcast here, because now we're about to pick your massive TFT brains about some predictions. That's right. I'm asking you the heavy-hitting questions here. We've got 3 categories for you that we also asked our casters, so that's why I'm really interested to hear your thoughts on these. We've got first, not 8th. So your pick to win the entire tournament, your dark horse, somebody maybe that's not on everybody's radar to win, and then a personal bias pick. Leave that open to you of what you'd like to make of that one. So, Appies, let's start with you. Who is your player that you feel like is going to take the entire tournament home?
I'm going with the old reliable Mr. Robin Songs himself. I think he's kind of had a fire under him the entire set, and he has been in peak form. So, yeah, I think he's going to take it.
Love that, especially after we saw such a nice clutch from him to get that second place in that final game. Feel like you might have some good faith in that player for sure. Aniko, what about yourself? Who do you feel like is going to take it all?
Yeah, so I mean, if we're talking about consistency, we've seen this DQA guy show up every major tournament and somehow just pull it out. So I'm, as his friend, I'm super enthusiastic and hoping he'll take it home. Also, I just moved here and I'm buying a bed from some guy, and DQA said if he doesn't win, he won't help me move the bed. So I'm rooting for him a little bit extra because of that.
All right, so backing up some of the old heads that we've got here for TFT, the veterans of the scene, what about a dark horse that you feel like might be able to sneak up and take the competition? Aniko, let's start with you.
So, I chose Ripple Overdrive actually for this category because I've been betting him for a while now in set 8. My first exposure to him was I think set 6 LCQ, where I watched him, what I was saying, like lose a game to Soju that was really hard for him to lose. But since then, I have watched him improve a lot. I've been kind of keeping an eye on him in my own games and then throughout tournaments and stuff. And hopefully he's at a point where he can be very proud of how he plays, because I am also very proud of how he plays. I think he's a really great player, and I think he has a solid chance to win.
I love that. I feel like Ripple Overdrive has really been showing up for the first 6 games of the tournament, so can't wait to see how he's going to do moving forward as well. But Appies, what about you? Who do you have as your dark horse to take it all?
Yeah, I guess maybe not so much of a dark horse after the last few games, but my pick would be Garchomp Pro. So I think Garchomp Pro is a name that wasn't on everyone's radar going into the tournament, right? Not a name that like people would necessarily coincide with like a lot of like the top player history in TFT. But he's been putting on an absolute clinic. And I mean, if you saw that Nasus game with stacks on stacks, I am a sucker for some some creative TFT, and man, oh man, that was cool.
We've seen some really creative plays come out from our competitors this weekend, so I love the call out there. We also have just seen a lot of mascot, which has been really cool, and I don't know, I'm a big fan of anybody who's going to be going for that creative stuff as well. But this is the final category that I'd love to get some insight on, and that is your personal pick. Give me whatever reason you want, but I want to hear from you, like, who do you want to really win the tournament? Appies, let's start with you.
Yeah, so my pick, maybe a little bit of a surprising one, is actually Malala. Because I don't talk to Malala, I don't stay with Malala, I don't, I don't want to watch a lot of Malala's games, but I've been like the biggest Malala fan for quite a while now. Because like I feel like every time I get in a lobby with him, I'm like, oh god, like I start shaking and like get the sweats, and then he just takes all my HP, and because of that, maybe some Stockholm syndrome stuff going on here. But I've become a big Malala fan, so I'm hoping he takes it.
I like it. I think Crowan would agree with you that Malala is a good player to be able to be a fan of. But I feel like we have so many players that are just so good and be able to kind of put your positivity behind. And so, Nico, I don't know. This might be a tough choice for you, especially as a rioter now. Put your personal bias out there, asking you the hard question here too. Who do you want to win the tournament?
Yeah, I mean it's hard because truly like a lot of these players are close friends of mine. After we've played together for so long, like years now. But we've already talked about the guy so far, and the person that I chose is actually Garchomp Pro because I've probably known him. One of the people I've known in the scene for the longest. He supported me. I supported him back in the day. He's the type of guy who kind of keeps his head down and, like Abby said, is not afraid to try new things. A lot of players are afraid to quote-unquote innovate in tourney. And, like, playing Nasus, like, carry itemize without stacks on stacks is, like, that is something that not a lot of people will be willing to do in regionals. And that takes, that kind of gameplay takes a lot of guts, and I respect that. So I'm hoping he does well, truly.
I think you guys have gotten some great predictions in, so thank you so much for your insight. I want to ask you a couple of other questions, though, because we've only seen 6 games so far, but it feels like the competition has been incredibly fierce. So, Nico, has it been living up to your expectations, especially knowing that a balance patch has just come through and just the level of gameplay? Have you been excited about the tournament?
Yeah, definitely. Part of it for me is seeing like how players kind of approach like the game in a very well-balanced state, which a lot of people are agreeing that right now we're seeing pretty much the most well-balanced the TFT has ever been. Both players and devs alike kind of share this sentiment. And so like seeing how these little tiny micro optimizations can put somebody ahead of somebody else in a game. But also, like I said, like the innovation that shines through, like, something like what Garchomp did in the last game. A lot of really exciting moments, in my opinion. So I'm having a good time watching it.
Yeah, I feel like we've been having just such a treat of great TFT. Abby, has there been anything that has stuck out to you as like maybe like the creativity of the balance patch so far?
No, I think that's such a cool part too. Is that I don't think like there's so much room for creativity, and there have been so many cool lines, right? Not even beyond just like the like comp at the end of the game, or whatever 8 units or 9 units are on the board at the end of the game. There's so many inventive ways to actually get there that we've seen over the course of the tournament that it's just been a treat every time.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen, even just in like this last game, just a couple of different ways to tech it in. Like I love being able to see the LeBlanc come in, just to be able to make sure that admin was on the board for the mana. So that was really neat. What is there about like maybe the composition? Is there anything of the compositions that has surprised you? Maybe coming out from the balance patch, something that you weren't expecting to see do as well, Appies?
Yeah, I think there's been a little bit more. I mean, TF Oxford stuff has been good for a long time, and it was expected to still be good, but I've been a little surprised with like how consistently like good it has been, for lack of a better word, right? It's something that like is topping lobbies and is like very consistently top 4 in general, which again it was kind of expected, but in a patch with like so many surprises just kind of waiting to pop out at you, it's been interesting to see that it is maintaining that level of top performance.
Is there a carry that you feel like just hasn't been explored to its full potential yet, Nico? Just looking at the balance patch that has come through and also the lines that we've seen so far.
Yeah, I don't know if people haven't been exploring it too much, but I would be interested to see if people start like kind of prioritizing Viego a little bit more. He has been recently buffed. His comps are good right now, Oxforce and Renegades with Jhin. People like to throw AP items on Acel right now, and I do think that is quite correct to try and itemize the Acel for consistent backline damage, but sometimes Viego can definitely shine in a comp, so be interested to see if anybody, you know, goes that route maybe. His carry element's really good as well, so we'll see.
Happy, same with you? Do you think Viego could use a little bit more exploration?
Yeah, no, I think the last few days, like last week or so on ladder, every now and then a Viego 1 will just like get to my backline and kill every single unit in it for free. And it's one of those things where like it feels good to put items on him and comps that are just kind of running him, stuff like that Oxforce TF thing, right? So a lot of cool ways. And the Jhin as well. You're playing around Renegade, there's a lot of good ways to itemize him.
Well, it has been such a pleasure to have you both on the broadcast. Thank you so much again for joining us and giving us your insights and your predictions. We hope to hear from you both very, very soon. But now we're ready for a game. So we have 6 games ahead of us, and we've got Admirable and Frodan to kick off this game 1 of our top 16.
We are now officially in day number 2. None of this faux day number 2 stuff that we've been having. 8 players have been cut from the tournament, which means there are 16 remaining. Joining our lobby, Robin Songs, with a big finish in the last one to make that cut through into day number 2. And Dan, when I'm looking at this day number 2, it is pretty stacked on this top 16. It was stacked before this, and somehow it seems like it's even more stacked. I want to know who you're rooting for in this lobby.
Who am I rooting for? I'm rooting for the person that we have on our screen, Robin Songs. He narrowly made it through with quite subpar average placement. Robinson's gonna have to do a lot better than that for his next 6 games, as opposed to what happened the first 6 games of the tournament. I'm also rooting for Setsuko. I think there's a lot riding on the line for the tournament, just because there's a lot of expectation on their shoulders, but also there's like rivalry with Disso. Both of them come in locked in at 33 points apiece. And then you have to look at some of the rising up and comers. You heard Spicy Appy talk about Malala during the break. No, Garchomp Pro, this guy's 2nd in points right now, crushing it, and maybe perhaps can upend a little bit of those top tier standings. When people were looking at rankings, Garchomp wasn't considered in any of the power rankings, not drafted in any of the fainting results, and yet consistently putting up results. Can he keep up that momentum for 6 more games?
It doesn't matter who it is at this point. It feels like there's always someone to keep your eye on. I mean, there's a reason that these 24 players are playing in the NA regional finals. That's kind of the way that I'm seeing it right now. But Robin Songs, though, like you said, this is honestly has been, I'd say, one of the weaker performances that he's had in a regionals so far, despite the fact that he consistently finds himself in that final day for regionals right now. But that's kind of in the back of your mind, I think, at this point. For Robin Songs, the goal is the next 6 games. Get through to that next top 8. It's a big difference from what we had on the first cutoff, where we cut off 8 players into 16. We're now cutting 16 down to 8, but keep your eye on that event average placement. That's a big factor, because after 3 days, the player with the best one across 3 days is the one that finds themselves with a spot at the championship. So for Robin Songs here on a gold augment here, I feel like that the tomes have been a much more popular take since they added that additional change. That little boost to gold feels like it's been a really big deal.
It's a really big deal. And also Robin is tailoring for the best possible series of outcomes. He's okay with everything on the left side, except for probably Renegade Emblem. Even Brawler has its use cases if he wants to go into Laser Core. So Robin is in a really good spot, and he actually has... This is the kind of the power of triple trait units. You just get so many more opportunities. Starting from 6 traits inactive on the left side of your screen, you get at least 1 tailored augment guaranteed, and it jumps every 2 you're able to get. So 6, 8, 10 plus. So that's what you're really aiming for with Robin. And we'll see whether or not he's able to get the exact tome, or rather the exact emblem that he seeks. Personally, I think he's going to be looking more towards the Gadgetine line. I think that's something he feels pretty comfortable with. But I know Robin also really loves Laser Core. It's been a big part of his climb through ladder, and we'll see whether or not he's able to actually get that emblem that he's looking for.
And I want to ask you a question about this before I jump into some boss of skill stuff, is I've been seeing a lot of players hang out on level 3 rather than going to that level 4. We've seen in some previous sets, it is very aggressive to pre-level, get to level 4, do all this sorts of wacky nonsense, but we've been seeing a lot of players hang out on level 3 and trying to hunt down some of these 1-cost 2-stars. What has really been the big change and the big difference when it comes to that? Wow. Well, it's hard to ignore this part of it, so I guess we can jump back to my question in a minute. Wow, these are all takeable.
They're all takeable. I mean, the reason why I even reacted is because even the random emblems that he got, you end up getting a Star Guard emblem, which everyone knows is not exactly a bad one either. But Gadgettine is 100% correct, I think, in this spot. Because I just think that it's really high cap. Not to mention that it's so hard to get access to Gadgettine, and this emblem is through the tome is the only way right now you can currently get it. So yeah. I think it's correct choice. As for item priorities, it's going to be interesting to see what Robin takes off the carousel. The first thing that I think jumps into mind is whether or not you can make Thieves Gloves. Thieves Gloves actually benefits the Gadgettine trait entirely. You get as if you have 3 full items, and you get the full damage amplification and the reduction. And a lot of people usually put it on someone like Annie because it helps anchor your early and mid game while you start to build out all of those backline items for either Sona or Morgana, as well as Gnar for all those bruiser items.
All right, so we can take a look at this now. We're going to be jumping over to Robyvan Kanob's board, who's got the early prep. And I'll tell you what, one of my favorite augments that has come out of the game is preparation. I was kind of enamored by the idea of what preparation was, investing into your bench, sacrificing a little bit of your income in order to get power onto your board. And over time, we have just seen this continue to evolve in strategy, players coming up with all sorts of different ways to take advantage of this one. Robyvan Kanob comes in with a 4.17 average placement and has an early preparation. I think this speaks a lot to how strong his board can get going into stage 3, going even to the final 2 rounds of this stage in particular. It's just such a massive boost pretty much across the entire game.
Yeah, you know, Robyvan and Garchomp, these are 2 players who kind of think very similarly in that they will play the meta lines, but they are also willing to do something slightly different. In the round of 24, Garchomp was playing things like reroll Nasus within the mascot line without any hero augments, so very interesting stuff. And then Robyvan has those Gadgettines. And that he might be contesting Robin, but he's also prepping his laser core. There's a Gnar on the carousel. Does Robin end up going for this? And he does. Okay. So we start to see a little bit about what direction people are going towards as they can look around and see what else is interesting to consider here.
Trying to piece together all these items. I think I'm seeing the most is that Boss of Skills got a Randuin, so I feel like there's a lot on the plate for Boss of Skills to walk away with this one. Setsuko is picking up a chain and a cloak. It feels like chain and cloaks, these have been very valuable items for lots of players in the early stages, and it's just there's so many different ways to craft defensive items. With Setsuko sitting on Built Different here, there tends to be a pretty typical line of thought with this, which is just, you know, play your stages very powerfully, put together win streaks, and then as you get to level 7 into stage 4, that's where you start to figure out what your line is. And it feels like that there's 2 pretty distinct ways that I've seen, which is number 1, try to get the 3 aces line going, or number 2, you just start building threats behind a big front line on Built Different. I feel like for Setsuko, this is one of the players that I would expect to be able to navigate Built Different in just one of the most valuable and expected ways possible. We're talking Setsuko plays the game just about more than anyone else in the world right now. I'm having a tough time imagining he's going to have a difficult run with Built Different.
Yeah, he's going against Boss of Skills, who's level 4. I like a lot of what you said about Setsuko. He is a player that I think has also picked Built Different very often. In fact, I did a YouTube video to try to analyze Setsuko's Built Different games, and I just noticed that this guy actually just picks Built Different almost every time he can, even when he's offered a completely different line that's viable as well. And so Setsuko, it's because it leans into his strengths. Setsuko's strengths as a player is his ability to recognize the strongest board almost at every juncture of the game. And most importantly, this strongest board enables him to not roll. Setsuko is a really big person who believes in his ability to cap a board high, but he needs a lot of gold to do so. And so his specific strength as a player in this instance is to be able to maximize all the uses of his pairs while making gold interest, while being able to streak and not rolling a single time. If he has to, he's willing to. It's not like he's going to first or eighth in, just send no matter what. And now, as a result, he's rewarded with a 5 streak, 20 gold. This is the exact spot that Setsuko is comfortable in. It's almost like he's at home on ladder, grind to rank 1 again.
It's one of these things where this is the most dangerous thing you can face in the game. Setsuko's a player who's very willing to play from behind. He's very comfortable playing from behind, and he's still very dangerous when he's doing that. What happens when you have all those factors in place where he's got a pile of gold and he's got a pile of health and everyone else is losing? That is terrifying. That's the worst spot to be in a lobby against Setsuko.
Yeah, we'll see. The downside is that Built Different cap's pretty low unless you're able to use an unconventional 3-star. You can roll for, on top of the things that you mentioned, you can also roll for 3-cost 3 stars, but it's a little bit on the rare side. So Setsuko probably going to play more around the aces that you mentioned. But we'll see, because Build Different does trade off a lot of that late game like synergy power that you're able to get with a huge amount of verticality to it for the early game power and streaking. So we'll see whether or not players like Ripple can perhaps hold the candle in terms of hitting that high cap power level. And speaking of, we also have Bossel Skills playing that Lulu reroll, which we all know what this comp is capable of. Does end up hitting things like the Randuins, which I'm not entirely sure where it actually falls. But we also know that there's a lot of augments that this comp could use, and it really depends on whether or not he hits a really impactful 3-2 augment, or if he's able to even get the hero augment that he's looking for specifically.
Wow, this is a great start here for Bossel Skills too. I think this roll down has the ability to change everything. This is 6 Lulus. We have the baby champion duplicator sitting on the bench. I feel like Bossel Skills is in a really comfortable spot to make something happen right now, and frankly, it's not going to take much time. I think the health total here is looking good. You have a decent amount of gold. Your items are looking a little bit sketch, but you have a glove ready in case you need to build like Jeweled Gauntlet onto a Lulu here. And for Bosso Skills, I think this is a great spot to be in. A, you're getting to play Lulu reroll, but B, Bosso Skills is a player that I think that tends to be a little bit more creative and is willing to play more flexible lines. So when he's got something so powerful, he's like, yeah, no, I'm just going to go this way. I think that's a really good sign for where you would expect your placement to be. And something that I've noticed a lot also with just Lulu reroll in general is that all 3 tiers of hero augments offer something to it, no matter what stage you're at. It doesn't have to be a Lulu reroll. It doesn't have to be a superhero on your augment. If you can get to stage 4 and find a Nunu, for instance, that's one of the biggest spikes I feel like you can get.
Yeah, I do think that it kind of depends on the situation. Oh my
gosh.
God. It's really taking Axiom Arc.
Whew.
This is the strongest gold tier augment you can find in the composition. On average, spikes the composition by almost an entire placement. It's just so powerful. And the only thing you have to really do is make sure you have enough AP to scale it. In the meantime, looking at the bottom left, you're seeing Robin Songs roll down for his Gadgetines, trying to commit to this Gadgetine line and hit a 2-star Gnar. Hit a couple of things like Aurelian Soul Pair, which might be worth considering to play. I actually like it a lot if he can play it potentially, maybe even over Morgana, but we'll see. Robin's in a spot where he ends up using his duplicator. He's going to use it on the Morgana to try and grab tempo. So you can see what's happening within a lot of people's specific lines that they really want to make sure to keep their board strong for stage 3 at the moment.
Also, skill's going to be light on the gold. Says I'm going to conserve this a little bit because I think that my ceiling is very high, and I don't think I have to be so fast-paced here. Doesn't have supers online just yet, but does have a lot of the other pieces ready to go. So I'm kind of curious about this one from Bosso Skills, where, you know, at what pace do you need to be right now? I think that this is a lobby that's looking pretty aggressive right now. Gold is a pretty hefty one in terms of players being able to affect their board, and you don't have that power of the early hero augment, which I would say is one of the biggest ceilings that you can get for a Lulu reroll composition. Is you find a powerful hero augment early on. You get to take advantage of it right away, and your direction is extremely clear for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and speaking of clear direction, having this mascot emblem to go into vertical mascots, you have a couple of different ways that you can go about it. Some people choose to play like an AP-centric, build around Vex, A-Soul, anything like that. And sometimes you can just play a standard Jhin Rift Walker's Curve, and instead of trying to prioritize, playing around Jhin only, you try to think around the defensive mascots and try to outlast a lot of opponents. When we get Robin Songs, the position of this Rammus can be really good, depending on where his Sand Slam is going to land. Oh, and it does end up hitting only the units on the front line, so nothing is going to impact that Sona. And also, Ripple has a severe damage issue now that I'm kind of looking at it. Once his Warwick was gone, he actually can't kill units. And that's really devastating because he wants to make sure to minimize his losses, and he's going to take at least a 4-unit loss here.
7 streak into a pretty big loss at that point of it, going into the carousel now. Meanwhile, Setsuko's board still looking nice, sitting at 40 gold. Some heavy hits. Malala sitting down near the bottom right now. Bosso Skills below 50 health as well. Taking a look at this carousel. Pretty much a pretty good spread, I'd say, across the players. Lots of available options in terms of what they want to do. Doesn't look like this is like one of those carousels where everything is kind of a dead item for a lot of players because there's nothing but tiers and gloves.
So we got a quick glimpse. Malal looks like he is also going for gadgetines, by the way, which is directly responsible for why Robin is hitting less often. We also saw Robovan holding early Nars and gadgetines, although it looks like he's transitioned fully over to the laser core line. Let's check in with Malala. So he does have this Nar, and with this, almost feels like he is 100% committed to the line and can't do anything else. 5 Nars. Now, keep in mind that gold is not a guaranteed hero augment. It's only 75%. There's a chance for a triple gold at 4-2, which means that if he does, Malala's actually really hoping for the gadgetine to be offered on gold. But if he misses and gets hero augment, he has an opportunity to just spike Nudu immediately, which is going back to what you're saying. Not necessarily as important for the Lulu comp, but very important if you're playing around Gnar.
It's almost like an alternate way to find the 5th gadgetine, is that you're not going to be like deep into level 7 going into level 8 with a ton of gold. Right now he's rolling very aggressively to get this composition online. So if you're just gifted a Nunu augment, that is a big deal and a strong way to get the 5 gadgetine online. There's multiple ways to do it. Just pretty much any way you slice it, there's going to be some opportunity there. So I think a pretty decent spot for that. Boss of Skills taking another loss down to 36. As we get a glimpse at Kurum's board right now. And wow, this one is looking really nice for Kurum. I'd say that like the health total is not ideal for this spot. His tournament results so far has been pretty weak. I'd say this is well below what you would typically expect from Kurum in terms of average placement. But this is cybernetic implants plus Jeweled Lotus and a decent spread of items here. This is not a weak board by any means.
You know, I like the augment setup. The problem is that he's playing an all 1-star board with a 2-star Ashe. Does end up dodging the Zephyr onto his Ashe 2. And he did hit the early Warwick, so that he definitely has those things going for it. I'm curious about what his exact admin is, so that way we can maybe understand how is the cap of his power level. It seems like Kurum has at once per combat at 66% HP, admin heal 600, which is okay. So I'm actually kind of worried about Kurum. It kind of depends on, because he's also on low gold. He hasn't even hit 50 at the end of stage 3. So I think I could imagine, while he does have a really good augment setup like you're talking about, I can also see a world where Kurum doesn't hit Warwick 2, is not able to stabilize, and he's going to just narrowly miss it on top 4 in 5th or 6th place, unless he's able to get something really powerful off of hero augment or the 4-2 gold augment.
A lot of volatility on that side. On Garchomp's side, wow. I am loving the way this is shaping up right now. Strong front line, decent units.
Okay, Lulu 3, Gangplank 3. So the thing about this Lulu composition is that once it starts winning, it starts hard stabilizing and winning out for the most part. Oh, and even gets a Chalice if he really wants to. Or does he have the opportunity to make an Ionic Spark? It's a little bit unclear to me as it's tucked away in that bottom left. In the meantime, Garchomp Pro playing the other side of it, trying to look to see if he can hit Vex 3. Vex is an underplayed carry, largely because most people believe Vex is quite poor right now. And so, you know, Garchomp, again, lesser played carries such as Nasus and Mascots or just straight up Vex. Most people abandon itemizing Vex. She is just a synergy bot while playing around Aurelion solo. Will Garchomp's risk pay off?
Good question. I didn't see too much development on the bar on the right side, but I will say that Boss of Skills is probably the player who has hit the biggest spike right now. 3 stars added to the board right now with supers in play. This is scary to be dealing with right now. So I think a little bit of alleviation from Garchomp's side because you have a Dragon Claw sitting on the front line, and now the Belvet's going to start cleaning some stuff up here. Not too many units on the board, but they're tough to chew through at this point. I feel like the damage could be here. A lot of benefit.
Mark resets. The action mark reset. Oh my gosh. Close, but no cigar. And Boss of Skills really needs healing. Like, a lot of people prioritize that Gunblade, so we'll see. Going into the 4-2 augments. And it's a 4-4-5, which is really big for some of these compositions.
This is some massive spikes across the board. And I cannot wait to see how this one plays out. For Garchomp here, I think a lot of times when you're in this spot, you are looking for Jhin. But the AD items are not here. We're sitting on the AP line with Carry Vex. What are you looking for here to pick up? Are we just leaning more into Mascots at this point?
I'd be very surprised if he prioritized Jin here, given that he wanted to play around Vex and the mascots. I think I would. Oh, he's going for Wrath the Rift. That's pretty surprising to me, but Wrath the Rift is actually quite an underrated like backline carry damage augment. It could be the fact that he's playing around Bel'Veth. So this is an unusual line. You don't actually see it specifically this decision. A lot of times people would rather prioritize going for 6 mascots and playing around things like They See Me Rolling or Contagious Laughter to scale that AP. I understand that that he wants to hit Jin too, but I think he's going to cap way lower because of this. So I'm not entirely sure I agree, but I'm ready to be proven wrong. Garchomp has proven me wrong multiple times throughout the weekend, and I'd like to add to that count one more time.
See me rolling on Malala's side of the board. This is about the peak of what you can get when you're going this direction right now. Garchomp's board holding up pretty nicely so far, but I think this is way too much to clear up at the end. Indeed it is. Garchomp taking a hit there. And I pretty much agree with your entire sentiment on that. I feel like that taking the Jin support in that spot, it's decent, but it's not your ceiling. But sometimes you can't aim for your ceiling. You're just going to have to aim for what's there. So I'll be curious to see how that develops for them. You know, maybe Garchomp's not aiming for a big finish in this one, just aiming to not be taking bad finishes, and we're talking like really bad. You want to avoid 7th and 8th as much as you can. As we move over to Robyvan's side, we're seeing a Mordekaiser get picked up, and I'd say this is pretty big when you're going to be focusing on brawlers and lasers at this point. It's tough to imagine much more that you could get in this circumstance, I'd say.
Yeah, this is exactly what Roban wanted. The only caveat is that he's at 9 gold. He's at level 7, so he's quite poor. But hitting this Mordekaiser is huge. He's not going to lose by many units. This is actually a composition where he theoretically could lose to a lot of units. But looks like he just has overwhelming amount of damage to get past the front line. And Boss's skills, without the healing, without that Gunblade to let Lulu truly 1v9, ends up taking another loss here. And this is actually a sizable loss. 4 units. Wow. Also goes down to 12 HP. If he loses like that one more time, he is dead. So he needs to actually complete this item. And potentially a massive carousel with double component available.
This is scary. I am not entirely sure what people are going to be focusing here. I mean, I can see some players maybe focusing on a unit here rather than focusing on the item count here. But you know, the spread of items when I'm looking at them across the board, they look pretty good. Not a ton of components open for players. Perhaps setting up for the creep round afterwards. This is pretty tight here. It's just when you get double component off of this stage here, especially off of 5-cost hero augments as well, we're looking at massive spikes in play. So for Setsuko now, we're getting a glimpse of the board. Lots of 2 stars in play, moving towards the ace line for now. We'll see if that's going to change up a bit, but right now I think for Setsuko, it's about improving your front line where you can. It's about 2-starring your board. It's about maximizing your items and making sure you're not taking big losses, and that when you're picking up wins, you're dealing as much as you can.
Malala hit Nunu too. Wow. Okay, so that probably puts Malala as one of the very likely players to hit top 4. Yes, he's at 21 HP. Malala's queuing up into Setsuko. Setsuko has been very calm all tournament, but it's a little bit hard to stay calm when Nunu is steering all over. They see me rolling. He's just going to get really strong. And he also has a Bloodthirster and Archangels. I expect Setsuko to be dealt with very quickly. He does not have the DPS to be able to kill this Nunu. And Malala is going to start charging his way in. Kurum takes a pretty big loss. Garchomp, again, the only player to take a 4-cost hero augment on the lose streak as well. Everyone is starting to get either really strong or fall really far behind.
I'm quite worried for some of the players that are out here right now. And at Kurum's board, this is pretty much exactly what you described as well, as what happens if he doesn't get a 2-star Warwick. But Kurum's decided to rest on the gold here and sack stage 4. This feels like a pretty rare circumstance for Kurum, I would say, to take the gold instead, start taking the hits, and risk taking a bottom 2 finish. This seems like it's a bit out of line for how you would expect Kurum to typically play.
It's entirely correct. He needs to actually find a way to get to 8, and that is his bailout here. Kurum is playing for a little bit more of like a 3rd or 8th style, and that's the position that I think he has to go for in order to find a way to get back into this game. He queues up into Malala, which is actually not the worst thing in the world, especially if he's able to get this win. Oh my goodness, the Warwick's gonna be able to at least clean up this last unit. Good loss. You can't take too many more of those, but if he takes a 1-unit loss in stage 5, he's still gonna at least have 1 life. And Kurum needs to go to 8, needs to find that Warwick 2, needs to 2-star the rest of his board. If he can do that, maybe find a way to sneak into top 4. But right now, Robinsong's 10 streak looks like he is good with that 5 gadgeting. Malala is also going to be charging up with his gadgeting, and Setsuko probably is just going to bleed out to a top 4, just having the virtue of a strong build different board. So with that being said, who else can join the top 4? Is it Basso skills with his Lulu win out? I don't think Garchomp's going to be doing it. I maybe think Robovan could get there with his laser core board because it's the stronger version of Kurum's currently. And I don't know what's going on with Ripple Overdrive. The lobby is going to start heating up like crazy going into stage 5.
This is it. This is it's time to punch the ticket and go into full overdrive here. So for Kurum, that's exactly what you're going to see. Warwick 2, big things to put in play. Critical round here for Kurum.
Okay, Warwick paired. It's kind of unfortunate that he found the Nunus. Wish he can find the Mordekaiser. Meanwhile, you see Big rolling also on the left-hand side. What looks like to be Setsuko's board with Build Different. He found a guaranteed. The way you play Build Different is to just keep stacking a lot of those 4 costs. Aatrox 2. Kurum's running out of time. Ooh, man. And Kurum really badly wanted to play the Warwick 2. Did not find it. Eats a Shroud. Garchomp more than happy to feast on really good matchmaking outcome here. As Kurum's board looks way too weak. I'm pretty sure Kurum just takes the 8th place here unless Basso Skills is going to lose. Kind of depends a little bit on how this Vex aims, but I just think that there's a little bit too much meat to chew through. And that's going to be it. Kurum is dead in 8th place. Very unfortunate circumstance, but I just think that his mid-game board is way too weak and was not able to carry that momentum over to a top 4.
It's tough to see, but it feels like that's kind of been Kurum's tournament so far. It's some pretty tough spots and walking away in the clutch moments when it really counts. We're getting a look at Ripple Overdrive's board now. The mascot lean hasn't been too heavy. It's been 3-star, the Rammus for the front line, and then taking advantage of the synergies that this team really puts into place.
Yeah, but the thing about it is that he doesn't have a secondary damage source outside of hoping that he's able to attrition down either through having the Rammus 3 be unkillable or Viego has good TG items. So he's a little bit banking all in on the Jhin damage source. We'll see. Going up against Lulu. Lulu has BT. Okay, so that is one form of healing. It's alternative. It's a lot more selfish. Rammus. Oh no, the Sand Slam misses the Lulu, but she doesn't get the reset because of too much HP. Oh my god, is Basso gonna actually die here? He does. Wow. What a crazy turn of events. The Rammus 3 just too tanky, and Axiom Mark never got rolling for Basso skills.
That is just unreal. All of the damage focused into Rammus and not able to capitalize off of it. For Ripple Overdrive here, it is pretty much rely on Shiny to dig up enough treasure that you can spend gold and make the board even stronger. Robovan powering through with just a lot of pressure across the board. 6 Brawler having a Zephyr on the front line to make sure this Warwick can kind of get to the backline scenarios. The option to move that backwards, adjust the positioning here. I feel like positioning is a lot of the game plan right now for Robovan.
The thing about the Zephyrs, if he keeps them to the very edge, is a chance that Warwick actually gets trapped and can't attack anything. I don't think that's happening here, especially it would require his opponent to actually mirror the exact positioning. He's using this to rest the back line. Robovan with a fantastic Zephyr outplay on Setsuko to bypass a frontliner and get direct backline access. Well, now will that result in a win? Is the follow-up question. Warwick's Edge of Night has triggered. Now we're going to the back line, trying to take out Jhin. Here come the lasers. The big silent flare, not able to get the win, and Robovan squeezes out a narrow victory over Setsuko thanks to that immaculately placed Zephyr.
And that's exactly the game plan I have seen from this style of composition. Every single time I see a Zephyr get built, they actively build. I'm like, that's kind of weird looking. That's exactly what's happening. If you can get Warwick to a back line, that's about the best thing you can get out of the Brawler composition. So now, full items being picked off a carousel. Doesn't look like there's anything super game-changing for the players here. Let's go. It's 5 gold and a redemption. Now we're seeing what they can put together to fight for the rest of these spots that are remaining at this point. 6 players still remain. And for Setsuko, it really doesn't look like there's too many improvements that are to be made here.
I mean, there's still the fact that we're playing 2 Mordekaisers 1. Ideally, we like to get a little bit more frontline. I think the weakness of Setsuko's composition is that he's all in on the Garen and the Echo to stall, which is not a bad plan because there are dual frontliners. But you saw what happened when he got Zephyr on one side and his opponent was playing a melee-centric carry. So Setsuko has to avoid that. The good news, he has so much HP that I'm still very confident that Setsuko is going to nail a really solid top 4. Hold on a second. It's going up against Malala, who we said is going to rampage and come from behind the top 4. Setsuko's hoping that he can preserve HP and kill off as many units as he can.
Oh my gosh, the Nunu's camping on the backline here as well for this. And this is just not enough damage to really hold up on this. You know, Setsuko's done a great job at making this a soft loss. This could have been way worse, I think. But that's not too bad, I'd say, all things considered right now. Malala looks like it is the unstoppable force at the moment. So for Setsuko, that's probably your worst matchup. Clean up what you can on the rest of the board. For Robin Songs, now you get a glimpse, still on the Gadgettine side of things, but it's looked like it's gone a complete opposite direction. This was something you mentioned, too. When it's contested, sometimes it changes a lot of the plans. If Robin had camped and gone for, just hard onto the Nunu 3, I think this could have been a disaster. Instead, he's decided to focus on Econ. It looks like he's going to push for levels and try to make something out of a Nunu 2.
Yeah, this is Robin playing for first, by the way. If old Robin Songs would be at 0 gold, rolling for not only Nunu 2, but the 2-star Alistar, the 3-star Gnar, and everything. Gets a Zephyr, still prioritizing Battle Mage, by the way. That makes it pretty clumped. Going against Malala, which actually might be okay because he doesn't want to queue into Malala in stage 6. Malala, I'm pretty sure, is the only other person that has a high chance of winning this lobby. So it just comes down to whether or not he can kill off enough units, which looks like it will be. It comes down to Gnar and the Nunu that ends up surviving. And so Robin takes what looks like to be just a couple of units losses. And Robin's going to drop to 5th place. If he can hit Nunu 2, which he does. Wow. Massive pickup here for for Robin Songs. No longer on Team Lucas. Sorry about that. Man, it's been years I've been casting it like that style. I'm so used to saying Team.
I thought you were just going to say Team Robin, to be honest.
Team Robin Songs. Let's go.
Check out the handbook when you get a chance. Nunu 2 here is ridiculous. Like, not having to go to 9 and be like, okay, this is my best chance to hit Nunu 2. Now you just get to sit back and go, oh, okay, what else can I do? That is the biggest improvement that was possible from this spot. Oh, that's a big anvil.
Okay, so he sells his Gnar, so it looks like he's going to cap out with legendaries. This actually makes me wonder if long-term he even wants to play this Sona, for example. So he could theoretically just like sell it and put all the stuff onto somebody else and just cap out with legendaries. This is an alternative instead of playing for the Gnar. Robin's trying to go or the rank 1 finish in this lobby, but I don't know if this is strong enough. This was a decent level 9, but not the most amazing. Let's see if it's good enough. He has Ripple, who is streaking in his pool, as well as Robovan and Setsuko.
9 HP, though. These are crucial wins. He needs every single one of them. Robovan, not the best Zephyr. This is good movement from Robin Songs. I'd say it's one of the things he's good at, is just fundamental positioning and making sure it's good. Robovan, though, you need everything you can get, and this damage does not look like it is touching the rest of the board right now. The Nunu is just rampaging over what's available. Robovan is not going to kill another unit and is not going to fight another player. Garchomp's in the same boat, though, so Robovan sneaks out of 5th place here. Garchomp's out in 6th. It was not enough to hold up with the board that was available on this one. Robin Song's going to stay in. Setsuko's going to stay in. Malala's still in the rampage. Ripple Overdrive down to 21 as we have our top 4 for the first game of our first cutoff point in day 2.
Oh, I took a deep breath for a second because I thought we had pivoted back to Malala's POV, and I thought he queued into Robin Songs immediately after that, which would be kind of tilting if you're Robin, because I'm pretty sure Malala and Robin are the 2 strongest players in the lobby, and if we were just to measure purely off of board strength, they would be 1-2. However, Ripple has impressed. He has stabilized with this 3-star mascot. Is it enough to potentially take out Robin and earn a top 3 spot or better?
Once again, it's just the Nunu versus the world at this point. You know, the rest of the board feels like it's frontline for Robin Songs at this point. And if you take a look at the left, it's another one of those similar battles where Setsuko, as you said, is going to have a low cap on the ceiling, and that is being demonstrated right here, right now. It's a lot of stuff that's on board, but the job has already been done. You preserved a ton of HP. You got a ton of levels extra. There's a big hit, Setsuko. That's a knockout for that one. That's 4th place. 3 players remaining. Robin Songs sneaks into the top 3. 2-star Fiddlesticks gets put on the board now. I don't see much else that Malala could do to really improve at this point other than push a level and add some more stuff to play.
Well, Malala could theoretically just make his bench really powerful and keep stacking. Keep your eye out for a potential double kill here. Malala could kill Robin, and then Ripple is pretty unfavored against both Robin and Malala, so he's going to potentially go up against the ghost of that, and looks like that's what happens. Looks like it's going to be Malala's ghost, which is actually the worst end of the deal. Ripple would much rather play Robin.
At the left side of the fight for that one, I'll keep my eye on the right for just a little bit as well. My gosh, it's just Nunu's rampaging the board. How do you stop these? Like, what is the counterplay mechanism to this? Is this just like the peak of the peak? Is there any way to fight this other than just ridiculous 3-stars?
Well, range is usually the way you can handle Nunu, but in this case, everything is melee. And it is just open season, but Robin is outnumbered. Oh, almost, but it is indeed the double kill that we mentioned. And Malala able to make that massive comeback thanks to the Nunu 2. And the question remains, who got 2nd place? Wow, you guys will find out. In the meantime, let's go to the next lobby and see what's happening in the top 4.
So as you look at it, DP was out in 5th, DQA out in 6th, Sox out in 7th, Cottontail out in 8th. We're fighting for more positions in our top 4 now as we reset. This is our first game after the cutoff point. So I'm taking a moment to try to absorb what's happening here. This looked like a 4-cost hero augment in stage 3. This is one of the biggest unpredictable power swings I feel like that happens. You have to account for these sorts of things, but it's difficult to tailor a board around this. I'm looking at right now. It's just
Gem.
relatively unconventional looking boards at the grand scheme of things. Dish Soap's going to go out in 4th place here.
All right, so Kindle Gem also playing a 5 gadget team strategy. Yuki, you can see just capping out really high. Another game, another top 3 from Jukyu. Is this guy just having the meta read and performance of his life, able to potentially put another victory on the board? Starting to believe that this guy is the real deal. Kindle Gem, Nunu 2 playing Gadgetines. We have seen just what happens being able to get that Nunu 2 online. Can replay. Figure out a way to cap high enough to deal with this. Samira 3 from Juke U. This lobby is starting to get insane.
Samira 3, I'd say, is one of the ones that can be beaten. However, it doesn't make it easy. I feel like there are a few big 4-cost carries that can be defeated. I think that this is one of them because the damage tends to be focused in one spot. However, if you could not CC this champion or pick it off, it's going to be a lot harder. The Zephyr does not land right now, and if you can't shoot this through this front line, this Samira is going to wipe the board right now. Jukyu gets a big cast. Wow, that is way too overwhelming. There's no way replay is winning this fight.
Yeah, replay would be hoping that he loses by fewer units, which is exactly what happens. Kindle Gem is dead. Replay is dead. Another back-to-back double kill. Juke U putting on the tournament performance of his life. Another 1st place. Is this the breakout performance that we were looking to potentially match Wajan Iverson? I think so. It looked like Wajan was running away with it this set. Finally, we have a contender of another breakout star in the midst of North America.
I think Jukyu is making an incredibly strong case for himself, that is for sure. But what a way to end our first game of this next set of 6 that we're going to be playing out. 2 double kills? Are you kidding me? A Jin 3 or Samira 3? I almost thought we were going to see a Jin 3 for a second there too, honestly, when we were taking a look over at Garchomp Pro's board. But it was so exciting. I have to go back to what we were following in Lobby B, though, just to kind of wrap up what was going on over there, since this is only our first game. We saw something really interesting coming out from Garchomp Pro as a player. We got 445 as the slate of hero augments for that game. But Garchomp Pro is the only player to pick a 4-cost hero augment. Admirable, what's kind of behind the decision-making process when we do have that as your choice? Everyone else went with a 5-cost carry.
Well, I think there's 2 like big ones that come into effect there, which is number 1, there's not an emblem, there's not like a spatula item that can really define a 5-cost champion and really change it up. and you're on Vex as your primary source of damage for that, and you don't have items lined up for really something else being there. So if you're going to lean towards Nunu, that's going to require you to change, I think, a little bit of the composition around. And you don't really have support for the mascot idea. You would be turning the Riftwalkers into mascot at that point. So if you're going to aim for Nunu at that point, there's a lot of players who are hunting down Nunu in that lobby as well. You may be stuck on a one-cost Nunu, for a one-star Nunu for that entirety of that game. So I think it's part of the deterrent that's there. And then the Jhin just gives you a Jhin right away. Like maybe you get that little bit of a power spike and you can make something happen from it and maybe squeak out a 5th place, a 4th place, what have you. For everybody else, they had a strong aim for a 5-cost hero augment. And that is why they have absolutely zero interest in a 4-cost at that point. I would say that at that spot is the one player in the lobby who's like, I can justify taking a 4-cost hero augment here. And so they settled on that rather than try to dig deeper.
That makes sense, and so that's why we asked the insight here. If there were 3 players that went from Mordekaiser Obliterate, though, a supportive hero augment, Dan, it didn't really look like it was working out for them. How important was that hero augment to those players, and why do you feel like they might have missed the mark in order to get into like a top 3 scenario?
Well, I mean, hero augments are really, really important, especially because this set in particular with set 8 seems to have kind of brought back how legendaries can cap out a lot of the boards. You're looking at how Infiniteam is really core to how, or rather Ezreal is really core to Infiniteam, or you look at Nunu, really core to Gadgetines and Mascots, or other things similar to that. So hitting those hero augments can pretty much, like Mordekaiser, right? You saw people instantly take that in order to play around the laser core. So if you have that hero augment, it's really important that you lock it in. We said our piece about Garchomp. I'm pretty sure that's something that even he will admit is a weakness of his, which is when things aren't lining up for the 3-cost reroll and then everyone else spikes really high. Garchomp said that that's where other people get their edge because they're playing around 4 and 5 costs, and he's stuck here playing Vex 3, which is not particularly very strong unless you're able to snowball that lead or get the right augments to support, which didn't happen.
That makes a lot of sense. I just want to give a big shout out to the TFT dev team though, because nothing makes me more happy than seeing the hero augment names like Nunu. They see me rolling. I don't know. It's like, that's so fun. That's a great naming schema we've got going on there. So thank you to the dev team for getting such creative ideas on the board, and to our players for treating us with such a great game number 1. Here are our lobby breakdowns. We did get a chance to see the end action there for lobby A, as well as be able to follow the action happening in lobby B. So these scores shouldn't surprise anybody, and that's why we're gonna go through them pretty quickly here so we can get ready for game number 2. That's right. We still have 5 more games to go in this gauntlet of TFT that we're playing today for day number 2 of the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals. So we're going to take a short break and go ahead and get ready for the game. We'll see you guys on the other side. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals. We are starting to get our Day 2 games underway with our top 16 players. And now we've got another one upon us. So we've got Casanova and Crowan taking back over the casting for this one. We ended up getting a chance to see the tail end of Lobby A, which is going to be the lobby we're jumping into for this game. But Crowan, is there any other context that you can give us there for what was going on?
Yeah, it was pretty interesting lobby. Specifically, something to note was DQA just kind of lucked into a Twisted Fate 2 randomly, didn't have to roll any, but pushed level 8 still really aggressively, rolled down, didn't really hit a front line, was in a lot better spot than Dish Soap, who was running the same composition, both running Ox Slingers, but Dish Soap actually ended up outplacing DQA just because DQA had never found the Nico, didn't have that setup for multiple carries that Ox Slingers does really thrive on. And we actually had more comp contestation than we usually would see. A couple players playing Jhin, both bottom fouring with Cottontail and Deepay. And that's interesting because it was a comp that was considered S tier coming into this event. It was really on the rise, especially in ladder. A lot of players have it on their radar. Not doing quite as well as we see the cap of other boards, especially like we got in the tail end when Infinity Team gets online, especially with the Samira 3 from Jukyu. It's just not going to come close in those matchups.
Yeah, that was super, super cool to see. It's not every day we get a chance to see a 3-star forecast, that's for sure. Maybe we'll get a couple more on the bingo board as we take a look towards our next game, but I want to focus in on the players that are in this lobby as well, because Casanova, something that's really sticking out about the top 16 is just how new they are to TFT. Like, looking at two of the players in this lobby, specifically Jukyu having the tournament performance of a lifetime, and then Kindlegem as well, just kind of starting to break out after the Mecha Cup performance. Those are two players that were relatively unknown coming into this set.
Yeah, I think that's big. I mean, Kindlegem especially, right? Going into Mecha Cup, we didn't really think much of Kindlegem until it got late into the tournament when he was really popping up in every lobby, just grabbing first after first, playing some really excellent TFT, and so it's exciting to watch him. Jukyu as well, continuing his massive streak.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see how these players do as we have game 2 upon us. So, please take it away.
Thank you, Necra. Crowan, game 2 of our top 16. We're going to jump on board with Jukyu, who I wanted to expand more on. Necra, was bringing up some good points about our top 16 and how we have some newer players, and Jukyu is one that we need to talk about because he popped off on day 1, and now in the top 16 he starts it out with a first place getting that Samira, and this is someone who has had a really good set. Honestly, we look at some of the placements that are not as amazing, Defender Cup and Mecha 54th and 28th respectively, but had a 9th in Corrupted, and then there's a big asterisk at his mid-set finale performance because he was playing quite well. He had qualified to the top 16, he had made it, but due to technical issues of him playing from a cruise, he ended up having to give his spot away. Malala ended up taking it all the way to his 2nd place. But Jukyu is someone who made top 16 of mid-set finale. We don't know what he would have done with that. Could he have won mid-set? Could he have made it to the top 4? Who knows? Who's to say? But he has had a good set. That is what is, there is precedent for this performance. He has had a good set so far, and now he is absolutely taking high roll positions and just murdering with them. He is getting so many top 2 performances in this tournament, and he is not slowed down at all.
Definitely. That's something interesting to think about, is how could Jukyu have done at the mid set, right? We could have been talking about Jukyu as the breakout performer of the set as opposed to Weijin in a different world, but we're not in that world. Jukyu had to fall out because of technical difficulties being on a cruise, but still it was playing so well there and is playing phenomenally well. I wonder what the prep was like from Jukyu, because still relatively unknown player. We don't know kind of how Jukyu likes to approach these situations. It looks like he's thinking about this one, hands off the keyboard, as we get a 1-1-2 hero augment. Something like time and a half can be very good. I don't believe I saw a sword from Jukyu, so usually if you are going to go that direction for time and a half, you're going to want a day early Deathblade. Does roll past it. Winds of the Wanderer, we saw that come out from Kyvix a bit earlier on in the first couple of games, but not going to be the snap pick that it was in the last patch. Jukyu, no matter what, I think he's likely to, honestly, in this situation. Re-Energize could see some play, but with Mech Samira kind of falling out of the meta, Cyclone, we got a really fun game from Cyclone yesterday with Roby Van Knob, who was playing like 4 Hacker, Wukong 3. Doesn't take that line, however, is just going to take the other Yasuo Augment, the Exile one, and maybe go a duelist direction. Have to see. Maybe could still just go Laser Core with that as well. It's going to be serving really well for that Warwick, and we've seen Laser Core pop up a decent amount today with some pretty solid success.
Yeah, I mean, Krun, so we're talking about, oh, does he have a sword for time and a half? I only saw the rod, and I was like, I wonder if he's got a sword somewhere. No, he just only has a rod, and he had 20 gold here on 2-1, so gonna be getting a lot of economy there for Jukyu, and we'll see what he can do with that econ. We've seen him play so many different compositions. We've seen such a big variety. He started off with that reroll game with Lulu, with the undergrounds in early. We've seen him play the late game compositions. We've seen him play a 3-star 4 cost, right? So Jukyu has a lot of different ways he can go. Spirit can be played with duelists. It can also be played with laser core. So Jukyu's got a couple options here, and we'll see which way he goes.
Yeah, Jukyu, just, before we move on, his average so far is absolutely nuts. He's at 2.29 average over 7 games. He's gapping mostly the whole field. Malala is actually the one that comes close at 2.86 right now. But then it's a huge gap from replay, Ripple Overdrive, and Kill Gem, all tied at 3.86. So talking about averages, yeah, Jukyu is in a phenomenal spot as we do go over to DQA, who is not too far behind on that average, is going to be at 3.71. Actually, so it's gonna be close there. Did not do too well in that previous game, only got a 6th. So is gonna have to look to do a little bit better here because the points are reset, right? And it's even harsher of a cutoff. 50% of the field gets cut as opposed to just 1/3. Going into day 3, looking forward. Have to see where he lands with that.
Yeah, jumping on with Deepay. Gonna be Infiniteam. This is a breakout performance qualifying in via ladder. There was a lot of hype behind Deepay. He came into Mecha Cup swinging before kind of falling off towards the tail end of the tournament in lieu of a lot of his practice partners really finishing the day there. But Deepay still somebody a lot of players are looking at to be a strong performer at this tournament. He's made it into the top 16, and we'll see how he continues on here against Dish Soap, who, hey, he's got some rocket grab going on here. Everybody's gonna have to be paying attention to when Dish is in their pool.
Oh yeah, and players are going to be, right? That's not something that you generally overlook in a tournament with as high stakes as the regional final. Gonna be doing your due diligence there and hopefully not getting any carries hooked, but it's still a good augment because it forces other players to have to play around it, not getting the ideal positioning. Even if you're not hooking a carry, you still get to manipulate the fight in that way and position yourself, just so with that in mind. Going to be able to still win streak out at least the first few rounds. Just Soap as well, the only player to do so, as first pick part in this carousel does go to DQA and Jukyu, and we have a double component one, and that's going to be pretty massive, especially for Jukyu, who only started with 1 component.
Yeah, help him get some kind of item slammed down, right? We see DQA also just started with 1 component. We see just the tier there. Yeah. Jukyu with the rod, and hey, both of them are, guess what, losing early because they don't have any items. Wow, would you look at that?
Crazy
That's
how that
incredibly
works.
Surprising how that happens. But now they've got the potential to at least slam something, try and catch up. But of course, everyone else is still getting an additional item, so it doesn't actually make up any difference. Just a matter of if they can slam something impactful.
That was really interesting. I'm glad we got to see all those items there because there was only 2 players who had actually slammed an item, I believe, into carousel. And usually in tournaments, talking about, a lot yesterday, the tempo of how people like to play, it's going to be a lot quicker than the average ladder game. We usually see more than half the lobby slamming items, but that's not the case in this game. Maybe it's a bit of low roll of like, oh, I want to greed out for a better item. But if the whole lobby's doing that, then nobody's really getting punished.
Yeah, I want to note real quick, Dish Soap's admin. Every 5 seconds, your team will heal 150 health. This is a really strong early game admin for win streaking because that 150 HP in the early stage of the game, incredibly impactful. As this gets later, completely worthless. So we will just see him using this as a way to win streak. And hey, this fight is actually looking a little bit rough. It does look like Dish is going to lose this one. I don't know that the Lulu can get through. This Ram is going to pop in, replay. end that streak. So that's going to hurt Dish not being able to streak into Krugs.
Yeah, if Andy could get another cast off, maybe it would have been a bit closer, but no, not able to. And the healing, like you mentioned, is super, super good in the early game, but there was already a Sunfire slam to the opposite side of the board, so that cut that healing, you know, in half. That was the difference of that fight. If a lot more healing got to come through, Dishup's front line would have been so much more tanky. Maybe like it would have been like 3 frontliners actually still alive at the end of the fight. But even in early game, Kaisa, even if she isn't going to be super prioritized, is still able to do a lot of work with that Gunblade, which is still just a generally flexible item. Dish not feeling very good about that. Would have loved to win streak, but has an Aatrox on the board. Level 5 Aatrox, Sunfire. That's going to be pretty scary, especially looking forward into stage 3.
Yeah, but so far we've been watching these hooks from Dish Soap. It's not actually getting any value targets. Everyone doing their due diligence, everyone scouting, not getting caught off guard by Dish. Still having a strong board, though. Still going to be able to fight through a lot of this. Kindle Gem, though, with the laser focus on that side, having that Ashe doing plenty of damage with the Renekton in the front line, but still, this healing seems like it may be enough. Just a couple more casts. It's a lot of damage from the Ashe.
Lulu?
Actually, Ashe might be able to get through the Lulu. One more cast does get it. So Dish going to be able to get that win over Kindle Gem, turn things back around.
Yeah, that was a little bit of heart scaling coming through there. If there wasn't 2 heart being played, I don't know if Lulu would have actually done enough damage
Yeah, I don't
there.
think so.
So just goes to show how heart scaling can even be good in the early game when not that many casts go off. And we haven't seen too much heart flex actually come out in terms of looking at the comps in general. There's actually so much flexibility that some of the comps that we expected to see a lot of were just kind of not, and we're actually seeing things that we didn't expect to see come up a little bit, just because, I mean, we've said it on broadcast a lot so far, but this patch is just in a really, really good state. TFT has probably, you know, is probably in the most balanced state that it has been just overall in general. Shout out to the dev team. They've done a great job with this one, and we get to just see so much action and so many things, again, that we didn't really expect.
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to get the variety on the cast when we get to see a bunch of different compositions, and it also just helps with, you know, people being contested. Instead, we might see a bunch of unique compositions instead, and everyone trying to work towards it. It comes down to positioning, who can actually hit. It's a lot of interesting scenarios, and players like Jukyu have been heavily rewarded for that because he's been able to execute on so many different lines. And I think that continuing to see players who can do that, can execute on these different positions, that's who's rising to the top, right? There's not a great way to just force a composition over and over again anymore.
No, definitely not. We're going to be seeing a hacker Draven actually getting sent to the backline. That is the League of Draven Augment. I feel like we haven't seen that in so long. The stats aren't very good right now. It gives Draven the bonus AD, and he has a little bit of chance to gain gold when he gets a kill. But Draven reroll has been out of the meta for a very long time. I wonder if it's actually something that Cottontail had it, right? Yeah, the Cottontail actually wants to keep, because the items aren't very great. There was what, a Quicksilver and a Hodge there. Generally, you're going to want things like IE, BT, just having Draven have that survivability and just have a lot of damage. But Hacker does give that Omnivamp, so we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, maybe so. It feels like it's not incredibly strong. We saw one of those Dravens get first place at Mecha Cup, so at least somewhat recently. Yeah. But it has been a minute since Draven has been heavy in relevance. At this point, though, Cottontail, you know, having the carry augment for it, it's either played Draven or played down an augment, essentially. I guess you could play mech and just have... Well, no, it's the carry augment. No, you can't... Yeah. It's play Draven or be down an augment. That's where we're at here. It's not even the support augment to just give crit.
And you don't want to be playing down a hero augment unless it's like a 1-on-1 augment and you just use it to like massively streak in the early game. Then you can consider that, but no, not going to be the direction that Cottontail will be looking for. Probably Kilogem taking that Tiny Titans, which is why you see the 1-on-1 HP going to be gapping lobby and HP, at least for now, but that's going to be much necessary because the rolls were coming through on level 5 playing laser focus Ashe, so was trying to hit that tier 3, but I believe it was only on 4 Ashes there, and you really want to hit that early, have that carry your mid game, and then allow you to reach the point where you can actually find, you know, Warwick 2 and even Mordekaiser in the late game, but pretty far away from that point right now.
Yeah, very far from that, but we can see those hits come through very quick. Once they start coming, we might get some big rolls coming through for Kindle. And of course, having that HP buffer to get there, I like the Tiny Titans pickup in that position. Checking on board with Socks. We have seen Sox playing a lot of tempo so far in the tournament, but this time we've actually got a carry Fiora, the Grand Challenge. Got some items slammed. This is pretty spicy, Kron. Do you have anything to say about this composition?
The I'm just for the perspective, just talking about the Draven augment and Draven carry augment and how that was pretty poor on the stats. This Fiora carry is even worse on the stats, actually. Not by that much, but it's still notably worse. There's only very, very niche scenarios where this Fiora augment can actually pop off, and it's probably if you have an early Fiora 2, you're happening to run some duelists, you just slam items on her and use it to kind of tempo you into some duelist reroll kind of angles. Sox is not quite in that spot and actually has Ludens as well. So this is going to be Sox, you know, not totally playing down a hero augment, because going into Oxslingers, right, you still play Fiora to give you the Ox Force, to give you the duelist for TF. She's just not going to really benefit from the hero augment that much. So it's going to be playing down kind of half a hero augment, we'll say, maybe a bit more than half even.
Yeah, I mean, because we said Sox likes playing tempo, right? This Grand Challenge, I think you're probably right. You probably had 2 Fioras. He saw this and he was like, okay, well, I can tempo into playing TF or something later on. I've got items for it, and this will help me stabilize HP, maybe win streak a little bit, and go from there. And it looks like that is the position that he's in with this Grand Challenge Fiora. As we look at those items, right, those don't look like Fiora items, really.
No.
They look like Twisted Fate items. So yeah, I mean, that certainly is where we're at. It's very interesting to see that line. I mean, Sock's a very creative player, and yeah, still continuing to play tempo. We like to see that from Sox. However, it hasn't netted him a ton of HP, as he is near the bottom of the tables, but it is close between 7th and even 3rd.
Yeah, I almost let myself get baited for a second, seeing DQA have the potential for a Kaisa 2 in the shop, and actually rolled over it and sold the pair, but was punished by rolling to 0 and not finding a single TF and only finding 1 Nico. Upgrading that Kaisa would have paid dividends, I think, as DQA really wants to preserve HP in the latter half of 3-5, but I think recognizes that he's in a kind of weird spot and needed to maybe high roll a little bit to come back in this game. DQA did, I will just say, made probably a mistake in the last game, pushing levels too fast, and this time he might be making another, you know, kind of mistake here by not taking the upgrade that his board might have needed. He did win that last round. However, it's not like he's weak. Going to level 7 does just give the power of having more units probably than most of your opponents, and Kaisa still isn't a bad carry in stage 3, even only at tier 1. The 0 gold though is going to hurt him a lot, as he's looking to beat a stage 4 and maybe not even on a single TF.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I totally get that, and you can see where his head's at, right? He's just, I'm playing TF, right? I'm playing TF, I'm playing Nico. I don't want to make this Kaisa. I don't want to spend the gold. I want to hold on to my gold, but just being down a carry is going to be really tough for DQA. We'll see if this can still maintain him. His front line is actually, you know, not bad this time around. He does have this Annie with the Burning Spirit. He's got the 2-star Alistar, 2-star Fiora. At least for stage 3, headed into stage 4, it's not terrible, but certainly going to want to find more. That's an interesting spot to place that Kaisa.
Yeah, it works out though. I mean, scouting the matchups, right? You know, you're going to be facing one of the 3 people, and this is probably good positioning for at least 2 out of the 3. And DQA is in a position where he needs to be taking some risks in this game to come back. So I actually really, really like that decision, and it pays off big into this round from Sox. Probably going to win. Even rolling into the Syndra very early as well, having 4 Star Guardians just to be getting a lot of mana, throwing in units, and allowing, you know, the real units on the board to survive, chunky other players by a lot more, and Sox takes a pretty sizable hit there for stage 3.
Yeah, that was fantastic. I mean, it's such a spicy place to throw that Kaisa, but as you said, right, we saw him scouting. We know he was looking around. It seems like he found matchups where that was going to be good, and Sox was a matchup that it was perfect, right? It was as far away from that Fiora as you possibly could be with the Kaisa. Allows her to live for so long and be able to pump out that damage. Even if Fiora could get through her front line, she'd be okay.
This might be actually a real Kaisa reroll player, and I'm actually really excited to see it, because I don't think Kaisa should just be shunned from the meta right now. Still, if you high roll a Kaisa line, she's still going to be good. Maybe not like first place or like top 2 automatically good, but especially with like hold the line Rel being a super tanky front line, having +1 Star Guardian, this is a spot where she can thrive. In the bottom left, we do see that Laser Core reroll come through, but the Ash 3 is still not there.
Ash still eluding Kindle Gem. He finds the Renekton. He's looking at 6 Yasuos, 6 Blitzcranks. Actually, no, it's even more Yasuos,
He's on
right?
8
He's at
Yasuos
8 Yasuos.
now.
He's very close to Yasuo, but still a ways from
Where
Ash.
Oh, that's rough. Hit the Renekton 3, like, oh man. Jukyu versus Replay. Jukyu at 50 gold, level 7, triple item Aurelian Soul. And we got to hear a little bit of, I believe it was Aniko during that kind of mid-game segment with Necra, Appies, and Aniko, saying that Aurelian Soul carry is probably just like correct, as I think Necra asked, like, oh, what carry, would you want to itemize? Should it be like Viego? And he's like, people are itemizing Aurelian Soul, and that's probably just a good thing to do, because it just does so much damage, even only at the tier 1 that we saw there.
Yeah, looking very good. Jukyu, we were talking about, hey, what direction is he going to go with the augment he picked early on? We were thinking, oh, is he going to go duelist? Is he going to go lasers? But Jukyu ending up in a position where he is playing these threats for now, and we'll see where that ends up, as we've got a prismatic augment, and this is a think fast for replay. Break down this reroll for me.
I mean, it's just going to be clicking all the Star Guardian units, finding MFs if you're able to as well. Kaisa only needs to benefit from 2 quick draws, so it's going to be skipping the Neelas. It looks like really just focusing on finding that Rel 3 and the Kaisa 3, Nico's as well, because we can actually maybe go up to 6-star Guardian, and Kaisa 3 comes through still with 36 gold left. That is massive. Skip the MF2s and shouldn't be doing that. Really does want the Rels though, so it's kind of maybe hyper focusing on that. Just needs 1 more.
Wow,
and
found
here
it.
we go. Finds it. We keep rolling. Please hit the MF again. And
Yeah,
we
and
do
3 times the charm.
Never punish for replay. That was a 0 mistakes think fast right there. Quote me on it. Replay in a phenomenal spot after that one. That is the value you want to get out of think fast.
Yeah, and you said, hey, Kaisa from a high roll position where you hit that Kaisa 3 early on, still going to be a very strong composition. And hey, think fast to do it, but we hit this Kaisa 3 at 4-2. I would say that is early on enough, especially with that Rel being alongside it. And replay is going to start chunking some people with the power his composition has put together. There's Draven 3 as well that does exist, so it is Draven for Cottontail, it looks like. And it's been doing okay. Cottontail win streaking. It looks like he hit this early enough that he is on a 7 win streak playing it.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I didn't expect Draven to have that much power. I don't know exactly when he hit it. He did take Windfall, which is a bunch of gold, but he's pretty rich right now. Is going to be in the position to potentially level up to 8 after this carousel. I don't think he will do that, but just to put it in perspective, that is, generally the case from players who aren't playing a reroll style composition. That's just natural tempo of the game. But he's on Draven 3, on Pike 3 as well, and throwing some tanky items on the Pike with that staying power, can get multiple casts off in a fight. That's just going to be huge. But this is going to be a really, really important matchup that's telling of which real comp is stronger. And the Draven's in the backline though, and that's going to be dangerous for Kaisa.
Yeah, I mean, Draven with the Pike, both 3-star versus Rel, and the Kaisa 3-star, but the Draven, as you said, gets backline access, gets to take down the Kaisa. The Rel just going to be remaining against both of them, but the Draven is low enough that the Rel might be able to do enough, and replay able to win that, even though the Kaisa goes down to the Draven. It just took enough time for Cottontail to kill that Kaisa, but the Draven fell too low. But Cottontail actually only hit that Draven 3 on 4-2. So that means this streak has been happening on a 2-star Draven. It's possible that Pike was earlier, but the Windfall is what let Cottontail get to the rest of those upgrades. And Draven showing up strong. Cottontail has so much HP to work with, and he's already hit. So now he just gets to level up and try and scale this composition into an endgame.
It might have actually been more value than think fast, and it's kind of weird to say, right? But I think he hit Draven, and it didn't take all the gold that Windfall gave, right? So he's able to save more, as think fast doesn't give you gold per se. It just allows you to reroll, and the units that you click on is the gold saved. So it might have actually netted more gold. I'm not sure, because there was a lot of units from the Kaiser reroll that were picked up. It's maybe analogous, honestly, as we do take a look back at Jukyu, who is playing threats. Jukyu has consistently impressed, playing so many different lines of play, is no stranger to this one as well, rocking a Belveth with the IE, going to hopefully find some more items for her later, but needs to find some frontline. That Garen upgrade is exactly what he needed. Rammus as well. The only unfortunate thing is the carries are still all 1-star.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what were you saying about frontline? Because there's Garen to There's Rammus 2, there's Shen 2, all hit immediately after you said that. But yeah,
Yep.
as you mentioned, the backline still leaving a little bit to be desired. It is just a 1-star Aurelion Sol, 1-star Belveth as well. But they do have a lot of time to work through these enemy teams. However, Deepay here with the 1-star Jin doing a lot of damage, doing a lot of work. Not quite going to do enough though. And Jukyu able to take the win on this round. Still just using that Spirit of the Exile with threats. He's just like, okay, well, I'll just give attack speed to a bunch of threats.
Yeah.
This is also a fine way to use it, and it's working great.
value.
Yet another line that we're seeing from Jukyu.
Yeah, here we go. Here's Sox playing that tempo style of Fiora carrying the items for a TF who is finally TF2. And now Fiora just gets the treat of any tank items that are left over, because she still will be able to get a lot of auto attacks off. She does benefit from that duelist and will be able to, you know, start chunking, doing a little bit of damage, probably not ever more than the TF. And Sox is on a 6-loss streak. Hopefully this TF2 can turn it around. Nothing can get CC'd for a bit as well, because Sox would take the Verdant Veil, which probably isn't the most effective augment, but is, you know, still going to have value, especially when we go into a Yasuo that's trying to CC. But the Fiora has a lot more uptime than she would have usually had.
Yeah, TF actually finding his way onto the Ashe. This is big, but Ashe turning around and just bopping him down. Kindle Gem has hit at this point all of the 3 stars online. And now, can the Prankster do enough? It cannot.
No.
Sox is going to take a big hit here from Kindle Gem, and, you know, he's going to be on 1 life remaining. Unfortunate to run into Kindle Gem after he has finally hit all of the units he was looking for.
Yeah, Sox on single-digit HP. Any single bad matchup is just going to send him out in, you know, I don't want to say 8th maybe, because DQA is sitting on a similar board, but only stuck on a TF1 and an Eco 1. I feel like we've said that a lot this weekend. Oxlingers being probably the most contested composition, probably the most popular, and with that, people stuck on level 7 are just not able to hit. DQA has fortunately saved up enough gold to where you can go level 8 and have better odds to hit, but with TFs already out of the pool, it's still not going to be a guaranteed thing. The items are good, however. He has a free Thieves Gloves from the Band of Thieves, and then Lucky Gloves as well.
Ooh,
so
wow.
he TG rolls, wow, and hits another TG actually there, and could put that on a Viego. I think that's gonna be fantastic. And then can Archangels the Nico on a Syndra pair. Did hit the
Viego
Nico
pair.
too. Igo pair. Probably should sell the Syndra and keep on rolling. I think at this point the Syndra 1 is going to be doing enough work. Hitting Syndra 2 is actually not going to change that much, but selling a Viego pair or a TF pair would feel bad as well, so that's probably just why he's sitting on all of them. Oh, I'm running to Kindle Gem, who's hit so many 3 stars.
Yeah, all the upgrades are there. I mean, we'll see if the TF1 and the Nico have enough damage to punch through this. It's going to be really tough to get through all that HP. And as you can see, it's just not quite happening yet. We'll see the front line finally going down. And now it's up to Ashe. There is a little bit of time here, but Ashe does so much damage. And wow, DQA actually able to sneak out a little win there. The Viego surviving all the way through,
Sox,
getting some damage at the end.
challenge? No. That'll
Sox
do
gonna
enough.
go down. Gonna be an 8 for mismatch Sox going up against Jukyu. And that's gonna be really tough to come back from grabbing an 8th in this game.
Yeah, especially because last game he went 7th, so 7-8 to start this kind of you know, top 16. He's in danger. Needs to really pick it up, because again, the harsher cutoff is going to mean there's a lot less room for error. Similar things with Deepay, who did go 5th last game as well. Gold bot forward start the day is scary, and is running into that kind of similar issue that we talked about of running Shiv Morgana, but then actually Last Whisper Jin means that that's not going to get as much value as we would have liked to see. Being stuck on level 7 on a 4-loss streak does do a good job of dodging the hook from Blitzcrank, but can Jin get the job done?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. That Aurelion Sol having some fantastic items, and we start seeing those meteors be dropped on this Jin. He might just evaporate. Here comes the next cast. Where will they land? It looks like there's plenty of units left, so Deepay should be just fine. It's going to be a win for him going up against that Ghost.
Ghost board maybe paying dividends there. Replay though, the Think Fast Kaisa line. I was excited about it, about the potential of what that comp could still do in this meta, and the Think Fast was just the cherry on top. I think Replay has a real shot to win this lobby with a line that a lot of people had honestly written off.
Yeah, I mean, this is the player that Frodan had as his dark horse at this top of day one when we were talking about it. Replay's had a phenomenal set 8. I know he mentioned there were some nerves from Replay that he was seeing on day one. He wasn't playing his best, but he's able to sneak in to the top 16, and he starts it out with, you know, that thing fast. And yeah, maybe someone could say that there were some nerves missing the MFs, but also, as you said, he was focused on the rel. He got there, never punished, finds the MF. Perfect play on the think fast from Replay, and he does get there. And even with missing that MF 2 times, I do think that it was a good think fast. He was very, very quick, and he did hit everything he needed.
Yeah, I mean, in hindsight, it's not like he missed anything. Even though he missed, you know, some on the individual roles, he doesn't actually feel the impact of that at all. So kind of in a vacuum, we can say it was perfect. Just so dropping to 4 HP there, losing to the ghost board of the laser focus Ash is in danger right now. Dish Soap went 4th in the last game. Wants a better placement to be able to reach the top 8. I think a lot of people are looking at a player, specifically Dish Soap, to be a favorite to win it all. Would be quite the blow to see him go out on a day 2. It is very early on, right? I'm not trying to write anything in stone, but still, these trends, you need to be starting off strong to get that momentum moving forward.
It is funny to think that we are on game 2, right? This is the 4th game we've played today, but it is only the 2nd game of the top 16. So it feels like we're getting closer to that cutoff than we really are. We still have plenty of TFT to go. So even someone like Cottontail, who did go 8th in game 1, has a good shot to make it all the way back and make it into that top 8. And he's doing great with this Draven. He's made it to level 9 at this point. He has been losing a couple of rounds, but still very healthy at 48 HP. See how the positioning is. That looks great into Replay's board.
Yeah.
We'll see if he ends up finding the win off of that, as Dish Soap is taking on Jukyu. This is both of the Aurelian Souls going back and forth against each other. Jukyu with that extra attack speed from the Yasuo augment versus the rocket grab from Dish Soap. But it looks like Dish might be in some trouble here, waiting on the next round of meteors. But it's Jukyu who casts first, and he's going to take out Dish, and that's a 7th place for Dish Soap. You talked about this. He is someone with so many expectations on his shoulders. Taking a 7th here means there will be a hill to climb for Dish Soap in the rest of these games.
He's definitely playing a solid line, but from an unideal position. He was playing kind of heart flex for heart, but didn't have like a heart emblem or anything to put onto the Aurelian Soul, so he wasn't benefiting really, you know that much. It's still going to be a solid comp, but yeah, just kind of outpaced by, I'll say, the high roll of the rest of the lobby, especially looking at players like Kindle Gem, Replay, Cottontail even as well. You know, just talking about the meta real quick, we never expected, I think, to see a Draven pop off and be kind of dominating the lobby, and yeah, we get to see it right now, diving into the back line against Kindle Gem and, you know, taking out the Ashe here soon after he gets through the Yasuo.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's just the Pike and the Draven on the Ashe, and there goes your carry. Goodbye. Now all my strong units are untouched. Look at this win to happen through, and Kindle had pretty much capped out his board already, was lucky enough to find a Mordekaiser on 7 for more of the laser core, so he is still very powerful, but still not going to be able to take out this Draven, as he does just rip through this Mordekaiser at the end, and Cottontail going to get even more money to continue to try and add some big 5 costs and maybe 2 storm for this board.
Yeah, 3rd through 6th seems like is still anyone's game. Only a 15 HP gap. Players running away with the lobby, of course, are Cottontail and Replay with these phenomenal reroll kind of boards. You don't need to play just these standard push level meta compositions to have a good chance, especially again with comps that people didn't expect too much of. A testament to how good this meta freaking is right now, as Replay is saving gold to push 9 and maybe find an MF3 as well. It's sitting on 5 MFs. The items are just a Titans and a Zephyr, so nothing too crazy, but it just goes to show how good of a spot Replay is. Half the front line isn't even upgraded, but doesn't need it, just because the power of that Rel 3 with Hold the Line.
Yeah, very, very strong. This spot is so good for Replay. As you said, he does have the potential of MF3 with all those extra misfortunes, and he can make it all the way there. As we're going to take a quick look at Deepay as he rolls down. It looks like he found an Aurelion Soul 2 there just at the end as he goes up against Cottontail. His Jhin is so vulnerable here. Here comes the Draven. It's the League of Draven, and he's taking everybody with him, farming all of these rewards. The gold popping out of the bodies because this is a free fight for Cottontail, and that's going to be a goodbye to Deepay in this game in particular. Deepay going to be dropping out in 6th here as Cottontail claims another victim.
That he does. Going to be going out, and it looks like 6th place, minus 12 HP. And I think players actually aren't very used to positioning against Hacker anymore, because it's not like we're typically sending Dravens or Nars into the backline. If we do see Nar Gadgettine, it's generally played without Hacker. So we're like, okay, my carriers are probably safe in the backline. But then Contel says, no, they're not. Jhin and Aurelion Sol got absolutely deleted by the Draven, punishing that kind of mispositioning.
Yeah, it just goes to show that when you have a spot for Draven, it still can work out. Cottontail in a position where he may be able to claim first. We're going to see it once again, jumping onto Jukyu's Bel'Veth. This is at least the carry that will be able to get away from the Draven, can try and run out of there, potentially have a spot for Jukyu to stay alive because he's on 3 HP. He's dropping pretty quick here, but the Draven is fighting that Bel'Veth, and the double Hodge is enough regen that the Bel'Veth is just going to solo in, but not quite able to finish the job. Draven has axes, need victims, and he claims yet another as Cottontail takes down Jukyu.
Such high expectations for Jukyu having a phenomenal performance so far over the past 7 games. Does go bot 4 for his 2nd time, but that is fine. He's still going to be in a very good spot, especially after the 1st place in the last game. Shouldn't be too worried there, but even Titans of this tournament can bleed when they go up against these crazy compositions. Still replayed in Cottontail holding hands 1-2, only 1 HP separating them. DQA and Kindle Gem perhaps the next victims very, very soon, as DQA has squeezed into a top 4, kind of redeeming himself as opposed to last game not top 4ing from a really solid position, but with the same comp though. So DQA really leaning into this, and it's because it's just so dang good.
Yeah, he's been heavily forcing this composition, but it is working out for him so far. He had such a great top 24, and now in the top 16, he's just looking to cap off a top 4 in this one, see how high he can go. Probably trying to outplace Kindle Gem, which would be this fight, and it looks like he might not be able to do so.
No.
That Ashe still doing plenty of damage, in the Renekton in the front line tanking it all, so that is just going to be a 4th for DQA. Not able to get it done against Kindle Gem, and Kindle Gem at least grabbing that last placement. Might be tough to get anything past Cottontail and replay at this point.
Well, replay once again takes the matchup between Cottontail. It was only by like a rel left alive taking out the Draven at the end. Didn't get a chance to see kind of how close that one was, but boding very well for replay. Both him and Cottontail are level 9. Kindle Gem's probably like, all right, I'm good with 3rd place this game. Get me out. Let's go next. As yeah, replay is on about 40 gold, 6 misfortunes. Still going to be rolling. Can slot in whatever, but for now is playing 8-star Guardian. Don't see that much vertical star Guardian, but that's exactly the position to do it in. Cottontail level 9, significantly less gold, but Fiddle 2, in fact, as well. That's going to be really scary.
Yeah, with Giant Slayer and Jeweled Gauntlet, that's going to be doing a lot of damage and maybe helping get through the rel on the side of replay with that Giant Slayer. I think that is going to be significant, as we got the clump from Kindle Gem. It's going to help against the Draven, but how much is it going to do so? It is going to be a lot. The Renekton tanking up both of the 3 stars from the side of Cottontail. That's going to buy so much time as the Ashes now turn onto the Draven. And Kindle Gem actually going to dominate this fight heavily, taking Cottontail, going to do a big chunk of damage to him, unless this Fiddle has something to say about it, but not quite enough. Cottontail going to take about 20 plus damage there.
I'd be eating my words. I thought Kindle Gem might be satisfied with the 3rd, but he says, no, we can go higher, actually. We might be able to... I don't know. It's gonna be a lot harder to beat replay just because that corner everything position against Cottontail is gonna be so good. But that's a more 2. We have potential Aatrox 2 coming through. One more misfortune. Looking for it. 8-star Guardian is basically the equivalent of 2 items, and he finds the misfortune 3. Replay. If he wasn't already strong enough before winning the matchup into Cottontail, he's gonna be so much more powerful now. Almost securing this lobby win. This is a victory march, but first has to get through Kindle Gem.
Yeah, Cottontail found the ghost, so let's see how this Misfortune does. She doesn't have great items, but at least, you know, it is a Misfortune 3 at the end of the day. It's still going to do a lot of damage, and with the 8-star Guardian, she's going to be regenning that mana so quickly, going to be able to cast so much, and it is plenty. Kindle Gem going to get absolutely deleted. Cottontail going down too, but that should be Cottontail in second. Replay, claiming this lobby with a Misfortune 3.
Oh boy, we got the Lechari on top. Probably honestly didn't even need that to take the win, but at least we get to see it. That was really real fun game, Nekra.
It really was. I knew it. I knew we were going to see another 3-star forecast. It just had to be there, especially given just how wacky this particular lobby has really been. I felt like we got a little bit of a call out there at the end of that first game for maybe some of the more unorthodox approaches that these players were taking, and now we really got a chance to see it in action. Do you have 8-star Guardian on your radar at all, Casanova, coming into this tournament?
So, I mean, I didn't think people would really be pushing for the chase trade on Star Guardian anymore, seeing as how Kai'Sa was kind of pushed out of the meta. But I was with Crowan where I was like, well, it shouldn't be off the table. It should still be an option for you to go, right? It's still a strong enough comp if you can hit early on. And we see Replay going for that, right? He had a very good situation for it, and then Think Fast came around and just accelerated it. Took it from what was maybe a spot that he can take a top 4 with a Kai'Sa composition to, hey, I'm the favorite in this lobby to win, and I need to make sure that I capitalize, and he absolutely did. So going up to 8, no, I expected way more Ox Force in the Spellslingers category, but this time around, once you're at least going in that line, yeah, you want to chase for 8-star Guardians. It's super strong.
When you have a 3-star rel, why not, right? Hey, I've always really liked Hold the Line. I felt like you were able to make some great use out of it there if you were replay. But what about another hero augment that I feel like maybe off the radar a little bit, coming back into play here? Crowan, talk to me about Draven, League of Draven. What was going on there? What did Cottontail see?
Yeah, Cottontail just saw the line. I honestly, I would be really curious to look at that augment choice and see if he used a lot of rerolls there, felt like he was forced onto it just because there weren't that many other good choices, maybe, because I don't think you would feel happy about going that in a spot, especially having like a Quicksilver and a Hodge. They're not the most kind of stereotypical Draven items that you think about, but had a very early hacker, was already sending an early Draven 2 to the backline, so the spot, if there ever was gonna be one for it, that was it, right? Wasn't able to clean a lobby win, where if Replay had, you know, maybe low rolled a bit, you know, didn't high roll as much, could have actually claimed a lobby win. But I think that's actually a really good testament as a player to what Cottontail is, right? At the start of set 8, one defender, there was a lot of hype around him, but then kind of dipped off a little bit. So it's really exciting to see him be able to play spots that aren't quite as easy recognizable and still compete with the best of the best.
Oh, for sure. I mean, hey, this really is the best of the best when it comes to TFT, and boy, have we had some incredible games here for our top 16 to start. Let's take a look at how Lobby B did as well and get a chance to catch the action over there, but Malala and Basso Skills putting up some great finishes over on that side of the board as well. I mean, hey, this is I think maybe a good discussion point as well to talk about the fact that these players that are competing at this point have played 4 games and they still have 4 more to go, Crowan. And a player mindset like that, stamina has to come into question. And so if you're a player that's kind of competing for the rest of the day, knowing you still have 4 more games ahead of you, what's the mental like? How do you keep yourself strong?
Yeah, this is kind of uncharted territory for TFT players, not playing 8 games a day, because I'm sure all of them have done that on ladder, but ladder is a different beast, right? You got to be thinking about a lot more when it comes to tournament play. I think there's a lot more kind of mental expenditure there, I guess, if that's a phrase, because you got to be constantly scouting, constantly top of your A game, knowing, okay, what are my outs? Who am I going to be fighting against? Who am I going to be positioning? What are my, what am I going to be transitioning into? There's just so much. 4 games left to go. It's probably, you got to just be taking it one game at a time. Hope that you're still, that you're going to put yourself in a position to whereas you can maybe slack off a little bit at the end game, but it is just like you mentioned, a battle of stamina here. And so starting out really well to start off this is going to be huge, but wow, okay, 3-star forecasts, Necker. I guess you're just the blessing of them, it seems like today.
Hey, I'm okay with it. Casanova, how you feeling about seeing a 3-star Aatrox over there?
I think it's the forecast I've seen the most 3 stars of recently, actually. I've been seeing it so often. We got one in Mecha as well, but I wanted to quickly add to Crowan's point as well. Both Crowan and I played another game professionally before this, and what is so big is you could play solo queue for like 12 hours a day and it would be fine. It's whatever. But you go play a best of 5 match, and suddenly that exhausts you more than the entire 12-hour solo queue day you played before. And these players are absolutely feeling that same thing, right? They all are used. Oh, we've seen all these TFT players. They play 12 hours. They go crazy. But going in today and playing these tournament matches is going to be so rough, and the fatigue is going to get there. And just seeing that mental fortitude is so big. And being able to find some forecast 3 stars is going to be really nice to help that mental bounce back, because you're going to be on cloud 9. You're going to be feeling so good.
Sometimes you just gotta high roll a little bit. But hey, it's your competitive experience, which is why I ask you these kinds of questions, because it does help to be able to put yourself in players' shoes and just know that there's a lot more to the game of TFT besides high rolling, besides finding these more creative lines. It really is also about the marathon that these players are going to be playing as well, with all of these stakes on the line. Top 16, 2 games down, 4 more to go to determine our top 8 players, and also where some of this $35,000 prize pool is going to be handed out. We're going to take a short break to get ready for those games as we also reseat the lobbies, so we'll see you then. We've given our players a little bit of time to get some rest so that we can get through our next 4 games that we have ahead of us. Still have 16 players, whittling it down to 8. And to bring you through the action for this next game, we've got Admirable and Frodan back on the desk for this one. And this next lobby, now that we've reseeded them, I feel like has some really, really big names and stories that we want to touch on here. And so the first thing that I want to point out is that maybe we have some veterans that aren't doing too hot for the first 2 games of the next set here, Admirable. What do you kind of make of the players that are towards the bottom right now of those overall standings?
Yeah, we're 2 games into our next cut that's going to be taking place in this one, and we have Sox in this lobby who right now is sitting at a 7th and an 8th place finish right now, so 3 points for this one. When you start to look up the entire standings, with Kerm sitting in the other lobby, very similar spots. And so far in this one, DP is not having like an incredible performance so far, sitting at 7 points, and Dish Soap also pretty much not what you ever expect from him, sitting at 7 points in this one. So that is like a big difference from what we're seeing in the last one, and we're having a much heftier cut in this one. We're cutting 50% of the field, even though it's still just 8 players. So you're going to need to hold up your potential a little bit more, and when your first 2 games are not incredible finishes, that can start to change the dynamic of how you want to play and what risks you're going to be taking.
Yeah, I mean, it's a definitely some tough competition out there, as well as some pressure, as you mentioned, the 50% cutoff that we do have here. But there are some players that are continuing to live up to the hype here, Dan. And I'm looking right now at Malala and Replay, 2 players that are sitting at the top of the overall standings right now.
I mean, what can you really say? Malala's been a player that has been on the come up for quite some time, but by his own admission, he's got a reputation as being a choker. Is a person that has been in the lead multiple times, and he has to make sure to bring that all the way to the finish line. But he seems to be in good spirits. I was watching his stream. He was rocking out to music, hanging out with his friends, and also kind of memeing a little bit in chat. So it looks like he's in good spirits. Replay, what a turnaround from the beginning of yesterday, where it looked like it was going awfully. And now we might see an opportunity for these 2 players to cement that lead.
I think so. We're gonna jump into this next game and see what it has in store for us. So, Admirable and Frodian, have fun with this one.
Jump into the lobby. Game number 3 that's taking place here. We'll be halfway through after this game is done. And it felt like just a cluster on the side of the belt. And then trying to figure out, well, maybe I can't get this one right now. There was so many players going for a belt off the carousel.
I mean, belt's pretty solid as a defensive item. It's considered to be the most flexible defensive component that you can have because it makes it into one of the stronger damage amplification items in the game in Guard Breaker, as well as, of course, offers you really strong tempo items. You're looking at early game Warmogs, Sunfire, and things of that sort. So we'll see who ends up benefiting from things like that. In the meantime, Setsuko's going to go with a tried and true bow star. Setsuko has always been a AD specialist, but he's been working on his AP game slowly over the sets and now has turned into quite a monster of a player. He's right now in 5th place with 10 points after just 2 solid top 4s. We saw a built different game from him earlier. Able to land a nice solid Samira mech game in 4th place on the off-stream lobby. What can Setsuko do? Ooh, a Rammus pair, but he chooses to hold instead the Infinite Team, and that makes sense because it offers a wide assortment of early game strength.
Wow. And
look no further than this Renekton 2 as being a really strong option to build off this momentum.
Yeah, 2 offensive components to go with your potential laser core start here as well. You know, Setsuko, I'd say that this is one of the players, so I feel like despite the fact that they've been at the top of the game, has also seen big improvements in a lot of spots as well. You know, you look at some of the previous tournament performances, and it felt like there were so many bomb-out spots in tournaments back in like set 6, some in set 7, and just suddenly it's been like night and day almost, despite the fact that it just really hasn't been that much duration in time, and I feel like we're not seeing that much difference in the play. We're just seeing a difference in the performance. Thrill of the hunt to go along with this now. So you have a 2-star Renekton, a 2-star Ashe, a Rammus in play, and a Thrill of the Hunt with a lot of offensive components to start things off here. This is looking like a fantastic start.
Yeah, the question would be like whether or not Setsuko wants to play around Titans or Edge of Night as his first item. I'm pretty sure this is a hard commit to a laser core. It's just a very, very good start for it. I'd be quite surprised, especially with Thrill of the Hunt, because Thrill of the Hunt helps the lasers just stay in the fight, because the last unit that has all those laser drones accrued up will be able to get those executes and therefore get the health reset for you to have crazy swings as the last unit. So Setsuko probably going to lean into that. Ends up trying to choose what his last weapon of choice is, level of 4. Obviously wants to go on to a tempo start. Goes against Malala, who's going to just take an easy Zephyr, try and kill 1 unit, but Malala might not do that. We'll see. Laser core stars have probably been one of the surprises of the tournament. I put it at the very bottom at best tier, but I feel like with each passing day, I'm moving it up more to just be like a top 3 composition in the game currently. What do you think?
I mean, I think it's just been fantastic the whole way through. I feel like if you can 2-star some stuff, that's really the most crucial maneuver for me. Even if your items are not fantastic for it, I feel like that just like raw power onto the board has really been what spells out that composition and its success. I feel like if I'm stuck on 1-stars, I'm very questionable about it. I feel like if I can 2-star some critical units early on, I feel a lot more comfortable about what's happening. I would agree with you, though. I would put it at the bottom of the S tier, but it's just... Its potential throughout the entire stage of the game holds strong if you can get the critical points online at each step.
Sounds good. Let's take a look at how people's augments are shaping up. You see a couple of people taking trait bonuses. So you have, for example, D-Pay to Defender. We have Basso skills right here taking his admin. And I do think Basso is, like we said, one of those more creative players, but he's been sticking to his guns. He's been playing a lot of Lulu, a lot of Gadgetines, and as a result has given him pretty good point placement. He finished 2nd in the lobby last game off stream by playing the Gadgetine Gnar. He almost made a comeback, by the way, against Malala, but then Malala chased Aatrox 3 with the Brawler emblem and was able to land it.
Whoa.
Speaking of landing it, what is this from Socks?
Well, it's a lot of 2-stars.
2, Renekton 2, and he also has another Renekton pair in the shop. Looks at his admin. Unfortunately, none of them are particularly strong for the laser core, but maybe he can think of another solution.
Well, we've seen the Brawler laser core come into effect sometimes as being a potential comp. I'm going to find it tough for him to not go with the 2-star units in a situation like this, and then maybe have an idea of where you can start getting your your income rolling on this one. We've slammed a Runons early on, not a terrible item, I'd say, in the AD compositions, just a pretty reasonable item to be making. But I think that Sox wants to stop this downward spiral of the losses, or at least soften them if they're going to keep coming in. Sox so far has led the day with a 7th and an 8th place finish, so things need to really turn around quickly. If he finds himself in a bottom 2 again, that is just nightmare scenario for Sox at that point. So at least looking for a top 4 here. Ideally, you're looking for a win in that spot. I think he's set up for a spot where he can find himself in a top 3 if things keep going his way.
Yeah, Sox seems to be too tricky in the tournament. He wants to play Oxford Spellslingers or Laser Core, and both of them can be quite opening dependent. But his opening is leaning towards the strong side. I think his admin itself is not particularly strong, but we'll see, as is an opportunity to potentially pick up a sword and make Edge of Night with the Runins, making some good Warwick items.
Yeah,
I do see some people choosing to prioritize... Sorry, I was just going to say that. I feel like some people prioritize Titans as well, which is what looks like Sox is gravitating towards.
Yeah, I feel like Titans is one of those strong items in the more hybrid style compositions where you're trying to get some tanky stuff, but you're trying to get some damage rolling as well. And just in the hybrid comps to where you're dealing a lot of magic damage, you're dealing a lot of physical damage, and you have to get things rolling, and keeping things on the board is an important note. I feel like that's where Titans is really shining its strength, is in those kinds of situations. For Dish Soap has been heavily prioritizing AP a lot, and with an early Archangel Slam, it starts to spell out where this direction wants to go. Now, for Dish Soap, this has been, I'd say, 2 mediocre finishes to start the day so far, and pretty easy to keep this turned around. Like, if you just keep finishing in the middle of the pack, all you need is one big finish to really turn everything around. But I think Dish Soap's looking at more than just, having strong finishes and making that cut. I feel like that Dish Soap is a player who I think can pretty reasonably focus on average placement over the course of 3 days if they can keep making it through from day to day.
Makes sense, and just slowly but surely kind of piece it together. I did not get a chance to watch Dish Soap. Admittedly, I almost feel like I trust Dish Soap a little too much. I feel like by not pulling his POV, I'm like, he's probably fine. I'll probably watch his VODs like the day number 3, but you're right. He's on the outside looking in. Needs to start picking up a little bit of that momentum. Speaking of momentum, DPay trying to secure a 4 streak with his 4 defender opening with 3 Star Guardians. And DPay is a player that I think is not being talked about very much because he's kind of just like in the midfield getting by. I think is a player that has put a lot of effort to improve specifically this set. And he's now challenging Disso for a win streak. Disso looking at his admins. Not entirely sure what he picked, but he did have some AP ones, some potential mana options. Either are okay for the line that he chose. And now we get to see whether or not he's queuing up against DPay. I'm pretty sure he'd prefer to just play against one of the weaker players like Kindle Gem. That way he doesn't have to worry about it. But if he goes up against DPay, whoever can get the win might end up shaping the rest of their game.
Does that mean it's Kindle Gem in this fight right now? These are some of the most crucial rounds you can have as well. When you're on these early 4 streaks, and if you pick up the win here, you're suddenly on a 5 streak with a spot where you're like, hey, you know what? I don't think this is the best board I really could have put together by any means, but, you know, whatever works at this point. So for Dish Soap, this is looking like a pretty clean win against Kindle Gym here. That is a massive win for Dish Soap. DPay also getting the big win here now. And these are 2 of the players you just highlighted on this. Dish Soap needs to put together some strong finishes, which is absolutely a way to do that is with 5 streaks. And with DPay not being talked about a lot in this one, you know, when I talked with DPay before the tournament, one of the biggest things that he talked about was his confidence and his preparation, his dedication that's had coming into this tournament. But the other thing he highlighted as well was just how stacked the field was, where he just absolutely had the expectation that this tournament would be insane. And honestly, that's what we've been seeing from players so far. I feel like that there's very few spots where you would look at a player's spot and be like, and it's just a big question. I feel like for the most part, players have been reaching for the stars in a lot of these lobbies, but frankly, I think it's something you have to do when the field is the strength that it is.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, and everyone has to find out what their own edge is. Looking at a player like Kindle Gem, what is his edge? I think the fact that he's kind of unknown and he's capable of doing almost anything in the eyes of the players. There's certain people who are very public about like what they're trying to do. Like Sox, for example, is like, I'm gonna play most of my games as Ox Force Spellslingers or Laser Core. And then Kindle Gem, who coming into LCQ was for the most part just kind of or Mecha Cup rather, just playing all Kaisa and trying to find an edge through just being better at that Kaisa line, while of course getting the rolls when they needed. But coming into this tournament, you know, Kindred's like, well, I can't rely on just one tricking Kai'Sa. What can I really do? And shows a lot more range to his gameplay and thoughtfulness to her preparation. Let's see if he's able to continue to stack that advantage, or stack his results, as right now he's a pretty good advantage at 12 points sitting at 4th place.
It's a good thing that you bring up finding that competitive edge, because that was actually one of the questions that I was most surprised to get an answer from Kindle Gem, was that they said they didn't really think that they had a competitive edge over this particular field, so that they had to branch out and really open up the options more. If your goal is literally to play Kai'Sa every single round, and then they nerf Kai'Sa to where it's much more rare to be able to piece together a strong composition like that, that is a major detriment to the game plan coming into it. So silver augments at the start, I feel like that despite the fact that these don't really demonstrate high power level, they still have a pretty high gap across for what they can offer potential. We now have a 2-2-3 hero augment here, and this can boast a lot of different results because everybody feels like they're going to be hunting down something different in this scenario.
Yeah, so Kindle Gem can stay on the Infinity line and take Recursion Matrix. It's a very stable hero augment. In a lot of cases, even Recursion Matrix outperforms a lot of the 4-cost Twisted Fate augments in Infinity line specifically. That being said, Kindle Gem, I believe, only slammed the Giant Slayer, which means he can play anything he wants. Not entirely sure if he even favors the AD or AP line, given that he has this rod. Ooh. And he's going to go for Mana Tempering. Mana Tempering is the preferred Sever hero augment on 3-2, only because time and a half is so late. It feels like you missed your window to make significant amounts of gold, and Mana Tempering has better scaling. He also has preparation, so it's a little bit awkward, and I feel like Kindle Gem's kind of stuck between not having high tempo in stage 3 and hoping that his preparations can lead to a really good stage 4 result. But even if he ends up hitting that big spike from having preparation and 2-star Sivir, will that be enough to meaningfully seize the advantage on stage 4 when he needs to stop losing? He expects that he's going to lose a couple more fights here. Sox, on the flip side, slammed that Titans like we talked about, aiming towards our Warwick, and instead playing a little bit flexibly, right? We saw Ruden's Titans, Twisted Fate. Those are not items you expect to see on that unit.
Yeah, I want to revisit that spot from Kindle Gem. Transfer. I'm going to let a couple rounds go here and then bring it up again, but that felt like a really difficult choice if you're going to follow through on Infinity Recursion Matrix versus a more scaling augment in Mana Tempering. You're trading a little bit of that power now for hopefully some of that power later. We'll see how that ends up working out. On Ripple Overdrive side, pretty strong start to the day. This is looking at 10 points. You're picking up strong finishes for this. And Ripple Overdrive has felt like that they had some rocky spots in this one. Killer start to the day yesterday. Then two finishes in a row, and then bounces back and makes it through and into the second day. A reasonable start to start things off here, and honestly, I would say that this is looking pretty great in terms of where the items sit and where your units sit right now. It doesn't feel like you're going to have to invest a ton of gold to keep your board pretty strong, and your items are synergizing well with the Annie support augment to go things. This looks like a pretty clean Spellslingers line. It's just going to be where you find yourself with what Spellslingers.
Yeah, and I think that a lot of people look at Battle Mage and start thinking like, well, what do you want to play with Battle Mage here? The reality is Battle Mage is just a lot of momentum and early game stats and tempo. And so he could just simply play this Battle Mage and then sacrifice most of its value on the backliners, like play Twisted Fate, play Nico, play Aurelion, so whatever he ends up hitting, and just keep them in the back 2 rows, because it is only, 15 AP that you get off of the silver, if I recall correctly. So it's not that big of a deal. I think that's good recognition. I think too many people are enamored by like getting full augment value. Sometimes the hardest thing you have to do, but the correct thing in TFT, is learning when to give up value and not try to squeeze out every single unit into that Battle Mage front 2 rows.
Like that scene in that Indiana Jones movie where Indiana Jones keeps reaching for the Holy Grail, and his dad just says, "Let it go." Sometimes you gotta let it go.
That's right. And I think that's ultimately what a lot of these players have to constantly wrestle with, as we take a look at Deepay, who's not exactly letting go of his win streak. He did level to 7. He does have justification to roll here, because he theoretically could hit Kai'Sa 2 or Nilo 2, which would be a pretty significant damage spike or frontline spike for himself. He does, and I agree with this roll. This is a very difficult spot. I'm always hesitant about it myself, because if you miss, you just feel like you gave up a really valuable interest threshold from 30, so that way you don't hit 50 by the end of the round. But a really tough call there, and that might look like something really obvious in hindsight. Well, yeah, just roll to hit Kai'Sa too. But there's so many players that would not and greet it and hope that leveling's enough.
Hey, you don't know what the result's going to be on that one. So this is a risk versus reward evaluation on it. There isn't going to be certainty to it, and I think those are some of the most difficult calls in TFT to make, especially when the stakes are this high. It is going to pay off for DP. We don't know if that was the difference in the fight, but hey, I'll take it at this point. A lot of players went to 7 on this one. You still have strong interest. The 9 win streak is certainly paying you a ton of gold here. Why wouldn't you try to protect that?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm glad that he didn't go too hard into it. I mean, obviously he rolled one time and he was rewarded for it. This roll here would be a lot weaker. I would suggest against it. I like his board, 4-star guardian, 4 defender. And now we might see how DP chooses to play the retooled Kai'Sa line. Ooh. Speaking of really weird lines and how they're playing it, is this a behemoth Alistar that we're seeing?
It is a behemoth Alistar that we're seeing. And to boot, we also have a future sight on this. So a big Zephyr landed to cut some of the damage out of place. Is this enough for Malala to break this ever?
Maybe. I'm honestly not entirely sure how strong Behemoth is, but it looks like it's doing a good job tanking. The single target damage from Kai'Sa is not ramping up onto the Alistar. I do worry about the damage sources from Malala. I feel like Malala doesn't actually have real carry. The Twisted Fate trying to ramp up. Looks like he's at full power. And it just comes down to whose front line can hold out a little bit longer. Oh no, the Lux misses. That is really bad. And so as a result, DK loses his streak. And let this be a lesson. Don't trust Lux. That unit is just so unreliable. Live by the wand, die by the wand.
You got Zephyr'd! You're so disoriented after that. Imagine being thrown into the air and then having to land after you have no idea what's going on.
Oh, come on. He equipped her for maximum success. She had Archangel Staff. She was ramping the whole time.
That is true. You have to have your wits about you if you're wielding that much intellect. I will say that Behemoth has been one of these augments that I rarely see anyone pick. I feel like every time I see a top player pick it, it feels like they just soar to the moon with this. I'm always confused by it because I'm like, how good is this? I think it's an excellent question to raise, but for Malala here, it ended up being a big damage source, and against DP specifically, 4 defender was not contributing to that fight very well.
That's a good point. A lot of the damage was AP. Pretty much almost all the damage was magic. As you take a look at it, bottom left, you see Kindle Gem rolling down. I think Behemoth Alistar is particularly good when Alistar becomes extremely stat intensive. So you're looking at like the triple stack here with vertical mascots. Another variation you actually might see it, stay with me here, is you get the mech emblem and you turn Behemoth Alistar into a mech. That's right. And then you have you sacrifice the units and you get Alistar to basically become a budget Garen, and it actually becomes really difficult to kill. So I've seen it happen a lot in China. They consider it to be an S tier build if you get the stars to align. Maybe Balala is about to show us why Alistar Behemoth is to be feared.
This was another big Zephyr from Malala as well. And Malala's Zephyr quality has just been out of control so far, knocking a fully stacked Lux in the last round to break a big win streak, getting Warwick into the air that's holding 2 Titans for this one. This is plenty of time for this team to really build up, knock down the board, and then let Behemoth take over in this one. This has been great positioning management from Malala so far. Oh my gosh, we're ending it with a prismatic augment as well.
So he roll. Oh, if he wants to, he could take Think Fast and roll for the Alistar 3. I think that's a little bit too late, though. Oh my god!
Wow!
Dog's favorite son is right before your very eyes. Level 7 naturals, Twisted Fate 2. No roll necessary whatsoever. If
Yes,
he
let's go ahead and level
take
then.
high-end shopping instead, he did not. It was just level up. It's just that easy, folks.
So what do you do from here now? I mean, you're looking at sword, rod, glove.
Oh, I mean, you can slam, for example, a jewel gauntlet onto a unit, but I think right now he doesn't have to. He's actually, his baseline power is so high. I think instead he wants to make it about scaling AP. Alistar's really good at stalling, and then as a result, you will be able to ramp up and get a lot of time for things like this Twisted Fate to actually get a bunch of AP. He ends up slamming the jewel gauntlet though. Looks like he feels like he needs a little bit extra damage. I think that's totally fine as well. You can just play, you actually can just play 4 Ox Force, 4 Spellslinger, not even have to go into the mascots long term.
Well, I'm looking at the other side of the board here too, from Ripple Overdrive, where that's a tome that has produced 2 Oxforce emblems as well. That's going to be a hefty board to deal with later on, but this behemoth is like, it's like taking over the game.
Yeah, absolutely. He has so much tempo, and he set up his board very intelligently through 4 mascot as a way to bridge his mid game. Whether or not he stays on 4 mascot, we'll have to find out, because there's a couple different variations that you can think about. But I think Malala has played this early mid game fantastically, and is now, because of his unconventional line, been rewarded with a 4-3 streak. Checking with Kindle Gem, who is struggling. An 8th here would be disastrous and would open up the standings significantly. He did take high-end shopping, and he has an Ezreal in the shop. But it looks like instead he's going for a laser core setup with mana tempering, hoping that's going to be enough.
I am a little bit worried about this one right now. It just feels like there's a lot of 1-stars lingering about. It feels like your items just seem to be lacking right now. A lot of stuff is spread across the board, and it doesn't feel like it's synergizing super well. Warwick feels like they're pieced out fantastically here. But against this position, it's going to get the job done. You notice that very little gold has been spent on Ripple Overdrive spot, so they're cutting down a little bit of the damage here, still taking some big hits, but they need to make something happen pretty quickly and capitalize off the fact that you got 2 tomes online. How do you make the most of that one? Jim picks up a win. Ripple Overdrive drops down to 33, down in the penultimate position for this one. And as you get a glimpse of the items that are built here, players are starting to get a lot together, I think. And this lobby might be a pretty tightly packed, I'd say. The silver augments feel like that they are really beneficial for most of the players across the board.
Weather is sunny. Satsuko beelining for that Janna with a tier. Satsuko, are you playing more of that AP strategy? He's got Deathblade and Death Cap, so a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Just take a look and see what's happening around here. Checking with Deepay. Doesn't have Shiv quite yet. He's probably gonna have to oh god, he's got another sword, another bow. It's kind of awkward here. And with his prismatic augment, he didn't hit anything substantial. Band of Thieves 2 is like the definition of an average prismatic. I'm not sure how strong Deepay's board is going to be here scaling to the late game. I think he was hoping for a +1 Star Garden emblem, perhaps.
Wow. There's just so many pairs here. We have a spot that's open on the board. You're going to fill it with Echo. Yeah, I'm not so sure about this one. This felt like it was going okay, but this did not feel like a solid turn for Deepay in this one. A lot of pairs get picked up. You're starting to work on the 3-star Kaisa, but this is still not a ton, I'd say, that's in effect right now. Now, against Ripple Overdrive added quite a bit to the board into this round as well, and it is showing with this one. My gosh, Deepay feels like they could be in trouble here if they can't get something rolling.
Deepay's actually in big trouble. His itemization, he's also greeting because he wants Gunblade on his Kaisa, so he's not slamming Giant Slayer, but he's going to have extra components that might result in something awkward like a Last Whisper, so he has to really figure it out. Big damage being dealt by Malala's Twisted Fate, but it looks like his greed, right? He's at level 840 and not rolling, is starting to catch up to him in terms of board strength. Hopping back over with Deepay, if he's able to find a good, steady 6-star Guardian, 2 Defender dynamic, I think he'll be in a pretty good spot. If he can hit MF2, that's also a potential way he can stabilize. And speaking of stabilization, Satsuko has hit a Rammus 3, so I'm intrigued about what's going on in his side of the board. As Deepay finds a Syndra that is huge, potentially, if he can get the 6-star Guardian in. Oh my god, Deepay's exhibiting a lot of dizzy behavior. I think if he recognized that there was an opportunity for him to go 6-star Guardian there, he was a very little bit slow on the gun, and as a result, his Garen defaulted, got deployed to the battlefield instead.
Still might be kind of okay with this one. That's binary airdrop on the other side for Dish Soap. And Dish Soap's board is not looking shaky at all right now. And Deepay, I feel like, has had some pretty rough rounds in terms of the actual play itself. This is not what I expect to see out of Deepay's play at this point, and I feel like that's 2 rounds where he cost himself perhaps a lot more damage than he should have.
Well, look now, Satsuko is streaking. So is Sox, by the way. 2 players who are very scary to kind of put them in the driver's seat. Malala has fallen down to 3rd, taking 3 what looks like to be really, really bad losses, because he was very healthy going to stage 4, and I think he ran into a giant wall where when he stopped winning, he started losing instead by a lot. However, looking at the gold count, Malala's got his eye on the prize. Is he perhaps instead looking for an opportunity to fast 9, or will he roll down into a really massive Riftwalker's potential pivot? He has a couple of options here at his disposal. I'm not entirely sure what he wants to do here.
I feel like how deep he is into level 8 right now. This is pretty easily go to level 9. You have level up at your disposal. Why not use the gold in that sort of way? And that's exactly what he's going to do here. We've seen how much legendaries can define the endgame boards and just completely warp the way that your team is going to play. A lot of pairs, nothing coming together so far right now. And if you're losing this badly in a couple spots, it's time to put something together and put something together fast here. You start to see some of it change out a little bit. I don't know if 2 Urgots is really going to get the job done right now, but, you know, just take what you can get for a round and start to piece this together, because this is a lot on your plate that you have to deal with.
Okay, so he suffers the Riven. Malala's hoping to stabilize here. Oh my god! What region am I watching? Is it North America or is it China Regionals? 2 Jewel Gauntlets onto this Twisted Fate. And Malala gets a very big win, but quite frankly, he got a free win because Kindle Gem's board, we know, has been weak all game long. Got a little bit of a momentary reprieve. Taking a look around the board here, Ripple Overdrive, trying to stabilize this. Drake Jackson almost got the win, but he ends Sox' streak and says Setsuko is now the only player that remains that's on fire.
Not too much of a surprise to see at the end game. It feels like Setsuko is always the player that you're going to want to pick for those scenarios. But Malala's got to figure this one out right now. This was a locked shop for these legendaries at this point. So where do you take this?
So I thought he wanted to go into Riftwalkers, make a copy of an emblem of a mascot with Zac, put a better frontliner than just Oxforce and his Fiora, but I think Malala may have accidentally done something that he knows he shouldn't have, which is level to 9, roll to 0, and be stuck in the position that he's in. Because now Malala is at the mercy of his level 9 natural shops and doesn't have the gold to justify it. Speaking of being at the mercy, Bosso Skills right here might actually be out if Sox actually gets this win.
This is a big round for Bosso Skills in this one. It's an admin boost at the start of combat for attack damage in this one, but the 2 main champions right now are 1-star. It's Warwick, it's Mordekaiser. Bosso Skills to 1 HP, but you know what? That's enough to win. You just got to have everything come together, and it's got to be perfect for the rest of the game outside of that. Now, perfect doesn't mean you're winning by a heaping pile. It just means that you're winning in general at this point. Dish Soap taking a loss. Kindle Gem picks up a win. Ripple Overdrive picks up a win. And you're starting to see some of this come together for the boards right now. Setsuko, though, this is a very scary position for everyone else in the lobby. When Setsuko has got a strong board, a lot of gold, this is not who you want to be playing against right now.
Yeah, and he has Armadillo, which ends up being okay in the portion of the lobby because there's a good amount of Laser Core Warwicks, for example. We know that Kingdom Gem has AD. Looking at Bosso Skills' board, seeing if he can stabilize, but he's holding so many pairs, and I think Bosso Skills probably has resigned himself to 8th place. This does not look like Bosso Skills will be able to play beyond anything except for this 8th place.
Same side as the Twisted Fate as well, so this Warwick's about to absorb a lot of heat right now. It is not able to get through these Ox forces. The main damage is down, the rest of the team is down. Ash 1 is down, Bosso Skills is down, 8th place.
Unless Kindle Gem... No, Kindle Gem can't take as much damage in order to go to the negative, so Kindle Gem takes a 7th place. These are 2 players who, honestly, were just giving free wins to the lobby. They were just losing a lot, and their board state was kind of struggling. Malala's starting to struggle as well, and if Malala ends up bot 4 from here, I can't help but wonder what happened if we just rolled on 8 instead. I think Malala probably got a little bit in his own head. Not to mention that he had the opportunity to take a different item, but then double JG on his Twisted Fate. Like, he could have, for example, gone for a static Shiv instead when he has no MR Shred outside of the Skylines casted by Mordekaiser. We'll see, though, as we do have a couple of potential big swinging items here. Not just with the items on top of the anvil, but the anvil itself. Let's see if Malala can pull this around, or Ripple, rather.
The emblem's coming into play. Everyone's got the team pretty much set in stone. None of those emblems are playing into it. So for Ripple Overdrive here, I am looking at this, and I can see this going a number of ways, which is, number one, do you ever want to group in Chalice of Power? That seems like a risky one. You want the static Shiv and try to shred some of this. Seems reasonable. You want the Shroud and try to disrupt players. We go with the Shroud here. Wow, Malala's board is looking a lot better after a couple rounds. Still feels like something might be missing here. Double Jeweled Gauntlet is certainly... it's always going to put a question mark above my head. Lands a good Zephyr from Malala. Oh, this fight is looking really dangerous. Ripple Overdrive, I will say. This front line is not going down quickly, but the damage is solely focused from TF's point of view. So if this TF cannot shoot through this line, this is going to get disastrous real quick. And I'm talking about Malala's TF on this one. And so now the TF's starting to absorb some heat thanks to the
Oh, the Nico.
Yeah, the Nico just being able to throw burn everywhere onto the field. And just, there's too many Ox Forces to get through. Malala taking another big loss on this one. Dish Soap taking a loss as well. So we have 2 players right on that chopping block. Ripple Overdrive on a win streak now. Another 2-star legendary for Malala, and it's time to trade out. Says, you know what? Enough is enough. TF gets sold, and that is a pile of gold that's on the board right now. Where do you put these items to deal the damage?
On the 2-star legendaries, so Fiddlesticks definitely feels good. Probably Jewel Gauntlet on the other Nunu. Then we're kind of splitting up the carry situation. Oh man, Malala's probably panicking a little bit. Needs to scout this effort. Goes for the D7 corner. If you can land on Twisted Fate, going against Dish Soap, the winner of this will potentially get to play for a top 4. Dish Soap does have the binary, but outside of that one shroud, doesn't seem to have anything particularly super important. That Nunu started working to the back line. Here comes the Undertow, pulling a bunch of units, and the legendary soup combination looks very devastating, but Malala just lacks the DPS to get past the Ox Force units. And I think Malala has fulfilled his own prophecy. He said all he has to do is to not choke his lead, and choke he did. Malala, what was that?
You know, sometimes you get inside your own head. I know exactly what that feeling's like, but when you're sitting at first place, 5th place, I'm sorry, first place, 6th place, you know, not too bad of a start to the day. The game itself, yeah, that was not pretty, but you know, you got to look at the overall standings at this point. That game's in the past. Don't worry about that one. Bounce back from it. Keep your wits about you. This is an 8-game day that the player's having to battle through. You cannot afford to dwell on those thoughts at this point. For Sox, meanwhile, this is getting closer to what he's hoping for, but this is not what he needs. He needs big finishes right now after bot 2 finishes to start off the day. So if he can get something in the middle of the field, you know what? That's not the worst, but he needs something big. This may not be the game he's going to find it, but he's on the right track for this right now. Go to 9, get an extra unit in play, hope for the best at this point. The rest of the field, though, is looking very strong, so I'm pretty worried about Sox's spot right now.
Yeah, and he has Ripple and Dish Soap, which are matches that could be pretty ugly depending on where the positioning lands, because he doesn't have Edge of Night to drop the aggression against Dish Soap's Twisted Fate, and Ripple's also playing TF Ostlingers as well. Going up against the ghost of one of these players, and it looks like whoever he played against either didn't. Oh, it's the binary airdrop from Dish Soap. So Sox is praying, hoping that his opponents is not actually that strong on the ghost variation. It depends on whether or not this Warwick can survive, and this Twisted Fate locks onto the Warwick.
The Warwick not taking heat yet, though. That was really the important part. It was right as these front lines crumbled that ended up happening. So that's enough for Sox to get through that round. That is a big round for Sox. He absolutely needs those. Dish Soap takes a big hit, falls down to 2 HP at this point now. Ripple Overdrive maintains a win streak. So now, this is the round. Dish Soap has to have wins here. He started off the day with just 7 points. That's bot 4 and bot 4. Not the worst bot 4s you can take. This is the spot, though, where Dish Soap has to be piecing this together. He's found himself in the middle of the pack. Still not the worst. But if he can turn this around somehow and pick up a couple wins in a row, this could be the difference between making it to day 3 and not.
Yeah, and one of the things that you can't help but notice, but I think Dish Soap's binary airdrop items have just not been that good. And that's kind of the double-edged sword that he is on. Let's see what items he's able to get. This is the rematch the opposite way. The matchup against Sox's Ghost. And I don't think the items are particularly that strong, but the Ghost should give him an opportunity to get this dub, unless this Warwick can chew through the front line really quickly, which it looks like it's struggling a little bit. Oh no, it all of a sudden fell. And Dish Soap might end up just going bot 4 from here. Another bot 4 for Dish Soap.
Deepe squeaking out of top 4 thanks to the HP advantage that's been granted there. Wow, let's call it a top 3 for Deepe. That feels like a miracle, I'd say, all things considered. That was looking like a spot where top 4 was you're happy with the result. Top 3 in that spot, whoo! Give it to me.
I couldn't help but note, like, a lot of things just went really poorly for Dish Up. His second win didn't kick in at a really important time, and his binary airdrop items are not great. Maybe something down the road he'll probably think about having a 3-item carry guaranteed instead of hoping that he hits the exact item he wants, but that is in the past. Setsuko versus Ripple Overdrive, 2 of the players who've been closing out games a lot. Who's going to get this edge and potentially get a pivotal Game 3 win?
Big shrouds from pretty much both sides at this point. I'll tell you what, though, the Rammus went untouched in this one. Great spot for the Rammus as well. Anytime you can delay damage, you're going to be pretty happy with that one. Oxforce playing a big role in this one. 6 Oxforce on the side of Ripple Overdrive. So look at this Rammus that's pulling a lot of weight in the center of this board. Is it ever going to stop casting? Feels like it's jumping off the top turnbuckle every round, but the TF on Ripple Overdrive's side has pretty much gone untouched. It's breaking through. Now Setsuko is having to deal with the damage from that one. Setsuko gonna fall down. Ripple Overdrive continues the pressure the entire game. Double Tome is the carry for that one in Ripple Overdrive.
I feel like the tomes, the emblems, all of the crowns, the hearts, whatever you can come up with in order to add an extra trait to your champions has really been so valuable for our players to be able to get their compositions up and online. So I kind of love to be able to see that happen again. But maybe for some of our players that, okay, I got to touch on this a little bit. You said that DPay got a little bit bailed out there to be able to get a third, maybe a bit miraculous. Admirable, could you give us a little bit more context of why that third place was surprising for DPay?
For me, it was so surprising because it was just in the end, the late game stage where he was just like fumbling rounds. It seemed like he had so many ideas that he could follow through on, but he just couldn't find the right answer that he wanted, and so instead he's just ending up with weaker rounds. So one of the rounds, literally, Garen comes into play from the bench when he could have put just pretty much anything in play to help the board at that point. It seemed to follow up in another round after that. It's just what's going on through your head when those rounds are taking place. Like, this is the regional championships that's taking place right now. You need to be on your A game. So when you're fumbling those rounds, other players are able to take advantage of that. And it was like Dan said, we had 2 players who just really couldn't get anything rolling. It felt like they were feeding rounds to the rest of the lobby. DPay, for a couple of those, was the one giving away those rounds. When that's happening, I feel like that's a massive detriment to how you're going to execute your game plan. So being able to have 2 of those rounds in the late game scenario, some of the most critical ones, and then still walk away with a third place in that one, you got to feel pretty good about that, I think.
Yeah, I mean, Dan, for the players that were having so much trouble getting their compositions online, what was going on there for them? Was that kind of just like a player error, or was that just the rest of the lobby really getting the gears turning faster?
So I think you're talking about the players that we were flaming, and yes, Malala, as we were talking about, unfortunately choked it up a little bit too much, man. I feel like at this spot, when you're streaking with so much gold and you have all that HP lead, and he decides to fast 9 on 5-1, roll and hold legendaries, and even when he hit the legendaries, he ended up dying anyways. I think there's a lot of regrets going into that game in particular. Honestly, not the prettiest game of teamfight tactics I've ever seen North America play, but that's okay, because that's what regionals is about. The pressure is just mounting, and it goes into like a bunch of the other players' categories as well, right? You mentioned Admiral's talking about how Sox needs to do more than just the top 4. If he goes top 4 for the rest of the day, he's out. He needs to actually go for top 2 and above. And so the stakes are really, really high for some of these players. So I don't blame people for making mistakes. TFT is a really hard game to play perfect. I do have to say, though, that we saw some uncharacteristic mistakes that I hope gets cleaned up throughout the weekend.
Yeah, I hope so as well, because we'll at least have 3 more games. So Admirable, you put it so nicely that we still have a couple of extra games for these players to really try to get their act together if they're starting to fall a little behind. But Dan, remember those 2 players that we hit on before we went into game, Jukyu and Replay? First and second place, they don't miss a beat.
Huge. Yeah, it's huge because right now there's a little bit of a micro competition going on between average placement, and Jukyu and Replay potentially could kind of enter that conversation. Jukyu, another first, again, having a great weekend breaking out. Huge third place from Kurimex. Kurimex was also in the Sox boat, and now he's kind of got a huge revitalization, right? He got injection into his arm. Third place is good, but not good enough. He needs to continue to pile up those third and second places in order to get back in the standings. And on the other side of things, Robin Songs with an 8th place, which is just something he does not do. I don't know what happened in that lobby, but I hope Robin can pull it around, because a final lobby without Robin Songs feels wrong in North American regionals. We've seen him pretty much every single time. I feel like we need to see it one more time. I'm not ready to say goodbye to Robin, and I don't know what 8th place does to the standings, though.
Yeah, well, we're going to check in on those in just a second. We can at least look at the composition that Jukyu used to win that lobby. Admirable. What do you make of this?
I'm telling you, there's just too many teams to know everything that's happening in this set. Monsters Attack just... I don't think it's the ideal way to present it, but let me tell you what, there's just too many teams. The idea that you could know everything in the game right now, it's just impossible. And honestly, I want to take that even a step further and into having mistakes in rounds and to making mistakes at critical times. That is not a flame. That is a recognition of it. The whole point of this competition is to see who's performing the best. So when somebody has those mistakes that are in those situations, honestly, that's kind of expected. It's virtually impossible to play this game perfectly. It's virtually impossible to know everything that's available in the game. The goal of it is to maximize the opportunities that are there and take advantage of them. So if you're missing some of those spots, that's bad news. Doesn't mean you're a bad player. It's not flaming a player, just pointing it out. For instance, I make a lot of mistakes when I'm casting, all right? Go ahead and flame me about it, but I mean, my gosh, what do you got to do to prove yourself at a certain point here? We're talking these top 16 players in North America right now. Game is hard.
You bring up a great point. The game is difficult, and we are just human. And that's just kind of the nature of being human, is sometimes you just aren't perfect. Unless maybe, I guess, you're Jukyu and Replay, in which case maybe they're just robots, and that's why they're at the top of the standings right now. But you were asking about where maybe an 8th place for Robin Songs could potentially put him, and it looks like he's just right on the outside looking in. But the competition's close here, Dan. It doesn't look like anybody is particularly mathematically eliminated yet.
It's getting really hard for some players like Garchomp and Sox and definitely Kurum, but like we said, the interesting thing about 3 games is that, or rather, getting to this point of the competition is that it could easily flip, right? You don't really know what ends up happening on the other side of things. So I personally believe that you gotta still keep putting your best foot forward. You never know what happens in TFT. Listen, if Clear had a possibility of making it to day number 2 after going 8-8-8-8, he needed 1-1 and then 9 conditions in order to make it to the top 16. You gotta keep playing. That's the thing about TFT that people love and also hate a little bit, which is that it's never over till it's over. You gotta play it till it's done. So we won't make any final conclusions until the last carousel is taken over, and I think that we still have a lot of interesting comebacks that are on the table. So keep believing and cheering on your favorite streamer, because we're just getting started here for the second round of competition.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. So we're going to leave it on that note as we get ready for game number 4 here. 3 more games to go till we determine our top 8 moving forward to tomorrow. See you soon. We're past the halfway point for our games with our top 16, and so that means the pressure's really starting to mount for our players that are left to finish out these final 3 games of the day. And to bring you through the next one, we've got Casanova and Crowan back on the desk for us. And let's talk about this lobby really fast. We saw some uncharacteristic things happen. Robin Song's going 8th, and also another composition, I guess, coming out from Jukyu. But Crowan, what was the context there? What was really happening in that lobby?
Yeah, there's a lot of things I want to talk about, but we got to take it one thing at a time. And I think most pressing on the table is going to be Jax 3. Jax has not only played, but it won the lobby. And, you know, we talked about earlier about, oh yeah, people probably aren't going to be playing that many reroll, say things like Kaisa or like Draven, but I think Jax was even maybe less expected than that, especially to take a lobby win. I know they were talking about in the EMEA finals, like, oh, Jax got a 5th, like that's pretty good, that's better than we expected. But it comes into the NA regionals and actually finds a win. Now the context there is going to be the lobby was super close from start to finish. No one was really kind of like blowing away the rest of the competition, so they weren't able to go 9-5 legendaries, so Jax was just able to kind of take out these average boards where GQ kind of high rolled, found Lee Sin 3, Vi 3, Jax 3, had a Zeke to be buffing it up, and most importantly, scoped weapons, which enables the Jax to really pop off and be in that ideal scenario. So that's where Juki found the win.
I love that. We gotta have to keep seeing some of that creativity. So yeah, I guess 6 Brawler with Jax. We've got 3-star Kaisa. We've seen all of these Gadgeting comps continue to do well. I don't know. Casanova feels like everything is kind of up in the air here. It is the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals after all. But there are also some great players that are behind these compositions. And so I feel like when you take a look at the lobby that we're jumping into, like who's standing out to you here as a player to watch out for?
The 2 big narratives for me are Robin Songs trying to make it into the final day of regionals once again. Rodan was saying just before the break, it'd be weird to see him not make it there. He's been there every single time he's made it to regionals, so we're really looking at him to turn things around after that 8th. He's kind of far away on the points, just needs some really good games in the next 2 to make sure he locks in, but also DQA trying to be that first person to make it 3 times to Worlds for the North American region. I mean, DQA had a fantastic day 1. Has been a little bit softer here in day 2, but he's still having an okay day overall, and just looking to cap it off, make it to that day 3, and still give himself a shot to do that. That would be such a huge accomplishment to be that player, and he's kind of always been that guy. You know, we were talking about him at the start of the weekend. Sometimes he'll come in and just flop. He won't have a great performance, but sometimes he'll just show up and dominate everybody, and DQA is such a fantastic player and so exciting to watch. So I'm looking forward to watching him here in this lobby.
I love that you brought both of them up because Nico and Appies also had high praises to sing for Robin Songs and DQA. So let's go ahead and jump into this and see what they can accomplish in this game number 4.
Thank you so much, Necra. Game 4 of the regional finals here in day 2, the top 16. Crowan, we're jumping on board with Robin Songs. We just mentioned he's never failed to make it to the final day of a regional, and I don't think he wants this regional to be the one that keeps him from it.
No, he definitely does not, and this is still within reach. Robin is sitting on the outside looking in right now, but it's only really a 2-point gap from that 8th place, being tied by DQA and DPay right now with 13 points. So again, still well within reach. Robin just needs to have a good next couple of games. Maybe can afford one subpar bottom 4 game, but the rest of the 2 need to be some heavy hitters.
Yeah, and we'll see how he starts checking his admin right out the gates. We'll get word from production on what he ends up grabbing, but anything sticking out to you here, Kron?
Honestly, did get a chance to
That's
look at
okay.
the wall
We'll see it in a
time,
bit.
so yeah, no.
We'll see it in a bit. We got Infinite Team rolling for Robin at the start, at least setting himself up to play it in the early game. It is pretty strong early on when we do get, especially if he finds a Pantheon 2. A lot of gold for Robin, actually, off the first bit here on the creep rounds. Only 1 item, so he is able to sell it to 20. Built Different offered. Trade Sector offered as well, which would be a way to capitalize maybe on some of this extra gold, get us pretty strong board together. But
yeah,
is Robin a Built Different player?
I don't believe he's very comfortable on that. I know Fred was talking about how like Setsuko is super comfortable with Built Different, but I don't think that's something that really jumps out to Robin as a snap pickup. is playing 2 Infinity Team, could go Sure Shot Crest, get a Sivir and play that kind of angle,
Yeah.
but with just one rod, that does feel a little weird. Whatever he picks is probably just going to be something to lose streak and farm some gold. It is going to be the Sure Shot Crest, however, as you do just get to play 3 Infinity Team, maybe kill a unit or 2 with that extra Sivir, but really Robin Song is going to be focused on economy. This is a style of play that he is going to be pretty well versed in. Nothing new here, but he is going up against Juke Yu, who is rocking that built different.
Yeah, ends up going built different. This is yet another composition for Juku to play. I don't think he has a built different game yet in this tournament. He's played so many different compositions and somehow keeps finding new lines to play. He is just like an encyclopedia of TFT compositions. Seems like he can play everything, and he's been so successful. This is just so, I mean, just so cool to see him even just picking that out the gates. I don't even care how he does in this game because of the fact that he has just played so many different things. He keeps showing the depth of knowledge that he has.
Definitely, and I think it's really interesting to compare that to, say, a player like DQA, who we were talking about. He's a veteran, right? He's going to be able to, on average, play so many different comps, but DQA has been heavily leaning towards this Auxslinger line, game and game again. I think he's played it 3 games in a row, at least so far, from the top 16. Definitely has some games of it yesterday as well. And that's just different approaches to TFT fundamentally. You can play it very narrowly. I think famously from NA, Milk is a player who goes to Worlds and just forces Kled every single game, right? Thinks that that's the correct way to play TFT. Granted, that meta was a lot different, but DQA kind of taking a similar vein there, and really carrying that forward. Juke Yu, however, is outperforming DQA while taking the other side of the coin and just playing everything. I think we think it's like 6 unique comps at this point. Maybe this game will make it 7.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure Jukyu's got to be Mortdog's new favorite player. He's playing TFT correctly, and I think you know, it's exciting to watch a player come play correct TFT and do so well, especially just somebody who we didn't have the highest expectations for coming in, blowing everybody out of the water. He's absolutely impressed me. I feel like he's impressed everyone on the desk, and I hope that everyone in chat is impressed with Juku as well, because this player has been very exciting to watch.
Oh, 100%. Definitely very impressed what we've seen from Juku, but I'm also impressed at Kurum's ability to come back on a day after having a subpar game or 2. Time and time again, it feels like Kurum is in high stress situations where he starts off, you know, the top 16 with an 8th place, and it looks a little rough. But Kurum X did finish 3rd that last game. It was a narrow 3rd, but it bodes very well. This is Kurum in his comfort zone, and I think he can do exactly what he needs to bring it back and make it into the top 8. So not very scared from him. Again, comfort zone for Kurum.
Yeah, one thing I actually want to call out, we see Kurum with Hustler here, right? This is a lobby with 2 players on Hustler and 1 player on Built Different. That's going to make the tempo of this lobby very high. Hustler being able to spend all that gold a bit earlier because you still get the same amount of interest no matter what, and then Built Different just being so powerful in the early stages of the game because of all the stats that it's giving. This is going to cause people to get hit a little bit harder, have to accelerate their level ups, their roll downs a little bit faster to make sure that they're not taking too much damage. And I am very curious to see how this is going to impact the overall flow of this lobby in general, because this is a couple of very fast augments.
Oh, definitely. That's something that we should keep in mind. I think that's a great thing to call out as we get into just stage 2, right? We haven't seen the full effects of it yet. Start to see who can try to run away with the lobby, but with a lobby this high of a tempo, I don't expect to see any players 100 HP win streaking. It might be like the last game of the same lobby, although it was off stream. It was very, very close from start to finish, and that is a time where a comp like Jax can actually come out and have a good placement and go in a brawler direction.
Yeah, already going brawler direction and having 6 Blitzcranks here onto 5. It's going to be a brawler Belveth to help carry. Finding a Belveth on level 5, very strong early game carry. No items for her, so that will slow it down a little bit, but she's still, you know, a powerful unit to be playing this early. Roby in a very good situation to try and continue this win streak out through Krugs, and we'll see if he matches up against anyone else who's powerful. Kurum just went to 6. That's another person to watch out for if Roby had ran into him. But there's the Built Diff, only on level 4 here for Juku though.
Yeah, Juku not win streaking, is on 98, so does not mind. It's gonna be generating econ 20 gold in the bank. As we see, Roby is pretty poor right now, has a choice to make, and it's going to be maybe selling this second Blitzcrank 2 to make 10. And that's the thing about stage 2 carousels that feature an egg, is that the economy for everyone is going to be a lot slower. Not able to sell a 2 or 3 cost unit, make those econ breakpoints, makes it so much harder to reach the 20, 30 and so on thresholds. And this egg payout's going to be in several rounds, so you don't even get the benefit from that until you're kind of already at those later breakpoints.
Yeah, interesting note on the hustlers as well, right? They continue to keep their economy advantage because everyone else didn't get that extra gold, right? So they're sitting there continuing to generate the 3 that they were getting anyway, and they can keep that tempo high. So it does actually help them quite a bit. They still get this egg later. They get the benefit of their augment right now. So it is just a nice thing to note about this augment and how it is interacting with the lobby, since we do have 2 of them with Kurum and replay.
Yeah, and to go even further into that line of the 2 hustler players, Kurum is on the outside looking in. Meanwhile, replay, the other player, is sitting very, very much in the lead right now. Already 22 points on the day, going 2-1 and then 2 again in the last game. That's just kind of an insane, and this fight's insane too. But the Velveth might get it done, does cast again.
Yeah.
And yes, Roby carries the 5 streak into Krugs, and that's huge because it's a hard lobby to do that in.
Yeah, I mean, Kurum went to 6 trying to hold on to that. Of course, he is hustler, so going to 6 is not losing him anything. He's completely fine doing that. Was going for that aggressive play. But yeah, not being able to continue the win streak after going to 6 still feels bad, even if, you know, you're not hurt in your economy too much as far as the spending the money went.
Robin started the game off with the sure shot, still playing the infinite teams. A lot of money, however. He's not going to be hurting as much from the egg on the carousel because he's already able to reach, 20 econ breakpoint since 2-1. He is going to be pretty ahead because of that. He's going to be able to go level 6 next round if he wants to be, still be on 50 gold. That's a lot of rods, however, which is potentially okay if we think about a TF carry in the infinite team route. Generally, TF just comes out in Ox Slingers, but he's just in there for the 5 or 7 Infinite Team breakpoint. Needs to be thinking about if he wants to still stick in that direction, or if there's any reason to be pivoting into, say, like a Mexamir kind of line, and just playing Infinite Teams as a kind of route to get there. He is saving gold. Not leveling up to 6 is okay with continuing the loss streak. And maybe even, dare I say, playing for that potentially a 12.5% prismatic and getting level up. Maybe min-maxing really at its finest.
We'll see. I mean, end of the day, right, that's a benefit of this play, but it might not even be the angle that he's going for, right? It just stays open to where that is so strong if he's able to find it. Or Robin, in this spot with all these rods, I feel like the Samira would mean he needs to find like an Aurelion Soul to go alongside with it. He would need to find some AP carry. He just has too many rods to not find some kind of AP threat to go along with this composition. So I like staying in the infinite team. However, I personally, staying open has been working well for people, and we'll see if that works. 2-3-2 as the options. Robin immediately grabbing that time and a half. He's got the swords to do it. Just doesn't have the sivers, so we'll see how this roll down goes.
Yeah, he's not picking up the Sivir from the orb, which tells me immediately he wants to find a Sivir 2 on these rolls, keep that one in the orb, and find Sivir 3, right? That's going to be the way that Infinite Team players with time and a half are able to make it into level 8, level 9, have a lot of econ, and contest lobby wins that way. He's rolling really deep, was so rich, but is not hitting the Sivir 2, has just hit 1 Shen only, now a pair of Shens. Finally the Sivir 2, but again, not quite what Robin wanted there.
Yeah, that roll down did not go great for him. He skipped a Lucian as well because he was heavily looking for that Sivir. So while he's close to this Lucian 3, still going to be a couple units away from it and very far from hitting the Sivir 3, completely out of gold here, and maybe not even going to be strong enough to win these fights. Roby's still so strong here. Level 7, the Belveth has just some weird items, but have some items on it, let's say. These are some of the items of all time for Belveth, and they are helping Roby win this round at the very least.
Oh, you mean this isn't best in slot Belveth with the Hodge, Ionic Spark, and Brawler emblem? Really?
Well, Hodge is great for Belveth.
Yeah, Ionic and Brawler, just, tempo. Roby, I think, was on level 7 there, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he was. Yeah,
level 7, 100 HP, carrying the win streak forward, punishing the rest of the lobby, and players like Robin are now, on 3-3, already at 43 HP. Not the matchup he wanted to run into. Looking at Jukyu, we get to see how well Jukyu can work playing this build different, has a death cap, has a shiv, kind of AP lines, but yeah, it's nothing too crazy, especially already having rolled down a lot of gold. Is sub 20 right now, not able to make econ at all unless he wants to sell this Sona pair, which I don't think he's going to want to do.
Yeah, he's a little broke, but at least found the Morgana too. I think that's going to help kind of bridge the gap here. Hopefully make him not completely lose out on stage 3, seeing as how he doesn't really have the HP to support that. But we'll see. The Sona needs to find that Sona too. I think that'll make a massive difference. Sona did have heal queued up there, so the cast not great and ends up losing that round. But as you said, yeah, I mean, it's actually quite a good loss. Keep the income coming because you don't have a lot of gold and not lose too much HP there.
Yeah. Robin and Garchomp gonna be first picks here. Robin might just snag that sword in the Belveth, not only denying it from Roby, because that would be nice to have a Belveth pair, but also gonna make a lot of use out of that. Time and half Sivir, already having some Deathblade as well, just wants to stack as much AD on her as possible to get a lot of gold. We see all the item slams coming through. Replays Deathblade as well. Roby with just those tempo items, the with the Bramble, and then just those random Belveth items with the Hodge and the Ionic. Whoa, Garchomp already has Aurelion Soul too.
Yeah, the big pickup on 3-5. Absolutely crazy. Going alongside with this Sona carry augment. I got the power grid. We'll see if Garchomp can make this happen. He's had a really rough top 16. Phenomenal performance in the top 24, but fell off a little bit here in these first 3 games. Looking to turn it around, and this is a start that can do so, right? Having this Aurelion so early, it's going to give him time. He's still got 30 gold here, so his economy is doing all right. Let's just see if he can start winning a bunch of rounds here in stage 3. It looks like he's gone win-loss, but he may have just hit this Aurelion, and that can start to turn things around heavily. It's got good items as well.
Yeah, good items. Need this to be a good game as well. Garchomp had a phenomenal day 1, landing in 2nd overall on the day. But this needs to be the time where he comes back and has some of that day 1 kind of success. Aurelion Soul is able to do it. Meteors rain down from the sky and rains down damage on a replay. Garchomp able to make 30. As we see another round. The egg's almost hatching. Next round it comes through. And some Duelist replay, but it's going to be support Malphite augment as well.
Yeah, support Malphite augment, very powerful. Interesting to be with all these duelists, but we'll see if he can add in the supers. Is he going to go supers with this duel? I mean, it seems like it, right? But he's level 7. He's pushing levels.
I mean, there's no lead. This has to just be
just play the Malphite.
a pivot point. I think this Malphite is going to be fitting into a Jhin composition. I think the Fiora is just kind of carrying items there for now. And it's weird to see 6 duelists being a pivot point, right? We see the Jhin, the Vex, and the Pyke on the bench. Replay is going to make that transition happen at 4-1. And the Guardian Spirit's going to enable Mascot. It's going to buy a lot more time and just, be healing the team whenever they cast. This isn't a bad transition at all. It's just kind of unorthodox. So I'm actually really curious to see how he manages that at 4-1. Already having a lot of the pieces, it shouldn't be anything too crazy, but still, I'm gonna be curious to see how efficient it can be.
Ooh.
As the egg pops. It's a ton of gold for everybody.
Yeah, well, everyone's economy sucked, so I guess everybody's going to take this injection of gold, and we'll see what they do with it. They all got the stimmy. Everyone getting the big bailout from Mortdog, because their banks were empty, but we'll see what everybody does with that. And yeah, seeing Duelist use as a pivot point is just interesting, because usually it's a tempo composition. A lot of times your Duelist throughout the day, so getting to this point is just it's different, right? Not always seeing 6 duelists is something to go into a different composition.
Yeah, definitely. Looks like it's Robin in the bot left trying to find the Sivir. 3 is 2 away now because 1 is in the orb, as we see on the main screen. DQA once again surprising no one, going into Oxlingers.
Yeah, he's holding Jhin pieces on the bench here. I don't know if that's just denial, what he's thinking with that. It feels like it's denial at this point, but he doesn't really have a lot of money to be doing that, so I imagine he's just going to sell these off at the end of the round, was denying them during the roll down there. I missed when he picked them up, so may have just picked them up to try and stop people during that roll down phase.
DQA carrying a Lux at the beginning of stage 4, not where he wants to be. And this is where I think we have to talk about, does DQA over fixate on the Oxlingers. It's obviously a very good comp, but you're not going to be in the position to run it every single game. Maybe it's just too hard of a force. He did make a top 4, albeit barely, in the last game. Spellslinger Heart presented to him, though. Heart as well, but Spellslinger going to be prioritized a bit more. Does give a free Annie as well. There's already an Annie 2, and probably not an Annie 3 coming through.
Nope, too broke. Everybody's too broke. Actually gonna reroll that, and Future Sight
Second
now
wind's
on the
pretty good.
table. Second wind is another option, and that's gonna be the one that's taken.
There's a Nico, but where's TF?
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem when you pigeonhole yourself into just playing the one composition. He finds an eco, but he's not finding his carries. He's on level 7. He's seeing a lot of 4 costs, but he's only
Not the
looking
ones
for
that he
2 of
wants.
them.
Oh, there we
he
go.
goes. He finds the TF. He's finally
Wow.
there. So it's starting to come online here at 4-2. And he does have some decent front line, right? He's got the Annie, he's got the Alistar, and the Fiora upgraded as well. Maybe he can put something together, especially with that second wind helping this front line last even longer.
He only has 8 components. He is only on a Nico pair. Nico doesn't have any items. 1 TF. Can't even think about going to 8 and playing the Echo, so he already just sells that one off. DQA is not in a good spot here. It's gonna be really surprising unless he like kind of high rolls from the spot to get into top 4.
Yeah, and Garchomp still having an Aurelion Soul 2 that he's had since 3-2. That's going to be stomping all over DQA because this is a different AP path that is available to Garchomp. He just played what he hit, and now he's in a very strong spot. Kurum can take quite a bit of damage here from replay. We're going to take a look at Robin's board. Robin, 5 HP, has hit the Sivir 3. A lot of money coming through from the Sivir, but he's only on level 7. And this board does not look like it can avoid losing all the way to level 8, especially when someone like Roby is still at 100 HP, potentially in the fight pool, and he has been an absolute menace throughout this.
No, this is really, really scary. He's forced to sell the Belveth Rocket TF, which does give 5 Infiniteam. Has a lesser champion duplicator as well, but can't really utilize that to any benefit at the current time. It looks like Robin's all but doomed for an 8th place, and that'd be back-to-back 8ths for Robin. That narrative of Robin never missing a day 3 of regionals might be quickly coming to a close.
Yeah, right here against replay, even this fight not even looking good. Both the Sivers caught, and this could just be the 8th right here, and it will be. Robin,
wow,
back-to-back 8ths here. Such a rough situation, and he'll have 2 games to make it all up. He may be in a situation where he has to go 1-1.
I think it's gonna be that situation. I mean, 1-1, 1-2 or something, but he needs some crazy amount of luck to come through. Some high rolling next couple of games, because he's out even before the stage 4 carousel. That is not said very often. He had a super, super rough game. The pieces just did not come together at all. Top 7 now, as we're looking forward. There's still going to be other players on the bubble. Kurum X is one who needs a very solid game as well. Cottontail, another one. They're just separated by a point. Garchomp, again, another one, but behind a few more points. Levels to 8. That Aurelion Soul's been carrying him for so long.
LeBlanc 3 for Kurum.
Oh, that's huge. A lot riding on the line for these players. The stakes are so high, Cass, as we reach, the latter half of the day. Even if it's just a couple of placements, it can make or break your regionals run.
Yeah, absolutely. Going up against Kurum, we're going to get to see that LeBlanc 3 in action. It is just in the back line here. That is just going to be the admins rolling on for Kurum. So we see just plenty of damage. A lot of HP on this board. Brawlers alongside the admin with this LeBlanc. I wonder what his admin is. I wonder if he does have scaling HP, or if it is... We see a per 5-second ticking there, but I'm not sure which one it is.
Yeah, might be the HP. Hopefully we'll get some operation soon. Something to note also is Ruby is still on 100 HP and continues to be. It might be just 100 HP into, neutrals once again. That would be absolutely crazy. Has found Aatrox 2, has already hit Warwick 2, level 8, 50 gold. This is an insane high roll this game. Big friend as well. Ooh, this is a great spot for it.
Yeah, Brawler Aatrox once again rearing his ugly head. Absolute menace. We've seen this get 3-starred maybe more than it should. But, you know, Roby in a position where, hey, maybe that happens again, seeing as how he's 50 gold, 14 win streak, already has it 2-star. So we'll see if the game lasts that long, because Roby's hitting people so hard with this composition already.
Oh, Warwick already. No, not having the ideal defensive items on Warwick, but it's going to be okay. Hopefully you can get that as the last one as well, but you really, really like Edge of Night on him. But even things like QSS or Titans providing a little bit of that defense is going to be serviceable. Roby trying to get that full win streak through the full 4 stages. LeBlanc has something to say about it, though, so it's going to be Aatrox and Ashe versus this terror of a LeBlanc.
So tanky, man.
Oh,
he's got so much
cast.
HP. It doesn't it doesn't matter. Kurum's LeBlanc does so much damage, but it just is so too much health to cut through. And we did get confirmation that Kurum does have mana per 5. That is the one that he's getting on that LeBlanc, letting it get those casts through. And so that comp looks so strong, but it still loses to Roby.
15 win streak, 60 gold, level 8. Oh boy, other players have a lot of catching up to do, and that's going to be fantastic for Roby, who is near the bubble, coming into this game at 7th place, 14 points, but getting a top 2 here is going to make him real comfortable as we get into the last 2 games of the day. Cottontail, 10 points, needs a big one here. Laser Core Brawler on this board. I feel like brawlers are finding more popularity as we get, you know, deep into game 2, you know, coming out with the Jax, but also there's sometimes multiple laser core Warwick players per game.
Yeah.
And full defensive Warwick.
Full defensive Warwick. Hey, it's laser core, right? let the lasers do the damage. Warwick's just gotta stay alive. But the fact that Cottontail's been able to hit the Mordekaiser is so impactful, getting that 5 laser online with the Mord in there. And DQA, hey, we see a Giant Slayer slam, 2 of them in fact. I think these are good slams for the current lobby, with all these brawlers that are existing. Jukyu, maybe not one of the people he was looking to hit with these Giant Slayer slams, but maybe he's strong enough to win this. DQA has found a Twisted Fate 2, trying to shred through this front line. But look, actually itemized Viego. This was talked about by Aniko when he came on the desk. Let's see how it does. It's in the back line, getting the resets. Can't reset on the Ox Forces though, but one more cast. No, still not doing it. TF gonna be able to do enough.
Ooh.
And DQA stays alive, dealing some damage to Jukyu. DQA really needing to not go out in 7th here. He needs to have a nice game. He still is kind of lower in the standings.
Maybe there's a way DQA can claw up to a 6, dare I say even a 5th maybe, but being on level 7, not having any gold, he's upgraded all of his units, but still has a long way to go. One bad matchup is just him going out here. Good thing is the items are fantastic. Morello's on Nico is really good as well because of just how she applies her damage. It's going to be bouncing around kind of everywhere in the front line, the back line. TF having really, really good items, maybe best in slot for this lobby because there are multiple brawler players. So what DQA has, I think, can claw in 1, maybe 2 more placements, but we gotta see how these matchups actually play out.
Well, beating Garchomp would be a good start, seeing as how Garchomp Pro is one of the lower HP players, but he has found another item for that Aurelion Soul that has been carrying him so heavily throughout ever since stage 3. And it's going to be tough for DQA to fight through this. The front line, that Lee Sin is actually so incredibly tanky. And now finally he gets through it. But another cast from this Aurelion could find some snipes on the back line. But there's still plenty of units alive. It's not quite going to kill enough.
Close.
Garchomp going to take a hit. But he almost cleared everything away with those meteors. And so DQA doesn't deal too much to Garchomp. But both Garchomp and Jukyu within striking distance to go out in one fight. So DQA might be able to claw a placement or 2.
Yeah, that could be a possibility, and it's going to be huge if he is able to manage that. Single-digit HP for DQA, but pretty much one lost territory, like you mentioned, from Garchomp and Jukyu. So we see...
Positioning is the name of the game here for DQA. Scouting out who he's going up against. It's Kurum. And there is going to be that LeBlanc in the backline. She's so incredibly strong with the mana coming from the admin augment. A lot of HP on this though because of the brawlers, so these Giant Slayers should be online helping to shred through the front line, make it in.
Oh, great.
That is a lot of tankiness coming through. The Annie staying alive even longer. She's tanked for so much. It's tanking even more from the LeBlanc, but the next cast is going to start hitting squishies, and DQA is not long for this world. Here comes the cast, and here goes DQA. Jukyu fell, but DQA fell harder. 7th place there for DQA. 6th for Jukyu, who can afford that. DQA, however, might not be able to afford that 7th. He's going to have to claw back in these last 2 games.
Man, that was almost perfect second win value for DQA as well, and still was not able to find the fight win. Annie having all of that time with double gargoyles lived for way beyond what I thought was possible. But still, DQA goes out as we get a greater champion duplicator on the stage 5 carousel. We saw that bailout Setsuko to start the day off in a crazy game, and it's going to be huge for Cottontail as it's going to let him find a Mordekaiser 2 with this laser core composition, and that is when these laser core endgame boards can get so scary.
That might be enough for Cottontail to make it to level 9, right? He's sitting here at 50 gold. He gets a big upgrade with Mordekaiser 2. He's still sitting at 37 HP. And yes, he's still got a bit of a road there, but because his economy is good, he might be able to just make it to 9 and look for more upgrades. So Cottontail starting to become a major threat in this lobby. Going up against Garchomp Bro, hasn't been able to find any major upgrades in a while, but we still have the power of this Aurelion. It's still doing a lot of damage, and Cottontail, even though that Mortis 2 started, only has an Infinity Edge. The crit is still matters quite a bit, does a lot to that front line, and now just the Aurelion left. Ascension has procced, and here comes Warwick to tear him to shreds. Dog meat Dino, get rid of that dragon. There we go.
Yep, Garchomp going out, and I don't actually know if it would have mattered in that fight, but I kind of got flashbacks to World Soju because Garchomp had exiles there, but I don't think any of his frontline was actually benefiting from exiles there. Maybe some tournament jitters, forgot he had that, because it would have let Aurelion Soul get probably one more cast off at least. Again, maybe not the difference, but not something you like to see. But again, this is a high pressure, high stakes situation, so you will be seeing some mistakes come through.
Yeah, Garchomp Pro has been struggling here in the top 16. A 5th is not terrible. It's going to start trying to help him claw into a position for game 5 and 6 is possible for him to claw back into that top 8. Going to be a tough road for Garchomp, but we've seen such great performances from him so far in this regional. We know it is possible. But we've got our top 4, Crowan, Roby, Replay, Cottontail, and Kurum X. And it's Replay versus Cottontail here. Cottontail, of course, looks like he is saving for that level 9. See if he can still find some wins, but that is a Nunu 2. Very strong for Replay. We saw him running all over some lobbies earlier, especially with the They See Me Rollin' augment, but even here, these are some great items for the Nunu. Doing a lot of work for Replay, and just gonna have to deal with that Warwick now, who does have all of these drones and doing plenty of damage, but can he get through this Nunu in time with the Jin shooting him? No, he cannot.
Nunu, man, Nunu's so good. Even without the, They See Me rolling, he's still rolling over everybody. The Jin doing a ton of work as well, being Jin 2 having 3 very good items as well. Cottontail takes a loss, but it's kind of expected, right? Because he is, as you mentioned, saving up to go to level 9. Already on Mordekaiser 2 though, so it's just going to be to play something like a Fiddlesticks, make his board, just that much more scary. It's still fine. A Fiddlesticks to tech in is going to be no slouch in any situation. Warwick has a lot of defense and is also gonna, I think it's really good because it benefits from the thrill augment, because there's no healing, just the can't be CC'd, gonna drop the aggro with the Edge of Night and just the stacking defense of Titans, but he heals with thrill and then gets just that flat damage amplification from Ascension once that procs. And this board is going to be, the fights are going to be going very long, so I actually really like this augment setup from Cottontail.
Nice, and he's able to find an Ashe, gets those items off, can start looking to move them around, trying to find what is going to join this board, trying to find either Urgot 2 or Fiddle 2. Those are the ideal pickups, but also able to get that Shiv over to Morgana. We know just how powerful that can be. Getting a Hodge over to the Mordekaiser 2 as well is very strong. Going up against Kurum X here. Watch that LeBlanc, see where the targets go, but also how much damage is this Mordekaiser going to do? Here comes the building, going to land across the entire board, taking so much HP off of Kurum's units. And now that LeBlanc firing into Warwick, but he has too much regen and also being able to use that Edge of Night to great effect. And Kurum actually going to get cutscene from 17 here. It is stage 6. That damage has ramped, and there were plenty of units left on Cottontail's board.
Yeah, Mordekaiser crit for near 900 to like the entire board of Kerm there. Narrowly gets taken out. Fourth might just be all that was in the cards for Kerm, however, but still a solid finish, especially after going 8th and then 7th to start the top 16. Going 3rd, 4th is significantly better. But Roby Van Knob just took the first loss in stage 5 and has only lost, it seems like, twice in the entirety of the game. His board is so strong. He's on level 9 holding that Greater Champion duplicator because he's not forced to roll down at this point yet. He can save up for maybe some things like a Warwick 3.
Yeah, he's chasing Warwick 3, chasing Aatrox 3. He's got a really good chance of hitting one of the two, especially with that duplicator in here as well. Cottontail is contesting that Warwick, so it feels more likely that the Aatrox will be the one that comes online.
Yeah.
But we'll see as he does eventually start to roll down, but he might still be able to win some rounds here. It does feel like he is kind of the weakest of the three at the current moment, but he's still so powerful that it could come down to just positioning against a lot of these boards. And that Nunu, having the Giant Slayer, I think, is so big. It's such a great tech for replay going up against 2 brawler boards.
Yep, Warwick's gonna be chasing the Nunu, but can't take it out. The BT is huge as well, getting all of that Omni Vamp. And another Aatrox just kind of naturally in the shop. And like you mentioned, it's gonna be a lot more likely to hit the Aatrox 3 as opposed to the Warwick, who is contested. But you know, we're gonna pick up some more just kind of for fun. Able to sell back up to 30. There's still not any need to panic. 61 HP is very, very healthy, as this game might be looking to go into stage 7. As Roby finding one of these 4-cost 3-stars, as well as Mordekaiser 2, might be enough to secure lobby win, but we're still a few rounds away from that, I think.
All right, going up against Cottontail once again. See where that Mordekaiser building lands. Here it comes. Big damage coming through with those crits, but there's a lot of HP here, so that flat damage not chewing through enough, and there's a lot of regen, so Roby actually finding his way to get a big win over Cottontail. Not even close in this fight, and that's going to be a lot of damage down onto Cottontail. Looks like Roby's just going to be fighting against replay for the most part in this one. Cottontail kind of falling off beneath these two.
Yeah, trying to make it work out. Getting first pick party in the carousel. Something like a Shroud would be okay. Especially thinking about delaying the Mordekaiser casts, but Giant Slayer gonna be even kind of better. We replay wanted that too, so we'll probably just settle for the Shroud. Yep. It's gonna be a great late game item, picking up things like Shroud and Zephyrs off of the carousel. Roby getting last pick there. Just gets a Morello's, but Morello's on Mordekaiser, not gonna be bad. Doesn't have any anti-heal. He rolled a little bit, still staying on 30 though, not panicking. But yeah, this Morello's does give more AP to Mordekaiser, and he's going to apply that relatively quickly with these casts. So I don't dislike that at all. I think that's actually really good recognition of needing anti-heal, especially thinking about it landing on the Nunu.
What a display here from replay. Top 16, 22 points. He is leading right now and in the top 3 of this game, extending his lead today over Jukyu, who fell out in 6th. Replay with a phenomenal tournament after such a rough start in the top 24, pulling it all the way back and now playing out of his mind. And here he may fall to Cottontail in this fight. It was a huge cast from that Mordekaiser, having that Giant Slayer now making all the difference. And yeah, wow, just deleting Jin there. Cottontail gonna stay alive a little bit longer. Has some fight left in him with this more too, with that Giant Slayer being added. That is so much significant damage because Mordekaiser's flat damage is already insanely high. So when you get a percentage increase on it, yeah, it gets ludicrous. It gets insane how much he can do.
Seeing the progression of that Mordekaiser from just an IE mord, like, okay, that's cool. That's a little bit of damage. Sure, maybe he can crit every once in a while. Then the Hodge goes on there, and it's like, ooh, okay, he's gonna be hitting a little bit harder. And now the Giant Slayer is like, yeah, now he's reached kind of peak Mordekaiser 2, what you need to be winning some lobbies. Denying Mordekaisers from Roby Van Knob as well, as Roby is going to be fighting against replay right now. And Roby still 2 Aatroxes off. Replay is strong. Is the Morello's gonna be the difference in this fight? Potentially, if it lands onto that Nunu.
Yeah, I mean, have to deny the Nunu, but Nunu is dodging out the Mordekaiser. He gets away. Now I'm looking over at Cottontail. Want to make sure He's not falling here. He's actually in danger. And yeah, the Mord is down. Cottontail looks like he may fall to the Ghost. It's up to the Warwick, but there's a Warwick on the other side. Are there enough lasers? Is there enough healing? It doesn't feel like there is. He does get a little bit from the Thrill. One more Thrill. Is there enough? He has the Omnivamp originally from the unit, but Cottontail falls to the Ghost, not able to hold on long enough as we see the Nunu rolling around and scooping up that entire board. Roby, 48 HP. 30 gold, one Aatrox away, 2 Warwicks away since he has that duplicator.
Has the duplicator, and that's going to pay out huge. Still a lot of HP, still can take one loss into stage 7 and be fine. Warwick's now back in the pool as well, going to make Warwick 3 a real possibility. That last fight was also so close that it probably was just a Morello's not landing on the Nunu diff, because at the end of the fight it was just like a half HP Nunu and one other random unit in the back line. Roby going to be back up to about 40 gold at the start of next round. This roll down is going to be massive. Roby could just close it out here with one more to go. Another Giant Slayer potential, but no real good units to put it on.
Yeah, no targets.
Lock it.
Just gonna go lock it. That makes sense. Get some value on your main units. There's another Aatrox. He has the Aatrox with the duplicator at this point, but he's seeing if he can get more. Rolling all the way down. Not finding it. He's got a couple more rolls to go.
Mord
At
2.
least finds Mord 2.
He's going to use duplicator. Yeah, there we go. Not going to risk it. Not wanting to leave it until the last moment. Mord 2, Aatrox 3, Casa. Roby can finish the game right here, right now.
Here goes the fight. What did I tell you about this Aatrox unit? We keep seeing it get 3-starred over and over and over again. Everybody able to find it, and Roby trying to find the win. The Morellos this time gonna apply to that Nunu. Not gonna be healing enough with that Bloodthirster. He's trying, though. He is trying to stay alive, but the Aatrox 3 will not be stopped. Look at all the HP on that unit, all of the healing, and the damage is there from the laser core. That's just gonna be Roby mopping this up. Replay as 17 HP, but it's all gone. Roby Van Knob able to find a win here, coming in from the LCQ and popping off here in the top 16.
What absolute clinic of a game from Roby Van Knob at the top from start to finish. Necra, that was beautiful TFT.
It really was beautiful TFT, and I love to be able to see that from a player like Roby Van Knob as well. Someone who popped up on the radar a couple of sets ago, maybe didn't get a chance to be in the spotlight for the most recent set, but is back and in quite full force, may we add to that one. So great win for Roby Van Knob to be able to get through this game number 4. But for the rest of our players as well, I feel like it was a fight for second place in that lobby. That's for sure. And so, you know, who were the contenders that you were looking at, Casanova, and what were their paths to get to that second place right by Roby Van Knob?
Well, I mean, Replay was the big contender at the end who made it all the way to that point. He was fighting for that spot for some time, found the Nunu, getting the 2-star Nunu with that champion duplicator, kind of getting bailed out a little bit. He was in a good spot already, but that was what pushed him over the edge to ensure that ended up being a second. And Replay has just had a fantastic tournament. I call that out in the game. He had a really weak start of day 1, but he turned it around. He made it into the top 16, and since then he has been running away. He is now contending for that average placement spot very heavily. I think he is leading that by maybe a decent margin now that Jukyu grabbed another 6th place there. And so Replay really setting himself up to try and lock in a world spot as long as he doesn't completely bomb out in the top 8, because at this point he's pretty much just locked himself into the top 8 with that second place performance. I think in fact he probably has.
Yeah, there's still 2 games left, and so maybe a couple of the other spots are still up for grabs, but we'll have to wait to do the math later because we're not doing it right now. And especially when we got some big shakeups happening for our 6th game for our top 24, I feel like I don't ever want to set anything in stone before we actually see what's going to happen there. But let's talk about Nunu and Willump for just a quick second, Crowan, because we ended up seeing it do some amazing things when players were able to pick the carry augment for that particular champion. So like, why did it work so well on this particular composition there for Replay? Was it just the mascots, or kind of what else was going on?
Yeah, so mascots fit really well into Jin lines, as you're naturally going to be running some with the Vex as you need for Riftwalker, and you can just, if you want, have your Zac just make another one for free. So it's kind of a natural progression there. Usually when we see Nunu's kind of running away with lobbies, it's going to be in that Gadgeteen line. You know, you get that they see me roll and come through, and it's like, oh, okay, nice, this is free, as the Nunus clean up the rest of the lobby. Not in that situation though, but recognizing I have some extra items to put on it. The BT is going to be fantastic. A little bit of you know, Omni Vamp to be healing back up, a little bit of some tanky items as well. The Nunu is basically just a secondary carry, almost primary. In fact, I'm sure some of those fights Nunu was doing more damage than the Jin, I believe. So just really good recognition of hitting those units, because usually Nunu is one that you would just skip. When players think about legendaries they fit on their endgame boards, it's okay, it's going to be the Urgots, the Fiddlestickses, maybe for playing AP lines like the Syndra, but there are spots for Nunu, and that's probably just the spot for Nunu.
I think one of my favorite things watching these Nunu boards is when the fights are also going as long as they are, just how big does that ball get? Like, it gets massive, and it's just absolutely stomping the competition, rolling them flat. And I really like the call out there because, hey, Nunu and Willem still kind of pretty good. I can't wait to see how it's going to work with other comps as well. But thank you for the explanation on how it fits onto the Renegade composition too. We do have our scoreboard ready for our other lobby as well, since we only followed the action in lobby B, and some shakeups over there, Casanova.
Dish, another 8th. That's huge. Dish gonna be struggling to fight his way into the top 8 with that 8th place. It's gonna make 5 and 6 really tough for Dish. He's gotta have to fully step it up. The Basso able to turn things around a little bit. I know he wasn't having the best day so far. Picking up a first gonna put him in a much better spot. A player that we've been having our eyes on very heavily since mid-set, and you know, wasn't impressing too much here in the top 16 until now. So that's great to see.
Really nice to be able to see that come through. Crow, and who else are you looking at right now is like players that really need to like keep up the pressure as we head into these final 2 games?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. There's players that are around that, you know, 4th and 5th place. Like Kurum is one on the outside looking in. Garchomp, I don't know if that's exactly what he needed. Just getting around that 4th, 5th range is going to need a lot more. I think he's currently actually tied for last. It might still be possible with some of these players sitting at that kind of 15th, 16th if they go 1-1, but there's so many factors that have to come through as well with that. So it's just gonna be really, really tough as we look at the overall standings. It's rough, as it's already kind of a natural gap already forming between the top 8 and the bottom 8, with 2 points separating, say, Kindlegem and Deepay and Basso skills, and then 2 more points for Cottontail. It's gonna be real rough if the top 8 do keep it up. And yeah, they're kind of on fire, like you were saying, Necra. Kindlegem, Deepay, Mlala, everyone up. They are probably going to continue to do well. I think momentum is a big thing in competitions, and TFT is, you know, no stranger to that.
If you're feeling yourself, you're feeling yourself. And sometimes then the RNG gods will help you out, and maybe you get a high roll in there. Just see something that someone else might not see. Casanova, I feel like we've gotten so much of that already, with players looking at maybe compositions that statistics may not back up as being some of the more popular or successful comps.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, Juki's one of those players, right? But he's actually been performing on them. Seeing, you know, the Jax first place, I'm looking at that. You know, here he went 6th, but still we're looking at him at 23 points. He's in a fantastic position. He's not guaranteed locked in, right? He could go 8-8 in the last 2 games and can completely all go away. But I had mentioned Replay might have already locked himself in. 29. He's in. He's made it to the top 8. 29 points. That's insane. That's ridiculous to do with 2 games to spare. I mean, Replay absolutely dominating the competition and playing great compositions while doing it. So it's been awesome to watch him play.
Not
It
only,
really has been.
yeah, sorry, just not only, I just want to sing more replay, kind of praise really quick, because not only in the past 4 games has he gone 2-2-2-1, but even to start the day of today, went first place and then 3rd as well. So he's not gone under a 3rd in the past 6 games, starting to compete for that average placement spot as well. Just replay, man. We gotta be looking at this guy and really especially because we know he's going to be going into tomorrow, analyzing this style of play. How is he able to achieve this? I think everyone else is going to be looking at him as well as a fierce competitor, someone that you don't want to come across and maybe, you know, contest him, because he's just going to be doing it better than everybody else right now.
Well, especially when you only have one lobby for tomorrow as well. There's no variance anymore of who you're going to be facing, as we don't shuffle lobbies. There's only one. So you have a lot more VOD review that you can do to really start to figure out what people are trying to lean into. So great shout out there. And we still have 2 more games to go. So while we may see replay tomorrow, just with such an impressive scoreline, the other spots for that final lobby are still up for grabs. So we're going to take a short break, reseed the lobbies, and come back for our final 2 games to decide our top 8. The competition is heating up here as we head into our last 2 games for day number 2 to determine our top 8 players moving forward to the final lobby tomorrow. And to bring you through the next game of action, we've got Admirable and Frodan back with us for that. And we've reseeded our lobbies as well. And Dan, I feel like there's some interesting shakeups in this one, really looking at the players that are kind of in this weird gap that's already created between our top 8 and our bottom 8 so far. 20 points and 18 points. What do you kind of make of that point gap there?
I mean, it just right now shows the importance of people's position. There's going to be people who are going to be taking unusual risks that you probably would not want to repeat yourself. But you're looking at some of those players right below that 18, 17 point threshold that they need to go big. We're looking at the expectation around the same, which is like 27, 28 points is going to be that zone where we have that cutoff. So some players are going to have to risk it all, and they might look silly, it might blow up in their face, but they need to take that risk. And so we're entering the final phase of day number 2. And then ultimately we're going to get super close to finding out who is going to be joining us for the top 8 tomorrow.
Yeah, and when Dan says like they have to take the risk, just to give you an idea with this, Garchomp would need first, and then conditions to take place in order to find themselves in the top half of this right now. For Sox, same deal. For Robin, it's looking very similar to that. For Dish Soap, very similar to that. For Kurum, we're looking back-to-back top 2s. Like, this is massive how many players have to have these back-to-back miracle conditions in order for it to really take place. So I'm expecting coming into this lobby that we're going to see players doing wild stuff. And when I say wild stuff, you're going to look at it and be like, what on earth are they doing? That's what they have to do at this point. You have to have the miracles take place.
Well, I feel like we've had a couple of those reactions, seeing some of the compositions that have been able to win the day, like Jax being able to take a first place, even seeing like Star Guardian and Kaisa, just compositions that you look at and you go, huh, okay, that was good at a certain point, maybe just didn't expect it this time around, but what would that surprise factor be? I mean, Dan, you gotta play for a first, and only one player can do that in each lobby, so I feel like we really are gonna have to see everybody pull out all the stops here. But I guess there's only one way to find out, so let's jump right into game.
That's right. The only way to find out is game number 5, and we are bringing it to you live. Pretty wide spread of items available to start here. Dan, I think it's been a long time since we've seen this many players need the absolute miracles for it to take place. Like Replay at 29 points, and then Jukyu at 23, and then it doesn't feel like it's this major effect between like 2nd and 8th right now. Like, it's pretty tightly packed between that. This is just an unusual spot.
It's an unusual spot to see someone so far ahead in the points at this stage, but we could see Replay maybe cooling off a little bit. He's pretty much guaranteed, and it's all about whether or not he wants to pad his average placement, because currently he's at 3.2, while Jukyu is averaging a 2.8 across the entire day. But right now, Replay rather is on track to take that average placement lead by the end of the day. He's starting off with a second, a first, and a second, and then finally a little vindication, because some of us were highlighting him as the dark horse because he really is popping off this set, and he does also kind of beat to his own drum. He does have a Pike 2 to start things off, which is very powerful to anchor his team composition. Yeah, Replay has been specializing more in the AD tree, and I think a lot of people weren't sure about that for their own gameplay. So the fact that he's able to find success also not doing what everyone else is trying to main, playing the AP tree, has been particularly impressive.
I mean, my goodness. You talk about fighting for the average placement spot here. It's like, how are you going to have to fight for it here? This is an incredible start that we're looking at for Replay. We'll see what the augments pan out to be. It's hero augments at the start, 1-1-2. And I'm going to be honest here. I could see rolling pretty aggressively for Replay here. I'm trying to find something that just fits the bill.
And that's really dangerous territory. The wrong Camille augment. Okay, hold on. What about Petricide Chains? It technically is a renegade. You could think about playing around and going to Riftwalkers, or are you forced to play Camille? He does have 2 swords, and if you're talking about adaptive defenses, you theoretically could go into it. The last option is Righteous Range, which is also hard to make work. So if you're looking at all of them, it has to be either the Renegades And now we're gonna see replay get thrown into a loop. This is what hero augments are theoretically trying to challenge the players, which is, can you also make this work if you know how to play Camille? And the reality is, Camille can actually be quite strong if you have the proper admin, but how is replay supposed to know? He just took this Camille blind. It could also be all ability power and mana based ones, and he's going to be very, very sad. All of a sudden, replay's great streak of average placement might come to an end if this game turns south.
Yeah, see, this is the kind of situation where my head goes wild, and I'm like, well, hang on a second. What if you just play this as a Camille, and it's really not there? You know, it's kind of like an extra tank you got in play. More of a standard line. My head goes wild when things are just completely go south right away. For Dish Soap, we're looking at a Wukong Cyclone to kick things off, but he's also got 6 Wukongs to start. This is 2-2, and there's a Wukong in the bubble right now. So this is 2 Wukongs away from a 3-star Wukong. It's the second round of the game, Dan.
Yeah, if he gets Wukong 3, he has an option of doing a couple different things with Cyclone. Cyclone Wukong is actually quite unique. It's a different type of carry that you don't really expect, which is you actually hacker Wukong a good amount of time while focusing on vertical mech. It doesn't actually sound that crazy, because if you think about it, it's essentially what Draven wants to do, except instead of sacrificing things like the Wukong and the Jax to play Draven, you sacrifice everything else and have Wukong go into the back line. This was a composition that we saw success in different lobbies before, where we saw Robovan actually find a win with it, and also some players in China have also made it work as well. So leave it up to Dish Soap to try and do some wonky tech, put his back to the wall. And this comp, you might be thinking, well, okay, that's fine and dandy for him, but does the composition actually have the ability to win? It does. Yeah. So if he's able to hit Wukong very fast, he's able to get things like his Ionic Spark, his Jewel Gauntlet, whatever else he's trying to itemize. We might be able to see some real spicy takes here coming into game number 5.
You notice right away, too, Dish Soap decided to go ahead and sell to 20 there, hold on to 6 Wukongs, and say, yeah, this is what I got to do. 20 gold here. That's the best way for me to do this. His back's against the wall. He really doesn't have a choice other than to take whatever his best chance to outright win the lobby is, and that's going to be the early pressure here. For Setsuko, it is not the dire straits that he is in. He's sitting at 22 points right now and just trying to make the most of these next 2 games. As long as he doesn't have bomb-out finishes, things are going to be looking pretty good. Now, the question I have to that is, how much does your game plan change when there's so many players in the lobby who are hunting down these first-place finishes? How much pressure are you going to be under if you start taking some more standard lines?
It's actually not that much, which makes it a really interesting dynamic. If multiple people, like 3 or 4 players, are trying to play for first, that means that there's a really high likelihood that they also are going 7th and 8th, meaning that Setsuko just has to play for like a pretty safe placement and advance to day number 3. I think at this point, Setsuko may have written off the possibility of getting through to the global championship purely through average placement. I think for him, it's just make sure to play stable. Don't go 8th out of nowhere. Setsuko, for example, last game was very likely to go 8th until all of a sudden it got hit with a 4-4-3 hero augment at 3-2 when he had no tailing for Warwick. Rolled all the way down to the last random hero augment. He got 1 random hero augment and happened to be Big Data Warwick, and somehow managed to pull a top 4. And he just needs to avoid situations like that where he needs to get really lucky to stabilize, because if he puts himself in a situation once more where he's not healthy and he needs to get bailed out, the game might not be so fortunate.
Going to Kerm here at 14 points. Kerm is going to need back-to-back top 2 finishes. But I will say, this is a great start to begin making that happen right now. Dynamic defenses, another big defensive item onto this as well. The Blitzcrank is 2-starred, and offensive items to go alongside that as well. So you're supplementing the fact that you have this fantastic front line with a little bit of damage. And as that starts getting rolling, Kerm's going to be able to find him a spot where if he can put together some win streaks, this could easily snowball into an unrecoverable spot for other players trying to do the same.
Well, it doesn't end up taking the loss. DP off to a really good Anima Squad start. I think this doesn't get talked about enough, that Anima Squad is one of the most underplayed trees in North America, largely just due to the propaganda perpetuated that Anima Squad is unclickable, as some of your favorite content creators might make you to believe. And I would say that it's not. I just think that it's just conditional very similar to how Underground is. The way I like to compare Anima Squad is it's kind of like Underground, where you need to have the right setup at, as early as 2-1. But if you do, it can be immensely powerful. And I feel like North America is almost blocking themselves out because of the echo chamber that is Anima Squad is unplayable. This trait is so bad. It's never Anima Squad. No, it's sometimes Anima Squad. You just don't know how to play it.
Wow. Well, that's a big slap to some people's face. Now, myself kind of included on that, I guess. I just tend to steer away from this. What are the conditions you look at for Anima Squad being playable early on? Is it just simply having it at 2-1? Is it 2-starring at 2-1? Is it a particular item?
I mean, it's actually quite close to what Deepay has, which is he has an ability to 5-streak and really get this Anima Squad stacking. And then it also is playing around the augments that you have. Some augments are going to be lending itself more towards different parts of the Anima tree. One thing that makes it particularly really interesting is that Anima Squad is a flexible trait with who can carry. Every one of those units, sans Silas without his hero augment, is capable of carrying under the right conditions. So I'm curious to see what Deepay is going to do. He normally likes to favor more of the Vayne spread shot. That seems to be one of the anchors to his play. We'll see as time goes on.
Looking admin here for Dish Soap. Still sitting at the number of Wukongs he had before, but a pile of gold at their disposal. Deepay, meanwhile, the only player to 5-streak right now. Keep an eye on Deepay right now. He's sitting at 20 points in 8th place, so 2 strong performances in a row is going to be enough for Deepay at this spot. Just looking to not have those bomb outs. That's a big player to keep an eye on, and the only player to have a win streak as we go into the Krugs here. A lot of players, though. When you take a look at these health totals, so many players are trying to stack up gold and make the most of this. Dish Soap is going to catapult above 50 gold on Krugs, and now getting ready for a roll. This roll might not even be that deep right now. If we just hit a couple Wukongs right off the bat, that's enough.
And there's one. He wants to pick up things like the Hacker as well in the process. He's pulling that Pikes. And Pike 3 would also be a big revelation as well. He does have mech. Ooh, rolling a little deeper than he probably wants to. But, oh my god, there's no way. We're just one Wukong off. Surely we hit Wukong 3.
Oh,
surely we hit Wukong
gosh.
3, and there it is. We rolled 30 more gold than I think he wanted to do it. If Dishso was able to get all of this and still be at 30, it would be as good of a spot I was hoping to be. Instead, he's gonna have to pray. He's gonna pray that he's gonna be able to find something like the LeBlanc and be able to level up accordingly. That was brutal for Dish Soap.
That is heartbreaking to see at this point. We're over 50 gold, 7 Wukongs natural. Wow, that is just a ton. I mean, he's gonna be walking away with wins here. I'm not feeling too bad about his rounds per se, but the spot went from what was looking like a heavy potential for a first place to like, wow, what has to happen now?
Well, I mean, he can still pretty much secure top 4. It's not that like he's guaranteed top 4, but he did hit pretty early. Now let's take a look at the augments. Thrill the Hunt's pretty good. Gives Wukong the ability to 1v9. Does end up hitting an Aurelian Soul. Okay, so, the situation is actually still pretty good here for Dish Soap. And yeah, he's holding things like Pike on the bench, but Dish Soap is still in a pretty decent spot as long as he doesn't run into things like, Deepay, who steamrolls him with Anima Squad and having too much stats. In the meantime, other players are starting to also get online. You're seeing Kerm Mex, for example, hit a Camille 2. Kerm has been trying to find some kind of footing to get back into the game. Let's see if he can make that Riftwalker trait work, because I know that he's been looking for it all day.
I'm looking at these items here, and honestly, I'm a little bit worried for. I don't know what this third item is supposed to be on Wukong in this position. This just seems rough to me. I mean, my instinct here would be something like Jeweled Gauntlet, just to supplement what's available here. There's another player who's...
There's two chains of thought, particularly with Wukong. One is to try to go a little bit of heavy on the damage, and you can get something like Jewel Gauntlet, Hand of Justice is good. The other is to go for double healing, so you can actually think about Bloodthirster, which is not exactly an item that a lot of people think about. But the reason why the double healing is so powerful is because you are relying on Wukong to sustain himself in the fight and make him win every fight by himself. The only caveat to that is he has picked Thrill the Hunt, so he technically has 2 sources of healing. So you could opt to go for it, but then there's another problem, which is Dishop only has a vest and a cloak, and the only other reasonable item that he can consider could potentially be like a Titan's Resolve, which I don't think is particularly strong Wukong because you don't make use of the AD. So I'm not entirely sure where Dishop's head's at. Maybe he surprises us all and does something crazy like Declaw or Quicksilver, but we'll revisit him. He definitely has one of the most interesting boards in this lobby for sure.
Overdrive sitting at 22 points right now. And honestly, the spot's just looking pretty standard here for Ripple Overdrive. I feel like it's just don't bomb out back-to-back games. You're going to be pretty fine in this one. Now, at 62 HP, that's not exactly a comfortable life total at this point. And again, a lot of players, I think, are trying to spike for just big win conditions. Now, because I would say that it was the hero augments on 2-1, a lot of the players who are going to be taking those risks have their direction already. So how conservative can you be with gold versus how aggressive you need to be with building a stable board?
And we'll find out here as take a look and see if this Camille that does continue to get him momentum, able to get the win over Ripple Overdrive. Ripple's actually really interesting of a player arc to follow this tournament because it almost feels like an inverse of what he is known for, which is being very consistent. And now Ripple has been very kind of like first or eighth throughout a lot of the tournaments. He finally started getting some other placements that wasn't just like straight up bot 2 if he did in top 4. But yeah, I do think that Ripple might be in that same boat again.
Titans for Dish Soap.
Yeah, Titan's Bloodthirster, like if you look at the data, it's very, very similar in terms of like what you perform. So it really is about the spot recognition of what you need. Maybe just it feels like he already has double healing, right? We talked about how he has Hand of Justice and Thrill of the Hunt. Bloodthirster is very likely just to be overkill. And so I think with that double healing source, I think Titans makes a lot of sense. And also, when you have more healing, the more I think about it, that makes Titans more effective as well because you get more HP. And that Titans gives you those resistances, so it makes it harder to kill Wukong as he gets more stacks.
It's kind of doing everything all at once. It's giving you tankiness. It's giving you the AP. It's making better use out of the synergies you have. It just makes a ton of sense to me that we jump over Deepay's spot. And again, don't bomb out. That's the game plan for Deepay right now. And so far, things are looking pretty good. Exiles on the Silver Augment. You have the built-in help from the Soul Eater on the Nasus. Your board's looking pretty decent right now, up to level 7, 91 HP. Kurum, maybe not the player you want to queue into right now. But overall,
Maybe.
I'm giving this a thumbs up.
Yeah, it kind of depends on whether or not this Camille can get to the back line. The wrap,
Oh my gosh.
disarming assault coming in through to hit not 1, but 2 units, and that's a big kick for Kurum X. Oh, hold on a sec. A Thrill of the Hunts? Potentially swinging the fights? Oh
Wow.
my goodness gracious. The Soul Eater coming up huge here for Deepay and stopping Kurum X's streak, and that is devastating for Kurum X.
You look at Setsuko, who is continuing the heist. Kind of offered here. It is rainy weather, though. This doesn't look like it's benefiting Setsuko too much at the moment. Like an easy skip. I'm curious how far he's going to go on this heist right now.
Well, I mean, Setsuko still has a lot of HP to give, so we'll evaluate it. Looks like it was a 2 heist. We'll see whether or not Setsuko can play for a 4 heist. That's usually the number you want to go for ever since the nerfs to 1 and 2. One against Garchomp. Garchomp at this point playing for Pride alongside Socks, seeing if he can make a splash, potentially get 1-1 and go crazy. But he does seem to be playing Hearts off of the Chronic Hallucinations augments because Basso Skills was angling for Lulu, as you saw in the bottom left corner. And that just is really tough there for Garchomp. I'm not entirely sure that this line is particularly good in the lobby complexion. So once more, I feel like Garchomp's going to need a lot of stars to align. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure he's not going to get that first place this game.
And word that Setsuko is on heist number 3 right now. And as you can see, Basso Skills in the bottom left to get the first 3-star online. And not too far off of a couple more in that spot with a pretty healthy amount of gold. Looking at Garchomp's spot, like you said, I feel like that the Hearts line, I feel like it's got a lot of potential to be good, but honestly, offensive items feel like not really the thing you need in this kind of composition. It feels like you want a lot of things to supplement defense and keep your team alive as long as you can.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that you really care about tank because it stalls out for Hearts, and Hearts is kind of an inevitability. Oh my goodness. Viego too, but that's okay for his spot. Not the best. He actually doesn't, he still lacks damage, surprisingly enough. He's gonna actually depend on the LeBlanc to get it done. He doesn't even have admin in. Part of what makes this composition really strong is you combine everything. You have the Hearts, You have the admins, you have a good front line, and then you have maybe Aurelion Soul is the thing that pushes you over the top. Speaking of things that put you over the top, Boss Skills looking for that Lulu 3, only hits Gangplank 3. Going against Deepay, who rolled deep, and Deepay couldn't even find Vayne 2. And all of a sudden, a spot that looked really strong for Deepay, I don't even know how, but it looked like his board got weaker.
He just missed everything. I think it's perspective at this point. Like, it feels like everybody else hit something, and what did Deepay hit? Like, nothing really came up from here. We're looking at an MF trying to pull all of the weight for this team. Big hit that Deepay's going to take. As we go into the third augment here on stage 4, Ripple Overdrive taking another hit down of 25 HP. And I'll tell you what, Dish Soap has not had trouble putting together wins. Only player with a big streak that's happening right now, and that has been on for what seems like quite a while. Archomp.
Okay.
These do not feel super good for what your team's trying to do. Is going to take a roll. Interesting. Second win has a lot of nature in this one. We just talked about how important having tanks online were, but it's pretty tough to just turn down a free heart. Like, this is, what you're trying to do is get a bunch of hearts online. It makes some sense. Yeah, why not?
It's more about the other options were quite poor. He already has second win, and stacking second wins is not particularly efficient because they come at the same time. If one of the second wins, for example, came like a few seconds afterwards, like maybe 10 seconds and 15 seconds, you get the double heal. That probably pretty good, but yeah, you want to generally. So he's just gonna take the hearts here. Plus, it helps him get the 6 hearts, so not the worst situation here for Garchomp, but it's also not that impressive. It feels like Garchomp's board is good for like a maybe a top 4, and I think it's gonna be a lot worse. Going against Replay, who actually hit a Pike 3, so that's gonna be really difficult to deal with if this Pike ends up just stunning all of his back line. The adaptive defenses, Camille able to also potentially snipe the damage, and Garchomp wants to play front to back. Does seem to have eliminated a lot of Replay's board so far. That Viego 2 is putting in work.
Yeah.
That busted 6 heart is starting to show off a little bit of its usefulness. Dish Soap still going. He's not hackering, by the way. With Titans, that means that Wukong is going to be drawing the aggression, and I don't think Dish Soap is going to be playing hacker anymore as part of his primary strategy. Just play a traditional front to back, and then add some backline damage like that Aurelion Soul that we saw him pick up.
Ripple Overdrive going to default over to the Spell Slinger's Ox Force. Don't blame him for this one either. This is just a spot where you're trying to put together a strong team because, everyone else has got one online right now. You need to pick up some pieces and make sure that you're not going out in last place in this one, where you're already the first one on the chopping block for that one. I wanted to point out how delightful it is to just cut back to Dish Soap every single time and only see a Wukong hunting down the final piece of prey on the opponent's board. It's like we have no idea what's going on, and then it's just Wukong alone hunting down the corner afterwards for that one. Ripple Overdrive is going to need to start putting together some wins here. Pretty strong front line, has some decent damage. The Guard Breaker is putting in a lot of work in this lobby when you browse around. Tons of shields right at the start of the fight.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so Deepay did a really unusual choice here that I'm pretty sure a lot of people would not do, which is Exiles and Battle Mage. That you can't get full value on both of those augments. And so I am very curious how long Deepay commits to this. This makes me feel like Deepay is just trying to play for maximum placements. And Ripple Overdrive takes a pretty nasty loss. And if Ripple goes 8th here, that opens up a lot of point gain for everybody else here. But because Ripple does stand firmly in the top 8 currently. But if you take an 8th and then you go another bot 4, all of a sudden, will Ripple even make it to day number 3?
Yeah, and honestly, that's kind of where my worry is at with this one, is that he's in a very comfortable spot. And I don't mean in this game, I mean in the standings. But you can't afford these bomb-out losses to take place when there's so much at stake across the board on it. So you have to have just not terrible finishes, but you're right there on the verge of that. Setsugo, meanwhile, that looked like a pretty nice cash out to me. We'll see what he can make of it right now. It's a salvage bin online, but if there's a player I'm confident in that knows how to navigate this, Setsugo is definitely one of them. He's going to take the roll first, try to build out some board here, start putting together the items afterwards. There are so many actions he needs to take, but the units are showing up, and that's step 1 of this right now. Get a decent board. Step number 2 now, start figuring out these items, and he's got to think quick, and he's down to the final few seconds of this, gets a team in play, but has to put together the items first.
TP'd away,
so a lot's getting left behind.
That is a disaster. He's trading everything he can on, so at least he has 3 items on Belveth. And you know what? D-Pay's board is not particularly super high burst at the front line, so you might be able to kill a couple of these units before MF ends up casting. Chooses to go Mana Zane on this Aurelian Soul. The Morgana Dark Bindings can end up potentially locking down the MF. Does not. Setsuko takes another loss, but that honestly could have been way worse relative to what ended up happening. You take a 4-unit loss to the 7. Dish Soap still cleaning up. Doesn't seem like anybody has a DPS that can take it down. So Setsuko, by the way, has a Radiant Rage Blade, which is a little bit on the awkward side. It's not particularly good, but he has a Reforger, and I think he's going to heavily consider using this Reforger on the Rage Blade and see what he gets.
Reforged the bow as well.
Oh, a Radiant Chalice. So that's really interesting because it not just gives a bunch of ability power, but also gives Omnivamp, which can be pretty powerful to keep this Belveth into the game. As right now, Setsuko continuing to roll down, not going to even get full value on it. Oh no, Replay is hackering in this Camille to the backline as well.
It is a Camille too. So at least there's, something to be happy about, but it's being supplemented by a Pyke. Doesn't get a second cast with a Mana Zane. The good news is the rest of the board from Setsuko is wiping things up right now. This Belveth is not going down in a spot like this. Great win for Setsuko to start picking this up. Replay is very close to getting everything online, but needs to get it done right now. Ripple Overdrive, we're catching a glimpse of their board right now. This is not enough to hold up. Garchomp's going to take that down. Ripple is taking a big hit. Down to 2 HP. As we head into the final part of stage 4. So let's take a look at this lobby right now. It is a divide between the top and the bottom at the moment. Ripple at 2, D-Pay at 63, Dish Soap now catching up on a 10 win streak with Wukong Cyclone. Dan, what's going on in this lobby?
Well, I mean, there's people who are capitalizing on the 1-1-2 reroll dynamic, and there's people who are kind of just playing standard. And I think some of these players who are playing standard are trying to be as open and flexible, and I put that in quotation marks, by playing on these 4 costs. And I think that might end up be sabotaging some players like Ribble Overdrive, but I don't get to see his POV very closely, so can't really say for sure. These are a little bit too many bows for KuroMX. I think he's gonna have to resort to things like a ZZ Rod if he wants to. Otherwise, he might have to do something kind of unconventional, like make a rapid fire cannon on one of these units. In the meantime, taking a look at Dish Soap's POV in the bottom left, looks like he is going into Hacker Wukong. And Hacker Wukong is such a menace to deal with. Not to mention, he's building aura items. He's got a Q Cone and a Zeeks for his Wonky.
That is wild to see. Kurum manages to get a little bit of a board in place. Still no Camille 3 on the other side of the board. Oh, for replay, this is not feeling good right now. Is able to pick off that corner because this Pyke is so stacked at the moment. But we've seen it struggle again with the rest of the board. It's doing a great job of wiping the back line, but the rest of the board is not holding up. Kurum, meanwhile, this was a pretty big struggle with items. Settles on using a ZZ Rot and using a Runons to supplement the damage. Not the best in the world for Kurum, but sometimes it's enough to get the job done. I think Kurum is going to have to pray for some bigger outs, looking at maybe units, some 3-stars or whatnot. Ripple Overdrive, meanwhile, brutal hit, out in 8th place. They needed something to survive in the last one. Look at what Kurum has found, though. My gosh, just what I'm talking about. You might need something big to happen with rolls. It shows up.
I think we got to ditch this Urgot and play an Aurelian Soul too. I'd be very surprised if Kurum chooses to play an Urgot 1 over this, unless there's something specifically I'm missing. Maybe the Adnin is really good. I feel like this Ace Soul is really, really valuable. Looks like Kurum was just kind of baiting, just making say like, okay, people who scout me don't get the optimal information. Going against Dish Soap, who has the Hacker Wukong, who's going to beeline it for the backline. I don't think KuroMX is ready.
Is not ready for this at all. We finally get to see this from a full fight at this point. Goes straight to the corner, and the combo takes that out easily. Now, the rest of this, though, still a pretty significant amount of damage, but when you have to surround this unit to deal your damage and it's fully loaded, we're talking everything's online for this. Thrill of the Hunt, Axiom Arc, nothing can take this down into solo mechanism, so it's just line up and get knocked down for Wukong.
This is amazing. Dish Soap also, by the way, pay attention to how much gold he has. 50 gold, level 8, streaking. And now he's going to be able to go to 9. And if there are players that I trust to cap out their board, 2 of them are in this lobby. One of them Setsuko, who has the underground cash out. The other is Dish Soap. These are masters of level 9. And I look forward to see what Dishup's going to do at the very end. Meanwhile, looking at replay, we are still one Camille off. Replay, who seemingly had an incredible start with Pike 2, has to still yet in stage 5 find his Camille 3.
That is just unreal. Just been stuck rolling every single turn to try to find it. Garchomp, meanwhile, this is not the best looking board in the world, but by golly, sometimes it's going to have to be enough. Good focus on an item holder on the opposite side. Takes it down. LeBlanc putting in a lot of work here. This front line is about to crumble. Once that's down, is that going to be enough? Looking like the answer might be yes to this. Holy smokes. Lulu's left alone. That is not near enough right now. Bosso Skills taking a hit. Replay out of game 5. And Setsuko, meanwhile, just hanging in there. Dish Soap, nobody has been able to stop this win streak right now. It's been like a bulldozer since he got this Wukong online.
Oh my god. There's no way they let him get a second chalice, right? There's no way they let Dish Soap get the second
You've
chalice.
gotta be kidding
what
me!
is everyone doing? You just want Dish Soap to go to day 3? Well, make my day.
That is not what you want to have happen. Take his chalice and don't let him get to day 3, Dan.
Oh, let him get to day 3. What? Why would you say that?
I'm speaking from the players' perspectives here. You want to queue up against Dish Soap in day 3 of regionals? I don't.
Yeah. I want to beat the best.
Oh,
It's not about me. It's really
okay,
about
so
Dish Soap.
Dan is a masochist. I get it.
No. Yeah, Setsuko's board. It is really good. I do think that he does clump a lot, so it is something that he has to be a little bit mindful of. But he's doing a good job playing things like the auras on the Echo instead of the Morgana, because that way he has a little bit of separation between some of these carries, kind of creating a triangle offense, if you will. Setsuko, oh, the Belveth runs into Lulu and unfortunately catches a stray. And now the secondary cast follow-up is not going to be enough. Setsuko takes another loss. He's going to be on his last life. And I think that Setsuko here is bot 4 because I don't think he's going to be able to take out Dish Soap, and I don't think he's going to be able to take out Boss Skills when he rotates into him. And I don't think enough players are going to die. But if Setsuko can go like 5th twice in a row, that also should be good enough to go into day number 3, because ultimately, again, 27, 28 points, that's what you're trying to cut off for.
Just needs a couple more spots here. Honestly, the Garen being 1-star, I think, is just a heavy hit to what this board's trying to do right now. You need just a little bit more time on your front line to really get things done. So is going to change up the board position here. Says, you know what? I need this to work out. Take into account the positioning here. This feels like a fight that very much is in the favor of Setsuko right now. We're talking about a long-term fight that Garchomp's looking for. We're looking at Setsuko, who's got a lot of power consistently throughout the game. The burn from Aurelion Soul is playing a big factor here because it's taking off some of that second win, and at the same time, it's working against some of that healing you have online, against the Gunblade in the back, against the Sona in the back. And look at that, breaks through the line. Easy win for Setsuko in this round. Garchomp now on the last life.
And Kurumek's losing. Looks like Kurum's bleeding out again into like a potential 4th place, but that's not going to be enough, at least for this game. Meanwhile, Dish Up is unstoppable. 96 gold. Getting ready to go to 100 gold and get to level 9. Now, the question will be, how does he cap out his board? There's a couple of different ways that you can go for it. One of them is to simply think about playing just 2-star legendaries and think about what you can go for. I wonder if he's also going to try to maybe look for 5 mech as a capacity, as a potential way to cap it out as well. And that would allow him to play Garen 2 and Leona 2 while sacrificing the Draven and the Jax. There's a couple different ways that he can slice this. He is holding the Garen on his bench, but we'll just have to wait and see, because Dish Soap has a ton of possibilities in his brain, and I guess we're just gonna have to all be witnesses to it.
Has the gold, has the time, has the power. Everything is on Dish Soap's side right now. So, the roll down begins. What is he going to settle on? My guess is it's going to be the first one that shows up, but he won't be done there.
Oh.
The first one that shows up is going to be the one that hits. So now the question after that is, which one's going to be the best overall? He's going to go for Jaina 2 right now. It's looking pretty good to me. 5 mech. Yeah, this is looking pretty good. I think he really wanted to have...
Oh, Janna carry. Okay.
I think he really wanted to have more aura items there, to be quite frank with you, but splitting up the damage. Whoa, my gosh, I didn't even see that on the other side. Garchomp has a Nico 3.
It's a Nico 3. But that Nico 3 is vulnerable to a couple of specific compositions, anything that can hack into the backline like Dish Soap. And that Nico 3 is a really big deal. And unfortunately, Kuramex is the victim of it. And that will be curtains for Kuramex, and very likely curtains on his tournament. He was not able to even secure a 5th place. Setsuko and Garchomp able to get the win. And with that, a former regionals champion has also fallen once more. Let's see what happens here. Can Garchomp potentially reverse the tides and go for that first place? Dish Soap did lose. Now, all of a sudden, not entirely sure who's going to take first in this lobby.
Everything's up in the air right now. For Setsuko, every single spot is a victory in his book right now. For Kurum, it's been a heck of a run, and I don't think it's going to be stopping anytime soon, just in this set. That's the only spot for it. So, Setsuko now looking to piece together a big win here. This is a lot of 3-stars you're looking at, eating a big shroud to start things off as well. How quickly does this front line crumble is really the big question that I have in mind. This is a ton of tank items on the other side of the board, so you're getting some damage spread across with this Aurelian Soul, but the Belveth is now going to start to take some heat. Instantly falls to this Lulu cast, so this is all up right now to this Aurelian Soul to get it done. Overwhelmed at this point. Setsuko is going to be falling here. Just whenever this cast is taking place, the Edge Knight holds on for one more cast, but that is out in 5th. But that's pretty good, I think, all things considered. Setsuko is sitting at 22 points. Just needs to not have bomb-out performances in these last 2 games. Check 1 on the first.
Dish Soap has the 5 mech in. Now, there's a couple of questions on whether or not Hacker is worth it at this point, and you can start to play around with different ideas of it, but I think it still is. The only problem is that it feels like you're still playing some pretty weak units like Shen 2 and LeBlanc at this stage of the game. We'll just have to find out. It's going to be a matchup between Bossos and Garchomp. One of these 2 Titans, the 2 strongest boards in the lobby, one of them has to lose.
I'm looking at this from both angles. My eyes keep darting back and forth to each side of the board right now because Deepay is looking like they're going to fall pretty easily right now. So I'm looking at these massive 3-stars on the other side. I'm having a tough time seeing anyone overcome a Nico 3. I'm going to be honest with you, Dan.
I mean, it kind of depends on positioning. Wukong 3 can assassinate the Nico before she's able to really even get meaningful pass. Oh, Deepay able to get the shotgun blast to the face. 32 life for Dish Soap, who's guaranteed top 2, it feels like. And then 3 players at 1 life and below. Garchomp gets another heart emblem. Dish Soap go for this Fiddlesticks 2 with a Jewel Gauntlet. I believe he has a Fiddle pair on the bench. Bossos goes going for Mascot, so a lot of people getting some pretty powerful stuff based on their composition. Let's see how Dish Soap continues to cap out. And looks like he is taking out the Hacker. I agree with this. I generally felt like Hacker was good up until a certain point. The only thing is, he's going up against Garchomp. And Garchomp is opponent that he actually wants the Hacker up against. So you can see him. He's not revealing it right away. He's thinking about it pretty deeply. But where this Wukong lands is everything on whether or not Dish Soap is able to take out Garchomp now at the knees and make sure that he can secure first place.
My gosh.
Frontline Nico!
I am so worried for everybody right now.
Range.
I will say that this is a great spot for this Wukong right now, but this Nico 3 has healing online as well, and the rest of Dish Soap's board is falling instantly to what this has. Well, back-to-back cast! 3 casts in a row for Wukong! Takes out a Nico 3! Dan, that is not at all what I expected to see. Nico 3 falls to Dish Soap! And on the left side, Deepay is now fighting for his life, and it looks like he's going to get away with it as well. We are heads up!
My God. Immaculate choice here from Dish Soap to position it in that way. And honestly, I think Garchomp thought that frontline was good enough, but forgot about one thing. You need to make sure you're on the opposite corner. The front, if you pick the opposite side and chose to play A1 instead of A7, it might have been a completely different scenario because Nico would be able to wipe everything and have strength in numbers. You saw once Wukong started getting the Axiom Arc and the Thrill, it was game over. And because of that Hex range increase, Wukong was able to touch with the very tip. He got the tipper onto the Nico, and that was lights out. Deepay is hoping the same thing. This time, the positioning for Deepay is exactly what he wanted.
Wukong having a little bit of time to chew through this back line. It's taken a bit much. And now Misfortune's getting ramped up. The rest of the board is gone. And we saw what happened last time. This Misfortune was able to clean things up. Is this going to be enough here at this spot? Because right now, the rest of the board has fallen down. Deepay shoots to the wrong side to start things off. That's not what you want to see. One more hit. Dish Soap takes a first place. The miracle has begun. Back-to-back first places look like that they're needed, and the first one is accomplished.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, conditions are starting to clear. That's why we were saying can't do the math until everything is said and done. Dan, we didn't get a chance to finish our conversation before we went into the game, but I was going to ask you what you thought might be able to be kind of that key to play for first place. Was Wukong 3 on your radar? Wukong Cyclone? Was that at all anything that crossed your mind to answer that?
Not when you answer that question, but not when you ask that question, but it is actually a composition that you have to trust players like Dish Soap that they understand what they're doing. It's not just like a meme, like, okay, I'm out of the tournament, he's just picking Wukong 3 for fun. Dish Soap is a person that has studied every line possible in the game. He is incredibly thorough. There's Dish Soap, and then there's players who just say, I'm going to play 1 or 2 comps, and that's going to be it. Dish Soap's the other extreme of that. He keeps himself open to every possible line, and I leave it up to him to understand how to make that Wukong work. And also, it's not like everything was smooth sailing. You saw how he had all the Wukongs in the world, and then all of a sudden, it felt like he rolled 40 gold and missed, and I was so scared for him. If he missed that Wukong 3 at 3-1, that might have been his game right there. But the fact that he was able to still stabilize, still stay at 10 gold, and then from there, identify exactly what he was trying to do, a combination of good items, and buy this time for Hacker, right? You saw him take out things like that Pike. He didn't rush for Hacker. I know I suggested Hacker from the very beginning, but he didn't take that until way later in the game. Excellent execution and flawless positioning from Dish Soap, while being able to recognize his outs, resulted in a perfect timed victory here for Dish Soap. And now all of a sudden he's in contention to potentially make it to day 3. Is he able to do it one more time?
I mean, it is definitely looking likely, especially if Dish Soap can keep up with what he's been able to do with creative boards and amazing gameplay. Let's take a look at what's going on in Lobby B as well, because this is going to wrap up game number 5. We only have one more game after this. And Malala, Kindle Gem, both getting good placements over there. Admirable, what are you making of what happened over in Lobby B?
Wow, what happened? Robin Songs, 8th, 8th, 8th. Oh my god, that is heartbreaking to see. I can't believe that. I feel like I'm like in a fictional TV show right now where Dish Soap's pulling these miracles out of nowhere. Robin Songs is getting 8th, 8th, 8th. This is just wild to see the way these standings are pacing out right now. DQA in 7th, Sox in 6th. Like, my gosh, this is just so many of these results where you're like, no, I didn't think that could happen. And yet here we are. This is wild.
It is, but I think that speaks a lot of volume to just the level of competition that we have at this NA Regional Finals. Robin Songs, DQA, like these are the veterans of TFT that everybody has looked at for the past few sets and gone, these are the front runners. These are people that you would identify with being able to make it through to the final day. Kurum X as well. But it's all about the new guard that we're ushering in over here. I'm gonna just stop what I'm saying. What?
Just as Dan is talking about how don't just exclude Anima from your opening game plan. This is underplayed. Of course, here we are. Dan.
Well, yeah, like stop ignoring Anima Squad. it's actually quite decent. Deepay also got a really solid finish in second. Like, if the conditions are right, play it. And it's not just like, oh, I had Soul Leader. Yeah, of course I'm gonna do that. But like, he picked Sunfire board, right? Ostensibly, he probably had a pretty good Anima Squad start to begin with, but you know, Malala knows a lot of outs as well, and so it's great to see the players who came prepared to this tournament, like a player of Malala's caliber, and not really sweat the bottom finishes, right? Malala went 1-1, and then went 6-7 and right back at 1. I'm glad that he didn't fall off and just kind of like let that negative momentum take over. And now he's through to the next day. So we have replay, we have Malala guaranteed, and it's really about who else is going to follow suit after them. I think Juke is pretty much there as well, and Robovan, I believe, got top 3, so he should be kind of secured. Everybody else, though, is not 100% locked. There's a few people who are very much guaranteed, but there's only going to be 1 or 2 spots up for grabs after this.
My gosh.
That competition is looking very tight at the bubble there. Admirable. I feel like you've got like a 3-point gap there between Setsuko and Boss's skills, but Ripple Overdrive right there at the tiebreaker, and Dish Soap Cottontail still in it.
This is just such a wild point distribution. Like, you don't see this. Like, I've how long have you been casting TFT, Dan? How often have you seen the point divides look this way?
It's pretty rare. I've been casting for a few years, and you don't really see so many big gaps from like 17 to 20 and 20 to 23. It feels like we're just hopping up by 3s at this point. And so really it comes down to just 4.5 players, which is Bosso Skills, Ripple Overdrive, Dish Soap, and Cottontail, and maybe Setsuko. Very, very unlikely unless Setsuko goes hard 8th and a lot of other things go wrong. And so it really becomes like which of these 4 players can they grab that last spot. And it's kind of heartbreaking too, because I would love to see Bosso Skills, Ripple, Dish Soap, and Cottontail, honestly, it's kind of the people camp representing kind of the bridge between North America and LATAM. I would love to see any of them through to the last day, but only 1 can. So I'm pretty envious, because as I believe where Admirable and I drop off, and Casanova and Cronin get to finish off the game. It's been a long day, 8 games, but we're finally at the end of finding out who's going to join us in the final lobby.
What an exciting time to be able to take a look at the final hurdle that these players have to overcome in order to get to that next step of playing in that final lobby tomorrow. But you're right. Unfortunately, Frodan and Admirable, we do have to say goodbye to you for tonight, but you're going to be back tomorrow, so hopefully you're able to get some good rest and enjoy the game. Dan, final thoughts from you. What did you think of today, and what are you excited about for tomorrow?
I mean, today was really cool. Today was really about the story of some of the other underdogs that we have promised to be on the come up. You're looking at replay finally putting in those results from today. You're seeing Robovan also continue to follow up. Kindle Gem, we're not really talking about the superstar that represents like the average player that is not really talked about. He's from competitive TFT Discord. I'm more than happy to talk about them all, because they're going to be joining us tomorrow for the final lobby. But right now, all attention is on Bosso Skills. You have Ripple Overdrive, and you have Dish Soap and Cottontail. I can't wait to see what happens just from a fan perspective, because no matter what, it's going to be an exciting finish.
For sure. I can't wait to see what's going to happen either. Admirable, what about you? Final thoughts on the day?
We've said enough. Let me watch the game.
Okay,
Show
all
me the
right,
game.
you got it. With that, we're going to take a short break so we can get ready for this final game of the day. Top 8 coming at you soon. The final game is upon us before we figure out our top 8 players moving forward to the final day of the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals. And to take you through it, we've got Casanova and Crowan to bring you all of the action. And what a hype final game this is setting up to be. We've got 3 players right there that are just at the cutoff, Casanova. And I feel like it's going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, I mean, this is where we set the stage. When you look at the scores, there is a clear gap and just one spot that looks like it is remaining. Now, there are some weird situations where a lot can happen, but we're going to focus on what is most likely. And that is going to be Ripple Overdrive, Basso Skills, a Dish Soap, and Cottontail fighting for one remaining spot in that top 8. Different situations there. Cottontail and Dish both have to go first, right? Basso and Ripple Overdrive looking at top 4 spots. But they're all fighting for that. And we have 3 of those players in this Lobby A that we're going to look at fighting back and forth.
Yeah, we got a chance to follow the action in this lobby for the previous game. And Crowan, I feel like all 3 of the players that we have there on the bubble in this lobby have made strong cases for themselves, particularly Dish Soap, who was able to put up a first place.
Yeah, Dish Soap was really frustrated after games, 3 and 4, but has super popped off. You could tell how much this means to him, not accepting anything, that's not getting to day 3, that's not, looking towards the Monster Attack Championship. So this is a lot riding on this placement right here, right now.
Final game standing in the way of our players being able to vie for those Monsters Attack Championship spots. So let's go ahead and see where the journey takes us.
Thank you so much, Necra. Crowan, we are here. Game 6, the final game of day 2 in our regional finals. These top 16 have been fighting all day. We've played 8 games today because we had to finish up those top 24 games. Fighting to make it to that top 8. Fighting to try and get a chance to represent North America at the Monsters Attack Championships. And this man on your screen right now, Dish Soap, one of the favorites coming into the tournament and now back against the wall, has to find a first place, the second in a row, in order to make it into that top 8, Crowan. But if there is a man to do it, he is the one.
Especially coming off of a game that we saw just moments ago. Cyclone Wukong into first. The 2 times that comp has popped up, first one from Roby Van, it has reached critical mass. It has gotten first place in the lobby. Just so recognized the spot, piloted it beautifully. But to get first place in any single TFT game, right, it feels like you need to do a little bit of high rolling. It's a lot riding a line right now, but Dish Soap is going to be, as you said, one of the favorites to win this whole thing. If he's able to find those lines, just needs a little bit of high rolling to latch onto, he's the one that can make it work.
Absolutely. He said in an interview before this tournament that he knows more lines than anyone, trying to prove that with the Wukong in the last game, and let's see where he goes in this one. Star Guardian Heart available on a previous patch that may have been an instant pick. But this time, something like Cybernetic Uplink may be a little bit more flexible on the AP tree, but he's got 2 rods to go with this, so they support his items quite well.
That they do. He's picked up the Duelist, I think, with a couple of rods, maybe going to be thinking about a Duelist line, and that is one that Dish Soap's going to be comfortable on, but he is going to be leveling up, slamming items, playing tempo, and with this kind of a board, Dish Soap, we haven't seen all the boards yet, right? But he might be setting himself up to win streak through stage 2. And when Dish Soap does that, I feel like his first play rate is so ridiculously high. Like, I wish there was stats to look out for that. It's just kind of an instinctual feeling, knowing how Dish Soap plays. But I'm trusting that feeling right now, because Dish Soap is going to be the one to be able to make that work.
Yeah, good to trust your gut on it, but we did just see Kurum pick up a 2-star Ezreal going into 2-1. That's going to be some scary stuff to have to deal with. We'll see if he runs into it in a bit on this win streak attempt with the Death Cap Slam on this Gangplank. Going up against Ripple. This is another one of our players on the bubble. 23 points coming in. He needs to find a top 4. The current target is 28 points, but we are not sure where that goes. It really depends on these 4 players.
Yeah, and because it does depend largely on these 4 players all fighting for the same spot, if there's a world where Ripple and Bosso both kind of bottom for this game, it opens up Dish Soap's route to be a lot more lenient. Maybe even as low as a 3rd place could be enough. Obviously, there is a lot of scenarios that we gotta keep in mind, but just something to pay attention to, as well as, you know, it's not really worth talking about the other, you know, the other possibilities of other players making it through, but I guess there is a world, but really it is going to be those 3.
Yeah.
Bosso Skills has showed up big time in this event. Day 1 was popping off, absolutely coming into this event from going 3rd place in the mid set. Overall in set 8 he's had inconsistent results, but we talked about it on day 1. He's on the up and up. It's time for a big spike once again, and it's do or die time for Bosso.
And he might be putting it all on Lulu. We saw 5 Lulus there already, a couple of gangplanks for Bosso potentially leading that way. But I want to talk about this player on our screen, Crowan, the only other person in this lobby that has some skin in the game, because an 8th for Setsuko could actually knock him out as well. That is important to look at. This was another one of our favorites coming in. He was an absolute phenomenal player throughout this set, potentially player of this set alongside Dish Soap. When we predicted winners at the start, there was 2 of us on Setsuko, 2 of us on Dish Soap.
Yep.
So Setsuko needing to evade an 8th. He has done that so well all of set 8. But in the regional final, I believe he's taken multiple 8th places, so it's not something he's been infallible on thus far. He's starting out with a lose streak and a ton of gold, already on 40 gold, 3 loss here.
Yeah, I was actually taking a look. Our minds were in the same spot. He's taken 1/8 so far in this tournament. So yes, it's still, you know, gods can bleed. But unlikely, however, Setsuko usually able to salvage those really low roll games and, you know, make them into a 6th or a 7th, and that's a placement that could pay off huge for Setsuko right now. But yes, looking towards the scope of all of set 8, Setsuko is going to be a player with a very, very low amount of 8ths overall, but on the other side, such a high 1st place rate as well.
Setsuko starting out with just the single item, right? That's why we see him with 40 gold at that point in the game already. Great at doing the lose streak, great at win streaking, great at streaking in general. Setsuko, Frodan was commenting on how the biggest strength of Setsuko is how he can identify strongest board, and with that he can find ways to lose as well, keep those lose streaks. As we got a Warwick very early for Dish, and that could bode extremely well, finding either direction or even just power at this stage of the game. It looks like he checked his admin. We'll probably get Dish's admin in a sec. We'll see how impactful it is, what he found.
Ooh, a tier coming through. That's going to be, I think his mindset was always going to be slam a Sunfire, play for this tempo, utilize a tier for the AP line. Early Warwick may be going to pay off huge. Win against Bosso, who is level 4, but that's a pre-level to 5 difference, right? 2% chance to get a 4 cost, and it's going to, you know, maybe not be the difference in this fight, but still maybe be the difference of win streaking throughout all of stage 2. That was always Dish's plan from 2-1, and he is 1 round away from making that happen.
Huge for Dish, and we did get that admin on kill. Killer will heal 400 health.
That's so good for the early game.
For Dish, great for the early game. Great for streaking here. We'll see if he still leans into this admin line or just uses it to streak early. The items could go for a LeBlanc, right? We've seen the power of it, but we haven't seen it dominating in this tournament.
Yeah,
just like Dish will want to cap out harder.
Kerm ran the LeBlanc 3 one time. Believe managed to get a top 4 off of it, but not much more. Didn't really contest a lobby win, but Thrill is going to be pretty good for her to go infinite. The consideration, all the lines have to be running through Dish Soap's mind, and as you mentioned, he's so good at recognizing every single possible line. Setsuko really wanted to make sure he lost streaked here to get 5 losses in a row, but on the other side, Dish Soap's going for 5 wins in a row. Setsuko 50 gold, Dish Soap only 10. The styles of play difference is massive, but they both can come up huge.
Yeah, Setsuko taking so much damage for this loss streak. It's making me nervous, even though I know it's intentional. I know he has so much gold. I know he's going to turn it around because of how good this player is, but This is Teamfight Tactics, and we have seen some low rolls from Setsuko this tournament so far.
Oh,
We will wait and see what happens from there, but
this is so good.
also so many units for his composition already. 6 Lulus, 5 Pantheons.
Yeah, we were both watching just open the last game, having to roll down like 40 gold at 3-1 just to find like the last Wukong. Basso is in a really good situation, talking about how one cost reroll comps want to play the game at 3-1, usually rolling down to 30. But Basso's already on 6 Lulus and 5 Pantheons, even though it doesn't have an insane amount of gold. See if he picks up some gold here. Yes,
nice.
Can sell to 40. That is really, really big. The other thing to look at here is there are no tiers yet. So only being
Pantheon right away.
only being on the Spark right now is not the best. However, 3 Pantheons, 2 Lulus. These rolls have to come up big. There's another Pantheon. How far does Basso roll down is gonna be the question. What's he gonna be able to do? Is he have the discipline to keep waiting? The HP is still fine, and one tier is big.
Yeah.
Even if he loses a couple rounds, has first pick or second pick on carousel, likelihood to get tier is very, very high. And Thrill is going to be really good for the Lulu. The priority of Gunblade is going to be not as high. Sure, it's still going to be a super, super good item, but blue buff really is where you want to be. Already has the most important item again. That is that Ionic Spark.
Yeah, and I think I like the discipline here. His board is actually strong enough that he can slow roll a bit, right? He can save up a little bit of gold. His board not that weak when it comes to this lobby. And it's 2-2-3 Guardian Spirit offered
That's a
for
big
Basso. Easy snap pick. It is so powerful for this composition. The supers are online. How quick will he hit the 3 stars? That's the question. But he's already so close. Basso, this is such a good spot for the Lulu reroll.
Yes, it is. Cass sitting on the tier, sitting on the rod. Guardian Spirit is so big too. It comes down to how strong is everybody else. Is Basso going to, go win, loss, not generate that economy? 35 gold is not bad. But once the slow rolls come through, if they just happen to not land on Lulus and Pantheons, that could be Basso just kissing the chance at day 3 of Monster Jack Regionals goodbye. A lot riding on this luck.
Yeah, in the pip we saw Dish sell off the Warwick, pick the Camille augment, support augment, Retribution, and play the Camille instead for the admins. Looks like he's committing to a different line, staying away from the Warwick, not going any further there, just using it in the early game as Basso fighting Gartromp, who is still win streaking with this Kale. Duelists being playing for the tempo as we've got the carry augment for Neela on the side of Garchomp.
Yeah, it has some really good potential Belveth items with a Belveth already on the bench, and that's going to be a really, really good kind of tempo-oriented, make sure you stay at 100 HP kind of style of play. But Garchomp is a player that's really just playing spoiler. Again, the focus is going to be on Ripple, on Basso, and on Dish Soap, and Setsuko not going 8th. Ripple has the support Camille, started with AFK augment, so a ton of gold going to be looked to go into this Jin composition. It can work well with a Runans. Not a lot of AD items quite yet, not a lot of HP to work with either, but this still is a winnable situation to top 4.
Yeah, but running into Garchomp, that's going to keep the lose streak rolling most likely. Even though Garchomp has been win streaking for a while, he's still strong. He found the Neela upgrade, so that is 2-starred Neela. No items for her yet, but still, at this point in the game, that is such a powerful unit. So Ripple going to lose that. Only a 3-unit loss. That could have been worse considering how powerful Garchomp is right now.
Yeah.
Dish and Garchomp both win streaking all the way through 3-4. They haven't run into each other at all. See if they end up running into each other soon. Someone ending the other's streak, but for right now, they are both just ramping up this economy with these wins.
Ooh, Ripple taking the tier away from Basso means that Lulu's going to have to wait just a little bit longer. There's no sword as well for Gunblade, so it might just be a jeweled gauntlet slam. Kermec sitting on a spatula.
Yeah, not a lot of health on Kurum either at 32. He's a player who is eliminated at this point, but Not sure if Kurum is going to be able to
Unless some crazy
hold on
stuff
much
happens.
longer, turn stuff around, right? He is also playing spoiler. Tetsuko pushing to level 7 here on 3-2. He was so rich at the start of this game due to missing out on components, lose streaking, and having 40 gold on 2-3, which is ridiculous. So level 7 already for Setsuko, trying to avoid that 8th, and that's a lot of power that he should be able to put together.
Yeah, we just got an update from the other lobby just because so much is riding on another player's placement. Cottontail is currently on a 9 streak with 98 HP at 4-2, and that is a player that is going to be contesting the spots of Basso, Ripple, and Dish Soap right now. Cottontail doing really well over there is going to be so rough for the players over here in Lobby A.
Yeah, Kurum taking another loss down to 23. Setsuko really just watching Kurum like, okay, once you're out, I'm good, I'm chilling, I'm feeling great about my spot when that happens. So we'll keep eyes, but Setsuko, it feels like has set himself up for a really good position in this game, and it's more going to be about Dish, it's going to be about Ripple, and it's going to be about Basso, where they can end up. As we look at Dish and his spot now for Oxforce in, I mentioned earlier, he was playing that Hextech Retribution, and he has found a potential spot for Viego. Gonna slam the death cap there. This was something Nico said, hey, maybe Viego could be itemized more as a carry. He's seen it do some work. And maybe Dish is going to lean on that here in game 6 of the top 16 to try and make it to that top 8.
At this point, after seeing the Cyclone Wukong go first, I'm here to let this man cook whatever he's cooking up. I trust him, and if it is the priority on the Viego as a renegade focus, you know, we saw Nico talk about it at the beginning or near the beginning of the day. It could be a composition that we haven't quite seen before. Obviously, the Shiv and the Ox Forces just leans to, oh yeah, your standard Ox Slingers. But the Hextech Retribution does not fit typically into that composition. Gotta see how he ends up, because this is a line that even if Dish Soap is familiar with so many lines, there's still so many compositions that have claimed a first place, let alone have been played in this tournament. There's not going to be the possibility to be familiar on every single one.
Yeah, Dish finally finding a loss there. Garchomp actually takes him down, but Garchomp had suffered a loss earlier, so no one on that full streak anymore. Just Setsuko on the best one since he lost all the way, leveled to 7, has not lost since. Basso did hit his 3 stars, just hasn't hit the items yet for the Lulu, but still having 3-star Pantheon, 3-star Gangplank, and the Lulu there as well. In really good shape for Basso if he can find that tier.
Going to be sitting at 54 HP. Carousel priority might be a bit of a worry if he continues winning rounds. Did lose the end of stage 3, but this board is so much more powerful at this point. Putting the 1 tier on Lulu just to get that first cast off a bit earlier. Running into Kurum, who's rocking with some Infinite Teams and a triple item Samira in the backlines, but that's not best in slot Samira by any means. Just trying to slam any single items possible for tempo. It is enough to take out Basso's skills in this round, which honestly might be a good thing. Securing that tier for Basso, if he's able to get that from stage 4 Carousel and then just chain a bunch of wins in a row, that could be exactly what he needs.
Yeah, I mean, he knows Kurum's not going to be contesting him for it either.
Ooh, Heart Crest.
So Heart Crest available for this Lulu setup.
Okay.
And get that scaling more online. Sunfire board going to be take, though. There's no healing reduction for Basso right now. Wanting to make sure to deny healing from any of these compositions coming through.
Ooh.
And not going to be building any healing reduction anytime soon. So there's the 4th heart. Anyways, not needing that crest.
Yeah, I actually really like this. I was excited because, oh yeah, this comp can reach maybe first place if you're able to scale into something like 6 hearts. But on level 6, your 6th unit always wants to be Sona, or it's like a really easy one to slot in, and there's a lot of consideration to continue rolling for the Lee Sin 3 and the Malphite 3 as well, just to get more benefit out of the supers. So Boss recognizing, oh, I don't have anti-heal, and we've seen anti-heal come in so clutch today, especially because Basso did not have an early slam onto a Sunfire. I really like that decision.
Renegade LeBlanc for Dish Soap here.
Here it is. The
Getting
Viego.
that crest. Trying to go vertical Renegade for this Viego. And for this stage in the game, if he can get that LeBlanc 2, that's actually going to be a pretty solid carry for stage 4 if he finds it right away, but he is still not even on a pair.
It is a bit rough. He does have a lot of gold. He is very healthy on level 7. Might be thinking about a level 8 on 4-5. If that's the case, would love to see his roll down at that point. But taking a look at Ripple, going for a Jhin composition, has that Hex Tech Retribution. And this is a comp that had a lot of expectations coming to this event, but has really been hit or miss. And there's been a lot more misses than we've anticipated. Especially looking at this spot from Ripple, it might be one of those misses. It's only a 1-item Jhin. There's Jhin 1, Aurelion Soul 1. Really need to find these upgrades before we start thinking of this comp as one that can reach a top 4 and bring Ripple into day 3.
Yeah, and he's contesting Dish on the Renegades at the very least, right? The Viego, the Jhin, potentially both being looked for on both sides, and it's going to make it tough for both of them. It's Ripple going up against Bosso, and these 3 stars so strong. The Lulu doing a slow job of getting through everything because it's only on that tier, but the Pantheon can just tank for days. Looks like it will be enough with that thrill coming through. Lulu not going to fall to the 1-star Jhin. Ripple going to take some more damage, dropping down to 34. And remember, he has to top 4 this game.
Yeah.
And he requires other placements from Bosso and Dish in order to make it in.
Double item on this carousel. Bosso picks 3rd. And there's the tier on a 5-cost Syndra. It's going to be picked up by Kuramek. Still no blue buff for Bosso's skills. We did just see him win a round anyway, but you really don't want to be leaving it up to the last neutral round and hope you roll into a tier, because there's so many times we've all experienced it on ladder where you just never end up finding your item, and it feels so bad. Taking a sword means he might have to settle for a Shojin, but that is a lot worse for the Lulu composition, as yes, Dish is now level 8 on 4-5, rolling it down, but all of the contestation of the Viegos means that he's not even on a pair yet. Doesn't even have a pair of LeBlancs either. Dish Soap on a 4-loss streak. You hate to see it because he's still not in a good spot.
Yeah, he didn't find a Jhin either. This is not looking good for Dish. He's not finding any of the units that he is looking for. You can feel the frustration. He's down to 0 gold. He's level 8. Can't find his units.
Yeah.
Going up against Replay on the Infinite team, has the double Garen, and there's just not damage to punch through this on the side of Dish, right? There's the jumps from the Viego, but it's just the Viego 1. It's just not have enough damage, and Dish is going to start taking big damage. We got an update on the other side. Cottontail, the person he's really contesting, both trying to go first. Cottontail still win streaking, 13 win streak in the other lobby. Trying to hold on for that spot. We'll continue to get updates on that as this game goes, especially if Cottontail still is in a great position in lobby B.
Yeah, 13 win streak, 98 HP at 5-1. That's some lobby winning kind of numbers. Dish Soap fans definitely shaking right now after hearing that one. I am as well, because you would love to see a player like Dish Soap make it into day 3, make it towards the championships. It just might not be in the cards here, as it's only, a Twisted Fate 1 as well. He's not going to have all the cards he wants either. Belveth 1, so many 1-star units on this board. Where are all the upgrades?
Yeah, Dish Soap needs a miracle. Deepay has his upgrades. Look at that. Viego 2. Jhin on that board as well. Ripple hit Jhin 2. This comp just way too contested. Everyone deciding to play Renegades in this lobby. And Dish is going to be suffering for that. He's still going to lose streak all the way through stage 4. And I don't know if I've ever seen someone lose streak all of stage 4 and then just come up with a first, but maybe Dish can do it. Just going to need some very lucky shops to find it, but that does open the door for Bosso skills and Ripple Overdrive, because they're looking for top 4s, but if they find first or second places, they're locking their spots. They're getting in.
Oh, especially with Bosso on a 4 streak. Even without the Lulu having her best in slot item, that last shop was insane. Only need 2 more Malphites because one's in the orb. A lot more Lee Sins, but at that point you just give up. You push levels. Bosso in a great spot. Dish Soap, like you said, lose streaking through all of stage 4. It's looking very, very rough. No tier coming through for Basso. No, it happens. Does have one more shot with the Reforger, but it's a belt.
Guess it's a sword. You just go for the
Sword for
Shojin. You just do
Shojin.
your best.
Yep. And a Zephyr. I guess we're not super sad about that one. Definitely a huge, huge blow. There's no blue buff,
Another
though.
Malphite.
That could be the difference between top and bot 4ing. More Lee
Another
Sins, more
Malphite.
Malphites. We hit Malphite 3. Now it's to make a choice. Does he want to keep rolling for Lee Sins or push level? Still 3 Lee Sins away. That's going to be the only unit he's really rolling for. So just going to econ up at this point. Hopefully hit a good Zephyr, but he's into Setsuko right now, who just needed to dodge 8th and is in a fantastic spot to do that. Does get his carry Zephyred, however.
Yeah, we just saw Garchomp Pro pick up a Vayne 3 here on 5-1 as well. Gonna be in a strong spot himself. Another player playing a little bit of spoiler in this lobby. It's really up to Basso and Ripple trying to fight their way back. We won't count Dish out yet, but he's in such a tough spot, losing another fight. Down to 18 HP.
Oh,
A mountain to climb and not much gold to do it. If we look at Ripple, he has found his Jin 2. He's found the Aurelion 2. He's
Yeah.
hit his units. He's got the 5 Renegade online.
wow.
Ripple trying to set up this top 4, but then it's not just the top 4. He's got to face off against Basso. He has to outplace.
Man, Ripple is playing the exact same composition as Dish Soap, but just hit his units. Isn't playing the Viego as a carry, just has, you know, the pair, but taking them away from Dish Soap was massive. Dish Soap did eventually hit, as we see the matchup right now. Is the Viego 2 going to be enough, or is Jin 2, Aurelion Soul 2 of these massive items from Ripple going to deal a massive blow to Dish Soap?
Yeah, let's see. I mean, there's a lot of Ox Force in this lobby. That's going to hurt the Viego, but here's the reset. He comes
Into the
through,
back
gets
line.
on to the back line.
Oh, no.
Trying to finish off, but he doesn't get the reset there. And now it's a Jin 2 versus a Jin 1, and we know how that goes. Dish going to take some more damage. He's hit, but he has not hit enough. He's still going to lose down to 10, down to potentially 1 life, as there is a Viego 2 for
Man.
Ripple. And Dish Soap just holding on by a thread. He's got no gold. He's got nowhere to go. He's got no Jins. He's just trying to get that first, but it feels like a miracle would be needed. Positioning out of his mind might not even be enough, but we saw a miracle from Setsuko off of positioning earlier. Maybe Dish can follow suit, live for long enough with some outstanding positioning, maybe find his way.
If miracles are going to happen, they have to happen now. Dish Soap versus Setsuko, top players of the set, but Setsuko could deal the final blow of Dish Soap.
Trying to put him down. We see that Twisted Fate in the back doing plenty of damage. Viego's gonna proc his Ox Force. He's not gonna get to the back
Oh.
line. Twisted Fate still alive, casting away on the back of Dish Soap. There's too much damage here. Dish able to get that final kill. Can he get one more? The Jin holds on. That's 1 fight down for Dish. Deepay out. Setsuko has avoided 8th, but we knew that was gonna happen already.
Man, Deepay is actually only on 28 points right now, and I know we weren't really talking about him leading to this game, but he's going to be just on the bubble too, hopefully for his sake on the top half of it, but that's not a very satisfying 8th to take for Deepay. Still, Dish Soap hangs on for another round. We needed to see a miracle. It could be happening. We have another damage item guard breaker being picked up. Gonna be huge to put on his Jin, but he needs to roll and find that Jin 2 right now. But looking at the right hand side, we are not seeing that upgrade come through.
Yeah, it has not happened yet. I assume he's already rolled. Now he's looking to position.
Yeah.
Dish has to hold on. Kurum fell really low early on. We saw him spend a ton of gold and he stabilized. He's on a win streak. 11 health. Here's Dish. Looks like he already rolled. Did not find the Jin. Did not find the Echoes. No upgrades. It's all positioning.
All
Who's it gonna
positioning.
be?
All
Replay.
Viego.
Sivir 3 in the back line. Can Viego get past this Garen or will he get stuck? It's going to be the big question here. There's the first cast. Doesn't get a reset right away, but there's the stun.
Reset.
There's the reset. Onto the
Oh,
back
into the
line.
back.
One more cast. Gets the reset again. Gonna take out
He's
more.
doing it.
Replay is gonna go down here to Dish. It's a lot of damage. Does he live? He does not. Dish Soap knocking one out, and he stays alive another round. Dish Soap on the positioning
Oh.
game here, just making sure he gets the Viego on the right side. but he's still not hitting the units.
No, the Jin 1 might be Dish Soap's doom. It's carrying as well as it can, doing so much work, but the HP totals right now, Cass, 24 HP in first to 10 on Dish Soap, only a 14 HP difference. We talked about you're going to be able to, just try to do everything that you can. Positioning, Dish Soap has done phenomenal at these past couple of rounds, but he needs to do it one more time at least to have a shot.
Going up against
Going into
Kurum. We know
Kurum.
Kurum is strong. He's been win streaking. Look at this board from Kurum. It's so powerful, but where can the Viego go? Can it make it to the back line? Here's the first reset. It comes through. Where does it go next? He gets another. He gets another, but will he keep going? No, he goes down. And that is it for Dish Soap. Dish Soap is going to fall down to Kurum, and Dish Soap is out of the regional finals. One of the favorites. A tragedy for Dish. Somebody we had high expectations for. We still do, just not quite being able to get it together here in the top 16. But such an impressive show from a low roll spot to try and hang on a little bit longer. And now what is left, Crowan, is Bosso and Ripple Overdrive fighting to outplace the other to try and secure what may be the last spot. And in the other lobby, Cottontail is still a factor that we'll have to see about. We might not be able to tell you exactly who makes it through after all this. If Ripple or Bosso gets a first, they will have locked their spot, but that's about all we know.
It almost doesn't feel real that Dish Soap's not making it to day 3 of the North American Finals, being a favorite to win alongside Setsuko, right? Those were a lot of the picks to win it all. We're not going to be seeing Dish Soap any longer. We'll have words to say about that a bit later on, but for now, Bosso and Ripple.
3-star Lee.
3-star Lee. Super's gonna be online even harder right now. Setsuko level 9 has reached 6 Spellslinger, 4 Ox4, such a strong composition, but they're all gonna be strong right now. Bosso, double Zephyr, could be making or breaking his day 3 run. Needs to position them correctly, gets one onto TF and gets the other onto the
Both
Vayne.
carries. Both carries. Plenty of time for the Lulu to shred through this, but that is one tanky Fiora in the front line for Garchomp Pro, giving enough time for this Vayne to get online. One more cast from this Lulu will do it, and we'll see if she can start tearing up the rest of this board. Vayne trying to chew through the front, but now here's the Lulu, there's the cast. It doesn't take down the Vayne. Vayne goes and gets the kill there, and that's going to be Bosso taking damage instead. He hangs on with 3. Garchomp Pro shooting him down to 5th place. Ripple and Bosso both need the top 4, both on 1 life. Setsuko, Kurum, and Garchomp Pro still hanging on, playing spoiler for these two, and maybe opening the door for Cottontail.
The Zephyrs were perfect, but it wasn't good enough. Bosso gets to rotate one of these Zephyrs. It's on the bench playing a Sona 1. But that's exactly what he wanted. Going to be fighting against Setsuko, the level 9 board. It's so strong. Can he land these Zephyrs yet again? One's not going to hit the TF.
Okay, but he does get the Nico. We'll see if he can break through this. Setsuko's Twisted Fate is absolutely dismantling this side of Bosso. He's got the Giant Slayer, he's got the Guard Breaker, and that just shreds everything that Bosso has done. Setsuko going to put Bosso down. He's going to fall to -16. He doesn't top 4.
Ripple
He's
in the
not
bot
going to be able to
left.
make it. Ripple survives. Bosso should be eliminated there. Cannot make it to that top 8. Bosso's
Wow.
skills tried so hard. He hit the composition. He hit everything he needed, but couldn't get it over the finish line. And now it's up to Ripple Overdrive. He's made the top 4, but can he take it further? Because I'm not even convinced top 4 is going to be enough anymore. I need to see it to believe it. I need him to get at least one more place to feel good.
Bosso got almost everything he needed. Casanova, asterisks on the no blue buff Lulu.
Yeah.
That is literally the difference there of making top 4 and not. But the components were not in his favor. Ripple Overdrive versus Garchomp Pro, both 1 life. Can Ripple carry it forward?
Ripple, he needs this Jin to find some hits onto the Vayne. She gets stunned up by the Pike, and that's a big cast coming through from the Leona, shredding through the front line. Now there's time. There's time for the Jhin. He takes out the Vayne. Ripple gonna live again. He takes down Guard Shot. That's a top 2. That should do it for Ripple. He should have locked his spot, and he had 23 points coming in. He's going up to 30 from this game. Ripple Overdrive did what he needed to make it to the top 8. This was a dark horse in the competition. He has been spectacular in set 8.
What a way to end day 2 for Ripple Overdrive right now. Kurum is probably just out. This is going to be a fight to see which comp is stronger. Maybe still playing for the average placements, right? We gotta still have that in mind. Ripple getting a first is still going to matter. And can he do it? One more round into Kurum X, a player that was my favorite coming into this event a lot. Riding on the expectations of himself, especially going dead last at Defender and seeing the progression. This whole set has been a treat to watch, but it could be the final round that we see for him of the NA Regionals.
The meteoric rise of Ripple Overdrive from set 6.5. Can't make regionals in 6 or 7, but in 8, he's making it to day 3, to the top 8. He won't win this lobby against Kurum, but he has won the day to make it to that top 8. He's done all he needs, and Kurum gonna cap this off for himself, get a first, show everybody what's up. He's still got it.
In the moment of need, when the rubber met the road, Ripple Overdrive did it. As we get to check out the final moments of Lobby B, it looks like DQA taking a first, Cottontail getting second, and that means 27 points. Oh boy.
No one prepared me for this. I don't actually know what's going to happen for these final standings. I know we're going to be tallying everything up so we can get that to everybody shortly to see who is going to be moving on to our final lobby tomorrow. But wow, there was a lot on the line there for that final game, Casanova. I feel like you and Crone were able to bring us through so many of those threads, but how does it all tie together? That's what we've got to figure out.
Yeah, I mean, we won't know for sure until the scores are tallied and they're in front of our eyes and we can get all excited about it. But Ripple Overdrive, he had 23 points. Usually the target's 28. Getting second place, that's enough, right? He got up to 30. We're pretty certain there's no way it's 30. So, you know, Ripple's made it. He's done everything he needs. We are so excited. I'm so excited for him, right? This is a player I've been watching since set 6. I was really excited about him. He did a lot of good things, but he also had key moments, you know, when he lost to Soju in an unlosable situation. You know, there were some myths that he had, but he's improved so much. And making it to regionals was the big goal for set 8. But not only has he done that, he's shattered it. He's made it to day 3, and he's someone that I still consider a threat to win this tournament, to make it to Worlds and represent North America.
I'm just remembering, I think, what was it, mid-set, or was it Mecha Cup, where, like, it was Ripple Overdrive, and then also, Whale of Peace?
It was Mecha. So he barely got second to Spetham. They went 1-2 in the game.
That's exactly
and whoever won
what
that game won the tournament. So
everything has been so close. Like honestly, across all of the tournaments for this set, everything has kind of started to blur together just because of how close and how intense these final lobbies have really been. And especially when we're right there for the final hurdle for these players to make it forward to the final day of the Monsters Attack and Original Finals. Let's go ahead and show everybody what's coming their way. We saw the final moment there coming through from Lobby B, where Cottontail was also able to get that second place. So very, very big there. But when you look across the way at the rest of the point distribution, I feel like that's where things start to get really interesting, honestly. And so that's why I just want to blow through this really fast, because I think what everybody wants to see is the final overall standings. So we'll take a quick look at the compositions that ended up winning there. Maybe a little bit more playing into the heart tree, as we didn't get a chance to see a whole lot of that, Casanova, throughout the day today or yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Lulu, we saw Bosso playing it in our lobby as well, trying to go for the Lulu carry, but DQA able to make it work. Bosso not being able to get to his blue buff, right? Crone pointed out, if he found blue buff super early, maybe he's got the tempo to do it, but not able to get there.
Yeah, but the moment that everybody's been waiting for. Let's take a look at our players that are moving on to the final lobby tomorrow. 28 points is the cutoff there, Crowan.
28 points. D-Pay going 8th there. Narrowly, missed out on screwing him over, but he is going to be making it into the top 8. But look at all the names on the right-hand side. That bottom 6 could very well be the top 6 of another tournament.
It has been. Like it just has been. And I think that's what's striking to so many people, even just looking at the 24 players cutting down to 16 earlier today and now cutting to 8. We're sending talent home left and right, Casanova.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Robin not going to make final day of a regionals. That's insane for us to see. BQA not going to go to his 3rd Worlds this time around, but we have to take a look at the other side here. I mean, such new blood playing so well. Our top 4, Roby, Malala, replay Jukyu. Nobody was predicting that as our top 4 today, but I am excited to see all of the play that they had. They had so much in them. Jukyu playing so many different lines. Same with replay. Roby was the first person to pull out that Wukong. Let's not forget. Exciting stuff. This has been a phenomenal regional so far.
It really has. It's reminding me, I think, of just the great math lesson I got from Dan earlier, that the secret to making a Wukong composition work is making sure you have 9. That was the and early 9 and before anybody else. So I absolutely love that, and I would love to congratulate Roby Van Knoop on the impressive point finish today, because it was a photo finish. Look at how close it was at the very end of the day, and we've got Roby Van Knoop on the line. Congratulations! How are you feeling making it to day number 3?
Hello guys, I'm really excited. My goal here is to make it to Worlds, getting to the top 2. But if I'm already happy that I made day 3. Like, this is the furthest I've ever made it, and even if I get 8th place on the final 3rd day, I will still be very happy with it.
I mean, it's been amazing to watch you play. Just the level of just knowledge that you have for the game has been super fun to watch, and especially when you came in from qualifying through the Last Chance Qualifier, were you feeling confident coming into this weekend to be able to make it to the final day?
Oh, sometimes I feel like I'm the best player ever, and then at different times I felt like I was gonna go 8-8-8-8, but somebody else did that, so good.
You nailed it.
Roby, I gotta ask, going into the final day, you said that this is the furthest you've made it, of course, right? And you also said that this is, you're already happy. Are you feeling a lot of pressure going into day 3? I mean, you have a chance at Worlds here. It's a big moment, but you've made it to your goal. Do you feel the pressure's off, or has it become even more than it was ever before?
Okay, so my goal is Worlds. I have not made it to my goal yet. I might not make it this set, but there's always, next sets. But I don't know. I don't really feel the pressure. I feel like it's interesting, because when I played in ASCQ, I did feel a little bit of pressure. But right now I'm not. I'm just playing the game, having fun. I think what's something that's interesting is that this is in my opinion, the best balanced patch this set. And I feel like the more balanced the patch is, the better player I am. And so maybe that's why I don't feel like I have to play 1 or 2 or even 3 comps. Only play those. I feel like I can play almost anything in the game. And I do have a lot of, niche comps that I can still use if I get the spot for them.
The Wukong.
Exactly. Yeah. You were the first one to pull that out, pulled out the Cyclone Wukong, and it was an absolute treat to watch. Dish Soap taking a page out of your book today to get a first with that. But Roby, first of all, congrats. You've had a huge tournament so far. You're not at your goals quite yet, but you're nearly there. But today was a very long day. It was 8 games. How hard was it for you having to adjust to play those extra games today? Because tournament environments are such high stress, and we're usually only, used to 6 games. Was that any extra stress for you coming into the day, or were you just taking it one game at a time and staying calm, cool, collected?
Oh, I have a funny story. Like
Go for it.
after game four, the sixth game of the day, there's still two more. I was feeling so stressed that I asked my family to come in and tell me that I'm good, I'm gonna win. I'm like, more, keep talking, and then I actually did win that game, so it worked.
Oh, I
Sometimes
love
you
that.
need the gas.
That
Sometimes
is-
you just need it.
That is so sweet. That is so amazing. I mean, Roby, I love to hear that. You've been a competitive player for so long. You've had good tournaments in the past, but the fact that we get to see you come this far, I know Worlds is in your sights, but I think with the patch being so wide, Juke is another player that popped off. You've said this fits your strength. Do you still feel like you are one of the best players here because of that, and that is kind of just the main reason that you're succeeding?
It's not just that, I've been playing this game like a lot. I have like a lot of game knowledge. Even when I'm playing ranked, I try to, try new comps like Cyclone Wukong and stuff like that. And then that's how I learn about it, So yeah. But it is definitely one of my strengths that I can play flexibly or like play many comps. But it's just one of many strengths that I have.
Yeah, and I
In
think
my
expanding off. Yeah, definitely. And expanding off of something you already touched upon a bit earlier, a lot of people ask, how's the player prep coming into the event? But it's usually, oh, how did you prepare? Do you have a study group? Whatever. But right now I want to focus on, did you feel like your preparation was enough? I know you're grinding really hard for the LCQ, and you said sometimes you feel like you're the best player, other times, maybe 888. But going into day one of the event, were you satisfied with your meta reads? You said you think you have a good, you kind of handle on the meta. But going into that first game of the tournament, where was your mental at? Where was your confidence at?
I think, like I said, I think almost every comp is playable. So like, I don't think this tournament is that much about meta read because there are so many things that you can do and they are all can be very good in the right situations. But I did feel like I prepped a lot. For example, I played like 8 games of Jhin in a row because before that Jhin wasn't very popular, and like I wanted to practice that one specific comp because I wasn't able to play that as much. But yeah, I feel like I practiced like almost every comp that there is in the game. Actually, I don't know if that's true, but I practiced a lot of comp. So like I feel like I have enough.
It's hard to
As
get
much
to
as you
every
could.
single one. Yeah, there's
Yes.
a lot right now.
But it's clear that the practice
Yeah.
has really paid off for you, Roby Van Knoop, and so we're all so excited to see what you're going to bring to the table tomorrow. Could you give us a little sneak peek? I mean, not revealing too many of your secrets ahead of the final day, but is there one composition you feel like has been underexplored, or one that you just really like to play but haven't had a chance to yet?
Hacker Ezreal.
Okay,
Oh!
spicy.
I love it.
Okay, I like the spice. All right, now we're looking forward to seeing you play Hacker Ezreal tomorrow. Is basically what you've just told us.
No promises, no promises.
Well, Roby Van Knoop, it's been a pleasure. Is there anyone that you'd like to make a shout out to before we let you go?
Well, shout out to everyone that's rooting for me, tuning into my stream, even though like I just sit there and do nothing, I don't speak or type or anything, but still rooting for me. Or even if you're not in my stream but you want me to win, like that's a great thing, So I want to shout those people out. I also want to shout my family out for supporting me. Like that actually helped because I was like so stressed.
Sounded like they were able to come in clutch and give you the support right when you needed it, and hope they're able to gas you up for tomorrow too, because you're gonna be playing out the final day. So Roby Van Knoop, congratulations once again on getting the points lead for the day, and best of luck to you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
That is so awesome to hear
Yeah.
the familial support coming through, especially when you gotta clutch it out for the final 2 games, and Roby Van Knoop was able to get it done, Cass.
Yeah, you don't get that all the time. Not everybody has the family support coming in, and it's so sweet to hear that for Roby, that his family's got his back going in and competing in this tournament, and I know that that support can go such a long way. So that's awesome to hear. I hope they're there rooting for Roby tomorrow as he's playing in the final day, and hey, maybe that support is all he needs to make it to Worlds, get that spot.
And we got such a nice insight onto the way that he looks at TFT as well, Crowan. Feels like this balance patch has really been doing him some favors in order to be able to play whatever he sees in front of him that looks good to play.
Yeah, definitely. I think I made the comment a bit earlier in the day, but this is probably the highest comp diversity that we've seen, both just with play rate and compositions actually taking a first place. And that has definitely complemented Roby Van's style super, super well. I think a lot of people, the player perception of this patch has been some of the most positive that I have ever seen it, and for good reason as well. But all in all, it's really inspiring and exciting to see newer players pop off in the competitive space, get that chance to, you know, show us how they are as people, what it is that motivates them, what it is that, you know, gets them through to the next game. And sometimes that's that family buff coming in, gassing you up, telling you, yeah, you are the best player in this tournament, and he believed it and made it happen. That's such a cool storyline. I really, really love that.
I mean, you were both talking about how momentum can play such a big role with players being able to continue to find success, and some players just really do operate that way, whether it is through just continuing to grab those top finishes, or sometimes just having the confidence to be able to go for something when they know that they've got the stuff to be able to back it up. So you love to be able to see that for our players, and you love to be able to see that for the newer players as well. I love that you called that out, Crowan, because our 8 players that are competing tomorrow are mostly new faces. I feel like for a lot of the TFT fans out there, maybe the only exception to that being Setsuko, who has been around the scene for a while. And so Casanova, I think that's pretty exciting.
Yeah, it's amazing. First regional for a couple of those guys going into the final day of their first regional that they made it to, which is incredibly impressive. And Setsuko, the old vet, is going to be there trying to swat down all these kids coming for the title here. Setsuko, I think, of course, still going to be a heavy favorite, even though he hasn't been at the top of the tables on these first 2 days. I still think people are going to look at him as, you know, hey, he's still going to be a major threat to take this. And we'll see if New Blood is crowned instead to join invasion of a whole new wave of NA players that we're sending to Worlds instead. So excited for tomorrow. I can't wait. I really, I don't know how I'm going to sleep tonight waiting for these incredible games.
Well, I don't know either, because I feel like tomorrow is going to be an absolutely incredible day filled with one final lobby of 8 of North America's finest TFT players. What more could you really ask for there? But today has delivered as well, and so I'd love to get both of your final thoughts before we head out. So Casanova, you start.
Final thoughts. I mean, just how stacked is NA? Dan was right. NA is the best region in TFT. Look at how many good players we have. The depth in our pool of competitive players is so sweet, and now everybody's going to be prepping together with these study groups, just pushing North American talent so much. I'm just excited for this new era of North American TFT. This is great, and we're going to get to see how everyone handles the clutch factor when it comes to the top 8, because there's no more pressure than knowing that it is 6 games to decide whether you go to the World Championship or not. It has become very real for them, very fast, and I want to see who clutches up.
Sure. It's going to be so exciting to watch. Crowan, what about you? Final thoughts on the day?
It is really bittersweet to be saying goodbye to 8 phenomenal players as we cut our top 16 in half, like I mentioned earlier. On another day, it could have been all of those players, you know, kind of swapped into the top 8. Not seeing a final day with Robin songs is a huge blow. Not seeing Dish Soap in the top 8. Not seeing Socks have a chance on their Worlds. DQA as well. There's so many cool storylines there. But to echo the sentiment right now that NA is stacked with talent. All these newer players coming in and giving it their all to have a real shot at, you know, making it to Worlds and making a big splash there. I couldn't be more excited. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow super, super highly. It's been a absolute fantastic day. Couldn't have asked for more.
It has been so exciting. 8 total games of TFT played today, by the way, just in case anybody is just tuning in now. And we're going to see you all tomorrow. 1 p.m. Pacific is when we're going to be kicking back up the broadcast to see who is going to be moving on to the Monsters Attack Championship. We've got 2 spots on the line there for our top 2 finishers, as well as 1 spot for the player with the best average placement across all 3 days. And 2 spots up for grabs for the Western Last Chance Qualifiers. You're not going to want to miss it, so make sure you get some good rest, and we'll see you back here tomorrow for the conclusion of the Monsters Attack NA Regional Finals.